Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
fazendo macete. Desce, desce até o chão. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Dando fuga, vai! Dando fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce, desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Really hot. Oh, what a shot. Through two smokes just like that, huh? Flash. Oh, it's the refrag. Gonna get another. A little ace here for smoke on the second round. Oh, no.
We haven't even reached anywhere close to the potential of this team. I think our ceiling's very, very high. We're a really strong team, in my opinion.
It's dynamic. Oh, he sniffed him out. Nice nose go. Big down three. Dynamic with the Marshall.
They're obviously like the powerhouse, like probably like the biggest org. I think that, we just bring the same confidence we did today, and I think we can come out with the W.
Hello, Valorant gamers, and welcome to the lower finals of Valorant Challengers North America Stage 2. It has been a roller coaster of a ride from the beginning to the Swiss all throughout the playoffs. And with the best of 5 on the horizon, it's time to see which of these 2 teams will make their way into the grand finals. My name's Sarah Dawn. I'll be your host for today. And we got the chaos duo of analysts. We got Roy and we have Van.
Hell yeah.
I mean, Roy, you say okay, but like, am I wrong? You guys kind of are a little chaotic together.
We are basically dark and light. Look at me. I'm all like lit up and stuff. This guy's like getting lurking in the shadows. We're just
wait, hold
chilling.
on. I got you. Wait.
Okay, hold on. Then I have to do the opposite.
But it's already started.
Right
I'm
here.
blaming Vans and I'm just moving on, dude.
Production's sitting there behind the scenes, just like already in their hands. Unreal.
Bert's money.
I mean, you guys got the energy. We got a hype day ahead of us. So, you know what? It's going to be a fun one, especially too from what we've gotten to see so far. This playoffs has only been a delight. These matches have been crazy. And Roy, like, this bracket has just been absolutely no exception.
I mean, it's been a series of unexpected twists happening here in playoffs. That's without a doubt. It's been fun. It's been heartbreaking. It's been surprising. It's been exciting all at once. Everyone ignore Van Silly when he speaks. But I think we're just witnessing new stars in the making, and we're also seeing veterans fighting to stay on top. And I think with today's match, we're going to be seeing a continuation of these stories, a true Cinderella story versus the signed pro team looking to validate their ambitions and this project. And it's gonna be fun. I know I say this every day, but no, I mean it every time. That's the crazy part.
I agree. I chime in on that as well because Valorant is going into its 6th year now. I think the beta came out in 2020, so they are already going into 2026 players that are veterans, right? If you're looking at the M80 roster, you're looking at the SRB roster, but you're looking at teams like FlyQuest and D1 could be like the new up-and-comers. And you're also feeling that on the main America stage currently, where you're starting to see like the old dogs also getting pushed away by the tier 2 talent moving up as well. So there's nothing but stories that needs to be highlighted and also underlined and also proven by a lot of these players today. And today is no exception because of this SRB and D1 matchup. I think it's a little bit of the old, a lot of the new, and the old dogs are still trying to continue to bark.
And with the best of 5 in this lower finals between Shopify Rebellion Black and Division 1, it's time to hop into it for today to see which team is going to make their way into the grand finals for their date up against M80. 2 teams here, when you're looking at SRB and Division 1, that have had such different stories. Like, the most contrast we've seen of any of these matchups so far. But I think when you're looking at it, Roy, that's what makes this matchup so exciting and so unpredictable heading into today.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, even if you just consider like the expectations that are on both of these rosters, it's so different even on that regard, right? You have SRB. I mean, there's really no other way to put it. This roster was handpicked. It was meant to win. It was never meant to be a grand finalist. It's not meant to be a 3rd place finishing team. This team would not be satisfied with anything less than a grand final appearance and at minimum a win as well. So and you look at Division 1's perspective, and this team wasn't even a team until recently. They started practicing as soon as they qualified for VCL. They've looked so good. Yeah, it's been a bit of a bumpy ride for them to get here. It's been, you know, it's been grueling, it's been grindy, but dude, they've looked so good with every single match they've played. The micro that these teams have displayed, the level of finesse they've shown has been exponentially better than when they first appeared, and it's just exciting for them to be here.
Let's talk about this handpicked roster, then the expectations in Shopify Rebellion Black heading into today, because of course, as you said, the expectation is going to be this grand finalist appearance. When you're looking at the veterancy on the team as well, Vans, this young up-and-coming talent that has already proven so much. There's so much good coming out of the Shopify Rebellion Black rosters led here by Effie's, where, yeah, no wonder we have these expectations going into today.
I'm going to lay it down here as well. It almost... If you were looking at no changes into Yoru into stage 1, this team was most likely going to be in the grand finals already. Because again, you're building around a superstar, up and coming player such as Exa, but then you bring in such good talent around Xander and Nature that has had years of experiences calling and also playing on the biggest stage and playing in the Americas, and then coming back here to prove a point in tier 2. And they're joining this roster because they feel that they could win with this roster as well, and that they could make it back to champs in 2026. Effie's got the upgrade coming in from GCC over to now VCL. He brings in Odorous with him as well. That's already like a very good system. Exactly. The whole staff works very well around the Game Changer scene, and it's going to be implemented quite well around the SRB roster. So again, everything in the mix to make it work out. But I feel, again, that since Euro got nerfed, they had to just readapt a little bit around how Smoke could play around this Wele and how they could leverage the op a little bit more on the attack side. It works out. I think they figured it out, but there's still some pain points that they have to fix.
And I think it's been kind of unquestionable that this roster has been in a flux state, right? Like at some points, they've looked like one of the best teams. Other times they've looked a little bit, you know, the flaws were glaringly obvious. But
other times they get 13-0'd.
Wait, I'm getting to that. But I mean, this playoff run was completely flawless, fans. It was completely flawless until their last match against M80. We were confident that SRB was looking like the top dog in this league. But I mean, after the loss to M80 and especially after the 13-0, I think that conversation ended pretty quickly.
I mean, looking back at the results, it's shocking. Like that 13-0, like that's the big elephant in the room, right? And I think that was, we teed up yesterday this upper finals match of, you know, these are the top two teams and this is going to be so close, and highlighting the dominance coming out from SRB that we've gotten to see in some of their previous matches. And man, like, getting 13-0'd in the upper finals, I just still can't. That's the only 13-0 we've seen here within stage 2.
It's crazy. I think it's also looking at how like the past histories of all the teams that are currently playing in this current bracket kind of shows a little bit what would have happened here in this BO3 yesterday, because M80, they've been on a solid run, 2-0 across the board, but Shopify Rebellion, they never really had like the cleanest of runs, right? They had a super intense overtime victory that they had to win over on against FlyQuest on Split. They lost one map to Evil Geniuses Academy. And then even if you're feeling like the biggest confidence going into this matchup against M80, this is still M80. As much as I praise Effie's and going in with Odorous as the coaching staff for this team, you still have to face on the other side Kaplan that brings in Finn as well, and they are also a team that's going to be super prepared to play against SRB. So if you have some coaches that are never going to sleep, they're going to work around the clock to try to ante you, to try to get the best game plan towards you, that is that M80 squad because of somebody like Kaplan.
And I think it's fair for us to critique this roster, but if SRB has shown anything, and they've proven it time and time again, famous esports phrase, it's been that they are able to evolve and they're able to grow and kind of, you know, patch up the holes from their losses. And it feels like maybe they've been playing against a lot of these Zoomers. They kind of felt a little bit out of their element when it came back to sane Valorant. And I think if you look at SRB's record, I mean, they've at first they were losing to teams like FlyQuest and they were losing to teams like EG, but more recently they've been showing that they're able to take down teams like FlyQuest and take down these like high tempo, high pressure, you know, teams that they've played against. So I think in this specific matchup against D1, they've gotten a lot of reps against the style of team. Yes, there's no matches on record between both of these rosters, but I think SRB is the type of team that learns, and they have the talent definitely. It's just a matter of what version of SRB are we going to be seeing today.
I mean, Xander had spoke up after their win up against Evil Geniuses Academy and said that the roster looks good a lot of the time. The peak is so high, but sometimes they just have bad days, like whether it's a scrim or a match. And it sucks that we had to see that come to life with their match up against M80, but sometimes that's just how it is. But if that was just a bad day, look into how they can turn it around today, especially going up against the Division 1. That is just look so strong going into playoffs. So Division 1 that I frankly just don't think a lot of people expected to be here, not because of any disrespect to the players, but Roy, looking from where they came from to being this relatively unknown squad into making the run that they have, it's been so impressive.
Yeah, and I think it's fair that no one really expected much from them, though. They're a recent team joining in. They were struggling at first, but I mean, look at their record. It really starts to heat up. Their losses became more clean. The way they play became more defined. And this is the only team remaining in VCL with the true spirit of the underdog, right? And I feel like with VCL is always more interesting with teams like D1 in it. It's really been FlyQuest up until yesterday, and now it's this team that's carrying the torch. They're fighting for also a lot more than just circuit points, guys. They're fighting for recognition. They're fighting to turn this amateur run into a professional dream. A win right here for Division 1 against SRB would unquestionably put them on the map if they weren't already. And I think they know that, and they're here to game and they're here to win.
Yeah, I think it was just a team that gets together after, you know, falling apart from in different teams in the VCL, or even trying to make it to the VCL in the past year. And then once you put these five together and they're like, okay, well, let's just scrim it out, pug it out and see how it goes, you're starting to see the results. But I think when not only you're able to qualify to the VCL, you look at their track record, they are playing so many third-party tournaments with Funhaver. Big shout out to Tim to be able to continue to put these tournaments together so that teams could actually get reps and practice in. And I think now you're starting to see this come into fruition, especially now going into the playoff run that they're currently doing so far. The only loss being against one of the top teams of YFP, but also knocking teams like EDG or Energy Academy is no feat, right? It's not a easy bracket right now for a team like Division 1, so it's nice to see that they're doing this lower bracket run.
And I want to call back to where their journey started as well, because I feel like looking back at their Swiss results, there was questions, of course. This team was brand new, and yeah, they were taking some wins, but it was also up against some teams that didn't quite make that run either, right? And when they went up against those big dogs, when we saw them go up against an EG, up against a FlyQuest, Roy, that is where they fell. So that is where too, there was questions going into playoffs of what form we could kind of see coming out from them.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a shaky run, but I think their last 3 wins, one against Rose, the one against MBG, which was, in my opinion, the underdog team of this split. I feel like a lot of teams were sleeping on the roster. So that to me was, I'm like, okay, this Division 1 is the real deal. Then I saw their match against NRG Academy, which was so dominant. And then that pretty much qualified them into playoffs. And ever since then, I mean, yeah, they took a loss in the upper bracket, but the lower run has been phenomenal. And I mean, it's been great. I think the match against ADG was really the turning point for them. They had like a complete level up from what we've seen from them before. And that's really when we started talking a lot about this roster's, you know, like their micro and then how much their strategy was evolving. And then you look at the recent match history in playoffs, they have a win against EG, a team that they lost to prior, and they beat FlyQuest, the other, you know, the real powerhouse underdog roster in the split, and what was a crazy fun match that we saw yesterday. So yeah, I mean, Division 1, the criticisms were there initially, the uncertainty was there, but I feel like right now they've earned their spot.
I agree, because I think with Evil Geniuses Academy, the micro was there where they're able to have some pretty good fundies. They're getting carried aloft by how Boomy was currently playing. And then even in slow days, you know, Boomy didn't have a consistent series, but definitely popped off on the last map. But individual plays started coming up as well against FlyQuest. How many clutches did we see coming out from like Dynamic or from Foreign to allow for these guys to make it into a victory? 2 maps that went overtime against FlyQuest to make it to this point. So again, I think it's almost like the 2 sides of the coin. I know we're joking around at the beginning of the day here where Roy and I are like day and night, but I almost feel like it's very similar things between Shopify Rebellion Black and Division 1 today, where one team has so much to prove that maybe, you know, because of their professionalism and their experience, the pressure doesn't amount to them too much. But for Division 1, they have nothing to lose, man. These guys are just vibing the whole time and realizing that they are able to make it just by playing their own game, playing to their own comfort, switching out to different agents, whoever wants to play what agent or what role rather for what map, and they still make it work. That's the fun part about Division 1 that could still pull out an upset today against SRB in its BO5.
And I think for me, what bodes very well for this roster, and I'm sure you've kind of been starting to see it in these clips right here, it's the versatility in which they're winning. At one point, it was a lot of micro, right? It was a lot of like, okay, these guys are clearly good individually, but throughout the split and throughout their run in VCL, it's been a lot more team oriented. They're starting to win with macro ideas, and their comps are looking good, and their team synergy is looking so good as well. And it feels like they're one of the best teams at team fighting. And this style of Valorant has been what SRB has struggled with in the past. Yeah, they've adapted kind of towards the end, but they have historically struggled against teams like Division 1. And if D1 can get, you know, that momentum, that confidence early on, I mean, it's a toss-up at that point.
That's one thing that we saw actually from the game against FlyQuest, right? Because when we watched that bind game, something that FlyQuest was really good and that people kind of coined FlyQuest to be was like a baby envy, right? A baby rankers, where they're really good at finding off timings, play inside the smokes, be afraid of or players being afraid of fighting inside the smokes against these players over at FlyQuest. And they were able to adapt quite well for Division 1 against that type of aggression, that type of play style, and even overcome that. So that's why this team for D1 is quite dangerous today.
And I want to go back and highlight the stylistic differences of this team with our Philips Norelco head-to-head and talk about the offers of these teams, Smoke and Dynamic. Because SRB, when you look at Smoke's integration into this roster, that's where you got to see he has the slow op play style, kind of unlike some of these other duelists that we get to see. And on the contrast, I mean, not just Dynamic, but the entirety of this D1 squad, Roy, is just so aggressive. They're in your face.
Yeah, I mean, touching on Smoke first, I mean, this player was picked up to this roster for a reason, right? He was one of the top performing players in Split 1. His first kill to first death ratios were insane. It felt like he was winning 2/3 of his opening duels, which is so crazy in a league that has, I mean, some of the best aimers in the region, right? Like, it's kind of undeniable at this point. The micro that we're seeing from game to game is just so high level. So I think it kind of makes sense to why Smoke is here. Yes, he struggled a little bit with the role swaps and he's kind of adapting to the waylay, but it feels like more recently he's really been stepping up. He's starting to feel a little comfortable on this roster. And I feel like he is going to be such a key piece because he's up against Dynamic, who has been such a strong opper consistently from match to match. It's so rare to see Dynamic have an off game. And I feel like this dynamic between them, no pun intended, the op head-to-head between these two players is going to play a factor into this game, and it's going to matter a lot because right now Division 1 wants every edge they could get. If when it comes to the first bloods, they want to be on top of that, and then when it comes down to the late rounds, they also want to be on top of that. But it starts right here with these two players on the openings.
For sure, you're never going to have to discredit what Smoke can bring to the table when it comes down to opping and how good he is at finding openers for the team. I think also him having to switch over to the waylay is not only necessarily his problem and his responsibility, it's also the coaching staff, right? What FEs and Odorous have to do and how they build around that type of style. Because if you think about Euro in the past, it's I go for a pick, I could TP on the other side, and then we could go for a quick pop because I still have 2 flashes to work with. Now you don't have that anymore, right? You could still scale up and try to fight with the op. But then now, if you're going to sacrifice not having any flashes and popping through and you're going to play double duelists, then you actually have to revamp your approach on how you want to execute on these maps. And it takes a lot more than just the smoke pop with the op, right? So that's, but if you need that from him, he's definitely going to bring it.
Yeah, and I feel like too, when you are highlighting the offers from the team, and sometimes that just being the win condition, the momentum, and I mean, for the other team snuffing that out, it's just gonna be so important within this match, which will make things really interesting. On top of the fact, again, this is a best of 5. So for these teams, they're gonna be tested thoroughly throughout their map pool, which is gonna be so important getting into today. So I wanted to take this moment to kind of highlight what we've gotten to see from these teams so far. What did Vance say? I don't know what he's.
I don't know.
I don't know what Vance is yapping about this
in the
time.
same way that I am. He's doing the same face. Make fun of me, dude.
Yeah, bro. All right.
Ignore him, dude. Just ignore him.
Yeah, I know. That's what I do half the time. Vance, if you want to talk so bad, talk map pool, best of 5. Like, this matters so much.
It does, and you're seeing as well for a lot of these teams or both of these teams rather, that it's not necessarily fairly similar. They just are both teams that don't want to play Fracture today. I think what's going to be super important is whoever is going to be the one that wants to maybe try to ban it or keep it in, so that they can bring this as a surprise factor for like this BO5. If I was Dynamic or SRB, I'd still want to keep it for the grand finals if I can. But at this point, if it's do or die, and especially the results that we've seen from SRB yesterday, bringing out something like a off kilter, like a Fracture pick, would be kind of cool out of SRB.
I would not count on that, to be honest, man. I'm gonna be for real here. SRB is not the high risk, high reward veto team. I feel like they're just going to keep it sane. They're going to stick to their strengths. I don't think they're going to overthink this one too much. But I think what I want to point out here is really the overlap between both of these teams, right? It feels like Haven has been a bit of a pain point for both of these rosters. Same with Pearl, which sometimes they look good, sometimes they've had tough matches. For me, I'm looking at Lotus. I'm thinking, okay, that's a pretty 50-50 map. I'm looking at Bind. I'm thinking, damn, Division 1, dude, their Bind has looked so good up until this point. I mean, it's been great. And then you look at Breeze, they're undefeated on that one as well. But it's really going to come mostly down to Split, Pearl or Haven, depending on which one of these maps kind of pops up early on. But I feel like Lotus, Bind, and Breeze are going to be just crazy games. It's
scary because of the split results from SRB, and Pearl probably not the best for SRB either. So yeah, this could definitely be a 5er.
Yeah, and with those overlaps and everything else, let's get our map picks advanced and see exactly where the series is going to be taking us. Because, yeah, with these two teams that are so different yet so the same with our map pools, be interesting. And Breeze was one that was strong for both, and that's where we're going to be heading on first. But I've been yapping, so you guys could take a second to take this all in. Roy, what do we think about this 5? What are your eyes drawn towards?
Ooh, I don't know. My eyes immediately went to Bind, and I'm thinking if D1 can survive this initial... I mean, Breeze and Lotus are good maps for both of these teams. I think those first two maps are going to be just brawls. It's going to come down to the execution most importantly, because I feel like both of these teams are ultra comfortable on both of those maps. Pearl, again, kind of going back to what Vance was saying, was awkward. I'm really surprised to see SRB. I'm not gonna lie, after getting 13-0, that takes a lot of confidence to pick that map after getting 13-0'd on it. I'm sure they've talked about it. Maybe they're chalking it up to psychological things or just, I don't know, but that's a lot more confidence than I would have in that map. So that one's going to be really interesting. I think D1 should be feeling pretty good going into that after seeing the performance from SRB. But again, if it gets the bind, I truly believe that Division 1 is one of the best bind teams we have in VCL. I'm heavily leaning towards Division 1 on that map specifically. So depending on how the first 3 maps go, I mean, that map is going to either seal the deal or extend the lifeline for Division 1 to take us to Haven.
The good news for SRB on Pearl, though, since they picked it, is that they also get to start an attack. And we haven't seen any attack rounds from SRB, right? So there's technically no tape on them, so they do have a chance. So that's the only thing, right? So, but I do agree with Roy that the whole series, when you look at it, everybody's playing to their strength for the first 2 maps for Breeze, as you can see. So it is going to be a fun one. I don't think that this is going to go to a 3-0. I definitely do think we're going to see that bind in the first place. So it is going to work out for Calamity and the rest of the crew over at D1.
I mean, at this point, we're so close with getting started with this lower finals. But before we get to it, we do need to talk about our predictions heading into this series. And for myself, this is the thing, all right? I keep doubting Division 1. They keep winning these crazy matches. And why am I going to switch that up going into the lower finals? I'm not going to do Division 1 like that. I'm going to stay 2 to the cores, pick SRB, pick the org. Roy, Van, you guys also in the SRB camp?
Let me go first here, okay? Because I have to get something off my chest. I have reluctantly picked SRB, okay? I'm not happy with it. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like my heart and soul would have been much better in D1's hands. But I feel like SRB is the type of team to bounce back. The kind of performances that we saw from them yesterday is really rare. And I feel like normally when that happens to them, they tend to bounce back pretty hard in the next series. And really, that's kind of where my money's at. I feel like, but overall, I feel like the way Division 1's feeling, the way they're moving recently, and the air around them just feels extremely different as of recent. I really do feel like Division 1 has a true chance right here. This is not like a hard SRB is going to take the series. There's a real, genuine chance for the Cinderella story to continue today.
That's what I'm thinking. The track record for SRB always shows them on a bounce back, and we were just talking about it, right? A 13-0 is something tough, a tough pill to swallow, but it's good that it happened yesterday and not in an elimination game. So they have a chance to talk it through, they have a chance to work it out, and then they come out with a way more serious face going to this one. So this is going to be a fun one. Are we already seeing the agent coming up here for the first map of Breeze? I don't think there's any compositional changes coming in for either of these teams if I'm looking real quick. So yeah, everybody's just playing to what works for them throughout the season.
Yep, and it's mirror comp to start off the series is going to be so fun to watch. I mean, we saw Division 1 play this map yesterday. They looked phenomenal on it. The name of the game, though, against Division 1 is to really don't allow them to interrupt you because they're very aggressive. They're very confident. Dynamic's been feeling good. Calamity's been looking real nice, and Boomy on that Neon has looked scary. So for Shopify Rebellion, they need to be very careful with how they approach this attack side. They don't want to keep clashing with this roster because the mechanics on Division 1 is terrifying. And yeah, this is about to be an absolute banger.
Pistol round's super important as well. I think I just remember Foreign being so good with the Sheriff on that pistol. They got to be careful right now for the long range battles on an outside map like Breeze.
I mean, heading into it, it is going to be this big org. The expectations on Shopify Rebellion Black going up against this team, the path to pro, starting from Premier, now in the top 3 of Challengers. It's time to see, heading into Breeze, who's going to be kicking off this series with a win. Let's get to it. I'm so excited, and I know your casters are too. Let's send it over to Tenric and Mark.
Damn straight we are, Sierra. Thank you so much. Well, the stakes and tensions may be high. Getting to play against M80 for those crucial points and a bigger piece of the prize pool certainly is tantalizing. But Marcus feels like the need to uphold their reputations is much higher walking into this match. For Shopify Rebellion, it's that of a champions-ready roster. For Division 1, it's that of the Kingslayer.
Yeah, it's like the expectations could not be any different between these two teams. I mean, the desk highlighted it so well. I think it was Vansili who said that SRB have a lot to prove, but then D1 have nothing to lose. So, you know, the expectations, the pressure even on these two teams is looking so different. And SRB, once again, we're gonna keep on beating that dead horse, but did just come back from the 13-0 yesterday. The first one, I think, in stage 2, which is, you know, you gotta shake that one off, but I saw that pretty much all of them are in the same office, so, you know, they've had a nice long talk about things in order to pull it back, but super curious to see how this one is going to start off, and already it's gonna be a brawl with a little bit of a trade, but actually Mikey making sure that it is gonna be Division 1 coming out on top in that initial scrimmage.
Yeah, you know, this is how a lot of this opening bit of the best of 5 is going to be. Teams feeling each other out, how much they can get away with. In Division 1, you know, every individual is going to be trying to scrap up an extra body on the way down. Mikey showing that in spades is that IGL and able to still get away for the second engagement, which Shopify will leisurely head over to A4. With the help of that toxic screen, they'll at least make some distance, but Division 1 will be quick to react.
Let's see whether or not this pistol round is going to go in Division 1's favor. Nature going to get that spike down. 4v3 onto this retake. A lot of damage on Nature already. Mikey! All right.
Quick decision to extend, but you're trying to make the gap up. And open spaces, this is where D1 is going to thrive across the series. Nature hold his own for quite some time. Only the lack of extra bullets will be his downfall as D1 have enough bodies to get through, but as long as the stage is set as openly as it was that round, it feels like D1 can thrive.
And it really, I mean, obviously getting the pistol round, that's how you want to start out this matchup, but I think the win condition here is very dependent on SRB finding those first bloods. If you've watched them play Breeze before, I mean, obviously we talked about Smoke on the desk, but Smoke being able to find those opening kills and making it a lot easier for the rest of SRB has been very pivotal at SRB being able to convert rounds in their favor. Issue is, they're going up against D1, who love to take that first initial duel because they are very confident that they'll be able to win it out. And so I wonder how often we're going to be seeing that initial clash. And of course, already, it's going to be head forwards first. Calamity spraying it down, not able to find a kill, but here's Boomy.
Yeah, there's always going to be a duelist close to that first point of contact, and with that Judge able to do most of the damage dealing, Calamity. Just with that quick follow-up, count the amount of times Calamity gets these stars in nice and early on this Astra when it comes to the prior engagements. It's just D1 is going to continuously try and get ahead of it. But like you said, the first bloods matter so much to the Shopify Rebellion Black squad, especially with how much Smoke was able to be a propeller of that in the regular season for Shopify, how far it got them there. And it feels like here on Breeze, with this open space, with the consistent opping that players tend to do on this map anyway, it feels like Smoke can thrive. The issue is you're starting on attack, so you have to start with a lot of this dry contact, a lot of this warm-up TDM type beat that D1, again, love to play in. So a tough argument to have internally on how much you commit to it. Got this bonus set up for D1. They'll give it the double duelist rush down, but Shopify will stay outside of the cave opening to start, letting them evade a lot of that util and attention. D1 just going to split the diff, rotate over to where no doubt Shopify's attacking.
Toxin screen down.
First bites out from Foreign. Senses the crowd. Shopify still not making the approach yet. Slower call this time. And we go on the fast lane. Immediately thrown off the slide. No follow-up. Calamity still gets one on the way down. This is what we're talking about. How much D1 individually can do while still playing as a collective.
One enemy remaining.
Boomy still hidden in this smoke. Is dynamic. Chips away one as well. And Shopify is just running out of options, as is time. 3-0 to start from Division 1 as Shopify. Deer in headlights looking like a little bit here for the start off of the attack. Just unable to really breach that starting rush down that they went for on A side, and it led to an immediate funnel over to the B.
Yeah, you know, I mean, like, Smoke not able to find a couple of those kills, so lots my fire alarm to go off in the background here, but it's all about this frontal pressure that Shopify really have to deal with. The defensive stack here, starting with Calamity, obviously is looking great, but the way that we got to see Dynamic move around the site, generate that space, but draw off a lot of that aggro onto the side. Shopify Rebellion Black have to be so careful when entering onto B.
Here comes Smoke, this time going altitude. They have a couple angles to work off of this time, but Foreign still drops in and isolates his own. And again, D1, they have the presence. Mikey gets away with 2 more. And this pistol round is going to do absolutely nothing, but you can see the tapestry that Shopify is trying to weave along the way. They want to be able to force D1 members to work on their own stuff, to not have to be able to multitask and take out multiple members at the same time. The multi-kill potential from Division 1 is reigned far too long in this Cinderella run throughout the lower bracket. And Shopify have yet to put a stop to it so far this game.
Oh no, don't tell me they're boomed already. We're already calling a timeout here after 4 rounds. And yeah, once again, one of the things I just said on the last round, you got to be so careful about that side on B. Someone's going to be chilling back there, and you know a duelist is probably going to be rocking around the back, clearing the space. And well, lo and behold, you see SRB just go right back into the meat grinder. And so timeout gets called here as D1 are looking very dominant. Nature does have the Hunter's Fury on line, and Xander is close as well to getting that ultimate as well, to trying to match Calamity here. But still, all the cards kind of really lining up well for D1. We need to see SRB try to be a little bit more careful about how they're setting up their traps. Try to aggro some stuff out and not just send their bodies in and hope for a better result, because like we were talking about, D1, they like to be aggressive. They like being up in your face. They're not afraid to take that duel. And sure, SRB, they're fantastic. And a lot of these players have been, once again, handpicked into this roster to build that championship roster, make it all the way into tier 1. But still, you're going up against a bunch of guys who just click heads, and that's how they made it here already. So, gotta change the strategy and lean in that util just a little bit more.
Quintessential North American Valorant, eh? You got the long-time legacy org that's like, I would like him, and I would like him. And then you got the Pug Squad. And here they are in Losers Finals. Well, there's that Hunter's Fury you were mentioning. Enough space made by Shopify to get intel onto a player they could scope out with it. And now the double duelist is going to start going buddy system on the front lines, able to take out 1 more. So quick 3v5 on Shopify, and this is the kind of exec you like to see. Still quick, still witty, and still vulnerable, with D1 able to get those outskirt kills. Foreign getting a piece of the action, and Boomy now with this operator, looking to get away with 1 more.
Oh,
the smoke so fully scope it away.
Oh, they're looking for.
I think they were rotating. Yeah, they're checking to make sure nobody invaded Nest.
I'm out of here.
Cosmic Divide also thrown in here by Xander. They've been for a long time crucial to Shopify's post-plant rounds, making sense here. But D1 pokes some heads out, but the timing is just so good, and Satellite will be able to get his first 3 kills of the game here in Shopify's first round. Well, with that being said, you do have to call out, of course, the need for ultimates in a round like that, where D1 didn't choose to trade any away. Calamity, with his own Cosmic Divide, now able to sort of stall out. This is one of the ways that Shopify is able to deal with D1 properly, just overwhelming the exec that you go for before D1 gets that prior intel. But in the moments where they do try to go up the front lines to these early sites so they can rotate more quickly, it feels like Shopify just have to pressure. They have to punish. They have to get a kill along the way. Otherwise, D1 comes away scot-free with intel, and they can react far faster to these setups. D1, pretty standard setup at this point as well on the defense. Boomy, nice in close quarters as always. Feels like they just have their finger on the pulse when it comes to these opening contacts. Insane. As the relay bolt from Boomy, looking for Nature, who is ISO'd, and he's found. Door opens right as it tries to get reaggressed. Exa will turn out to find Boomy as that opens up. And this mid-fighting rages on as Dynamic gets found in the nest from the elbow peak, which Shopify have been slowly occupying this whole time. Shopify will slow it back down again, have the advantage, see if anybody goes lurking, which they know D1 tends to. And Foreign will give himself away, both to the intel and to the fight. He just says, let's get it over with. See how much I can do. That's what you'll see D1 do a lot. When they make a mistake, they'll just default to the fight. Why wait? Why give them any more time? I have Mikey here to go back to Nest as well, make sure they're not going for the full loop. Shopify can do that sort of thing here. But they'll go for the full-blown A setup. Calamity, 10 HP, does have a lot of stars to play with here, so at least a little bit of stall to be done. But Toxic Scream does keep him from doing anything more than just being a decoy body. And with Mikey too far away to react, he will simply save. So another round for Shopify, no doubt on the board here. We'll see if Mikey, he's not going to go for anything. Yeah, so 2-4 here for Shopify starting out here is, yeah, Mike, you'll grab Dynamics Operator before it can get hunted down. I don't think Shopify's going to go for something like that here. But again, you see the ways in which Shopify can control the tempo and the ways in which D1's inexperience does lead to their downfall. The need to double check, the need to have a lurker, the need to have somebody backstabbing. Teams like Shopify are going to be more attentive to it. Coaches like Effie's are going to drill it in their brains to be more attentive to it. So Spike will go boom. Economy should be pretty reset for D1 here, so they will have another solid shot at being able to default setup. I'm wondering how Boomy will start getting launched in, because he's been starting to play as more of a decoy than Satellite was in the opening 5 here. And at that point, seems like there's a snowball on the horizon. You also have Blades for Smoke, too, if you want him to get extra mobile so that he and Satellite can still play closer together, because that seems like a pretty strong part of what makes this comp able to break specifically Division 1. And on the other side of that, in fact, Division 1 have only recently started to play in that pack-natured individuality that has led to being able to kind of pick up the pieces along the way. I believe Dynamic and Boomy are both currently in the top 4 when it comes to trades this playoffs. Just always able to pick up after someone else. And I do have Vans here now. Hey, bud.
I'm tagging in. Let's get the other Asian in until Marks will come back.
A 1-for-1. Yes.
We're good with trades too. all right. Jokes aside, though, I think they understand right now for SRB too that it is a little bit of a mixed buy that you kind of have. This shotgun that you still have for Calamity. Now you have the jiggle peek from Boomy. That actually confirms of where the op is actually headed at for the side of SRB, which then would allow for them to maybe lean more towards this side.
Since it's a soft check and not a full frontal, though, I think SRB think they have more space to move around. So you see D1 not necessarily rotating as quickly. They understand that Shopify still have the onus of where they can move to. Calamity's choked up now, though, with this Bucky. Runner through mid's been found. This will surely encourage the rotation from D1. Yeah, it's fully going now. Bingo still can't get called because Exa hasn't been found out. He's still in window lurking. There's the stun. Calamity. This Bucky is decent. Nobody's peeking it. Okay, Shopify's taking care of it. Finger gun out from Boomy is risky and thus punished. Little ISO'd. Mikey's got to try and pick it up, but now those knives are out as well. And Shopify, they have a million ways to move around the site this map, this round. That is 3 up for them, and the streak continues.
And just very unfortunate for that dual play that they're trying to do towards that left side of that B site on the defender side. I think that was both Boomy and Calamity. You could see that star that you placed on the top of that ladder rook, right? It's a coined smoke that was used by Ethan over on energy side. Then you're starting to use a little bit more here as a defender smoke on site. But he didn't want to pop it yet for Calamity. He was hoping that his team was going to break that drone on time, and it didn't. And as he was about to turn the corner, I'm pretty sure it saw him. So that's how Satellite was able to get that stun through. So you never used that smoke. So the shotgun also couldn't get any kills because he was spotted. So you just kind of just gave your play away. And that, though, is going to change things.
Only a matter of time before Smoke does something like that. Calamity dares to challenge with the Guardian and dinks him back, though. So a statement piece will bring this to a salvageable 4v3 on the side of D1. With a pit as well, if they guess correctly, which it looks like they're about to.
Yeah. Look where Boomy's pushed up already. They have so much real estate.
And the bite to stall as well, so you're... I mean... Yeah, the screen's just going to get depleted here while Boomy is making a mad dash for this cave. You only have one option at this point, completely unafraid to let loose, but now that overdrive comes out from SRB so they can rush down the A site. Entirety of Pyramids has been cleared. SRB knows that this presence is almost solely at doors. The Cosmic Divide to split this in twain, though, as Boomy's been forgotten about, but the shot just barely fades away on deaf ears. Calamity, though, has it held down from the front side, and now D1 go for the proxy pinch with the help of this Divide. Xander skating throughout, but Boomy can catch the backstab thanks to it, and now trying to catch up with the rest of the team. But into the double peek goes Boomy, leaving Foreign on his lonesome in a vulnerable spot. And so we're tied up at 4 now, with Shopify exposing more and more weaknesses as we go on.
Yeah, and that was so close for timing too. The Boomy shot was Grace as well. Even though he shot, they already crossed the wall, so they didn't know they would still flank him. So he still had the timing throughout the whole time. That's the only thing that was rough going through that one too. Just a split-second decision that came out in favor of SRB towards the end. But because of Boomy's lurk, he was still able to get all that information for the two players to be like, look, they're all pushing towards you guys. Just be ready for the shots. Unfortunately, D1 can use the pit because they're on their own eco. You only had a sheriff in the spike site. You couldn't really hold off as well as you wanted to, but they've done some good econ damage. But you can definitely see for D1, they're having a hard time having the strongest of buys in the last couple of rounds here because of the state of what their economy is at.
I don't want to call it desperation buys yet, because D1 understand how recoverable I mean, it's D1. Everything is recoverable to them. But with the op save they had previously, with how closely they were able to contest after all the ults were drained this time, it's like, you could still get away with this. But Boomy, for the umpteenth time, is on this opening choke with a shotgun, and it will be punished. Calamity busts down the front line. Nice fast lane to give Exa a cheeky angle there. Hunter's Fury defensively tossed in with nobody on site. This is from downtown that Mikey's launching it, and it will catch nothing. Now the pit can safely get thrown up by Shopify as they can just start playing some keep away. Foreign trying to find a flush spot, but I don't even think that bite made it far enough. So D1 still have a lot of space to carve out here with Smoke taking these pot shots on patrol. Two players going to be vulnerable to that primarily. Big onus on Dynamic to find a kill on the outskirts of this pit. There's one. Smoke falls, finds X's body, trying to track it down, but in the meantime, Xander's also been found, and D1 encroach successfully. They will make this of all rounds work. Take the lead back, make it 5-4, and yeah, no more desperation buys this time.
Boom. It's Vansilli still talking.
Pit in front of you, and yet still the confidence of D1 to approach it on multiple angles and just honestly kind of keep it close. We know how everyone feels about the shorties right now, and systematically track down all of the people of SRB inside of the Viper's pit to close it down. That is such a big momentum booster for D1 in order to just pull this one back. And already, okay, Cosmic Divide going to be online for SRB, and yet still it's just to control this middle presence.
Shot on a satellite, so Dynamic's got a panic tailwind back behind the Cosmic Divide. Thank you, Xander. Very far back screen set up, but Calamity's just flat out not checked. And now, okay, Boomy's gonna be able to get scoped out pretty easily. He trapped himself pretty quickly there. Got cornered. Mikey with the cavalry, and this is a pretty standard D1 retake, but it doesn't mean it's a standard D1 win. Shopify have heard this kind of story before.
2v4 here, but they are going to try and make this one work. Dynamic just kind of playing off Warren's contact.
And this is, yeah, this is dry contact with an operator and then the Viper as well, and Dynamic sticks around to go for the swing from Smoke and can't even win that. So Shopify can quickly take this back to a 5-5 scoreline. It's really tough seeing how D1 like grows from it, because it's like they're not exactly deviating from their normal game plan, and they're getting punished for the normal stuff, but then they still do manage to take some rounds off of the individual capability. So you're at a certain crossroads where it's like, what do you work on from here if you're Division 1? Do you have the proper like staffing or time or space to be able to get a higher ceiling than this, or has Shopify kind of found the formula?
I think there definitely is something there. Awesome recon dart, by the way, just to kind of start out the round here. But D1 are so heavily reliant on playing together. Boomy, though, still going aggro and able to find Satellite right off the bat.
That was the fastest I've ever seen a pocket or a shotgun pocketed in my life. Just brought it right back down to his hit. Nature with the follow-up Hunter's Fury to see if anybody else gets gutsy, but no. Can't even find Boomy on the way back down, and he gets away scot-free just with minimal util left. Smoke trying to chase this jump out from Orange, but it's a kind of a crucial whiff for Shopify's bottom line.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, like, once again, D1, they shine their best when they're playing off of one another. This is something that if you just take a look at how all the players like to play grouped up, it's usually, you know, someone popping out trying to get a little bit of information, but then immediately their other players rotate around so they can kind of take those team fights as team fights and not individuals. And yet still this round, Boomy, specifically just with this Bucky, has made magic happen. But of course, you know that Boomy is the type of player who likes to take those timings, likes to go up into your face, and likes to just gun you down right in front of you.
Shopify drastically slowed this down to see if they can punish any other movers and shakers. Smoke still held up at the cave, but Calamity still close to the Sheriff as well. Shotgun will be escorted out thanks to the recon dart. No shot, you get another one here, buddy. Yeah, no, that is... It's a certain threshold at which you can get away with that kind of thing. Even the gods, but Calamity might have called on the deities again, as I believe that was a collat with the Sheriff to assist in a D1 thrifty defense.
There are so many times where you see Shopify Rebellion trying to execute somewhere, and yet they're just getting caught out by all of these different angles that D1 are holding, right? And to my point that I was making earlier, D1 are the type of team who like to play off of one another and like to play together either grouped up or all watching each other's backs on different angles. And that is extremely effective, especially in the later half of the rounds, where you see Shopify Rebellion try to just kind of take those dry walks in. We're not seeing enough coverage with those walls, with those smokes, in order to make sure that D1 get those angles cut off. And as a result, D1 are catching SRB every single time.
And they've been able to, it's been great because normally with teams like D1, you're used to seeing like the trade follow-ups, the rush downs with like the swing into the double, swing into the triple. With D1, it's like they're setting up a trail of traps. Wow, Satellite, great slide in, able to pick up 2 for that one, and he's just gonna keep gunning it down. About to get another one in the tank as the spike falls for free, and this will be surely a Shopify round, 2v5. D1 have done a marvelous amount of clutching before, with Dynamic in particular, as he, with this Vandal now in hand, will find the off angle as the Nebula will dissipate. But not much time as well here. Now the Cosmic Divide thrown up to help the split dynamic. Anything but for the opener, but he'll still keep walking along. Smoke has the sight watched for Calamity, so it's just the oneer left, and not too many options as to where he could end up being from here. Dynamic has to burn clock before he can burn a body, and even then, he's gonna be happy to get away with one more along the way. Let's pad some stats in the meantime, shall we? Why the hell not? And a knife kill! Sure, let's do it all to end the half. That will be 6-6 after all is said and done. Blow for blow, bar for bar, and yet these teams could not be more different, Marcus.
Oh, 100%. I mean, Dynamic sitting there is just like, well, I don't think I'm going to win this one. But you know what? I'm currently sitting like the lowest on my team, so I'm just going to try and find a couple more kills, you know? But what a crazy round coming out from Satellite. When you talk about all of the star players on SRB, Satellite's one of those players who has these rounds where it's like, oh my goodness me, this guy just knows how to play the duelist role perfectly and can just kill the entire team. And then there's other rounds where you see him fall down immediately. But getting Satellite back online to kind of take the mantle and get comfortable with the rest of SRB is another vital win condition. Just another tool in their pocket to try and get online early on in this series. So then that way that is something that can continue to be oppressive. We've seen what Satellite can do. And honestly, if you're an SRB fan, you're hoping he can deliver.
First line of defense now this time, and Satellite can get away with 2 on the way down, but the trade back from Mikey catches Smoke 2. Shopify try to afford the pack, and now they'll rotate the stack through the doors, walk 2 up to mid, trying to backstab, but D1 is on a mad dash back through CT, through the arches. They force Shopify to pack up in the wrong spot, and now the U-turn is facilitated by Calamity, who's crept up A this whole time, and is on mid doors, not getting checked at all. What is this setup? Oh, Calamity not prepared for the follow-up from Exa, though, and the snake bite does manage to miss. No, okay, it'll flush him out and kill. So down to a 2v2, but D1 still yet to get spiked down. They will in the safe spot. Toxic Orb on top. Shopify prepared for this retake, but Xander only on 13 HP as well. Only a Nebula left to go to, so you can only cover 1 crucial spot. That's got to be where Foreign's at, but Mikey's already got 2 in the tank and still a Sheriff in hand. You breathe on Xander, he dies. Exa has nothing left after that bite is gone, so it's got to be full contact through this toxic screen.
Toxin screen down.
But also relays that Nothing has to be used on the way down to clear, so you can stay silent. Exa finds the first swing from both, clears it. Xander tapping the spike, and the recon bolt gets Mikey out. The trap is set, but Xander has to step into this recon dart that Foreign is puppy guarding, and D1 will manage to scrape away with the pistol.
Man, Mikey with the sheriff. Kind of crazy. I was going to say, Satellite starting it off, you know, gets overwhelmed. D1, classic strategy. 3 people running at you. You're like, oh my goodness, what am I going to do? Well, Satellite answers by finding 2 kills off the bat. But then Mikey does one even better. With that sheriff in hand, just completely closes out the round and forces the gunfight onto that B site. All the while, Calamity took all of that space onto A, walked out forwards, and that just kind of pulls you in a reverse card. D1 back it up, and it's such an easy, clean round for them to end on A. And now, gonna be the buy up again. My eyes are on Dynamic and Boomy. Boomy, obviously with the judge, not afraid to just kind of get activated. And as soon as those positions are found out, I imagine we're gonna be seeing some fast gameplay.
Continuing to be quite singular is Satellite. Just window shopping around mid. Will run into Foreign, not be able to win the duel. Exa, yeah, your bite's still not used, neither is your orb, but he's, yeah, seeing if anybody gets antsy in front of the screen. Get Shopify guessing correctly on the stack. Recon Bolt won't do too much in the face of that, but Exa gets found out by the Jiggle Peak, and now yeah, you can just sort of spam your guns everywhere on the map. You're eventually going to find some purchase. Boomy does not manage to finish off Xander, but it'll get done one way or the other. Let's see if Nature can get rid of maybe one more gun here. Oh no, he'll pick up the Guardian, probably just save, yeah. Spot to find that.
Make the economy a little bit better. Actually tosses it away, okay.
Hey!
I think he's going on a marathon walk right now. Back over to me. But once again, like D1, with how their executes go, you see them feign a little bit of pressure right off the bat, just try and get that additional, like, hey, by the way, we might be over here. And then you see SRB immediately toss out their defensive utility. This is something that D1 have been doing very frequently because you know how much power they have when they just decide to storm the fort. But the thing is now you can pretend to storm the fort and everybody gets scared and uses up all of their defensive strategies, and then they've got nothing left when you actually storm the fort. And so just kind of a good setup for D1 in order to make sure that they can kind of close that round. And all things considered, SRB at least able to find 2 that time. So a little bit better than the second round on how this whole thing started out. But I wonder if D1 are able to scoop this one up, that might be yet another opportunity for SRB to maybe take that time out again and restabilize themselves, because you can't let D1 start to run away with this.
Yeah, a hot streak is absolutely not allowed in the second half of regulation. First, fine. Call that timeout, get that reset. This late into the game, if D1 starts picking up where they left off in the first pistol, it could be curtains and quick.
Bit of indecision from D1, but they're just exploring their options right now, and SRB have been doing a good job at holding the ground.
For the punish on the solo, but Shopify's playing a lot more together this time. Everybody has a contact trade. Smoke sticking around on pyramids. Doesn't get punished, just him getting one on the way down. D1, I mean, they really, they have so much control over this space after leaving the one in mid. Dynamic able to just hold down this first choke on Orange, but Nature wins that swing! How does he get that angle? That's nuts. Now you can slowly encroach. Screen's gonna reset soon though, so you've gotta act fast. Shopify does have the Lurker and Exit coming in from behind. Boomy, 1 down, 10 HP. Nature gonna give it another try, but has a lot more pressure on his hands. Exa doesn't have the gun out, but Calamity with a crucial whip leading to the reduel, and Exa wins it all. That's a lot of empty bullets. And now Shopify can finish the swing, and Boomy runs out of bullets on the swing back. That is awkward as can be. And they're able to hold it down. A lot of different unconventional parts of that, but Shopify can hold on to the bonus.
Yeah, it really just comes down to the micro fights going on all over the map. I mean, you see the kind of the weird peek outs. Nature's able to somehow win it against Dynamic. X is somehow able to win it on Calamity in the back. That can't be happening. And then you got the Neon sliding all over A, and no one really knows where they are. But the good thing is that just at the end of the day, with the additional pressure of those 2 players alive, that gives that opportunity for Satellite to get that defuse online, which honestly was getting a little bit close. So if we saw Satellite have to get off the spike, then I don't know if the defuse would have came through. Regardless though, SRB, they rescue that 3rd round in this half. The buy is still a little bit awkward here for SRB. D1, this is going to be their round to come out swinging. Boomy as well. Still investing in the Outlaw. Going to be, you know, looking for those one-shot, one-kills on pretty much 3 out of 5 of the members of SRB. Of note as well, Mikey does have the Hunter's Fury online. And I can imagine when things get chaotic, having a giant blue beam light up your screen as well is going to only add to the chaos.
Okay, Dynamic should not be the one peeking here, because Smoke, yeah, he's one of the only guys who can smoke in one shot. He better thank his lucky stars that he whipped. Moving now with the close range Outlaw attempt on the doorway just to get inside with the help of this Hunter's Fury. This is, yeah, a lot to clear the board out, and they really haven't completely done it yet because Nature's still choked up right on this pyramid. But he's backstabbed. D1 has made their way, frolicking around, and they're able to make this work. I mean, Smoke needed to hit that opening shot, really. Like, that feels like a pivotal part of this. Rest of Shopify on the way back. Look at Calamity, bro. It doesn't even care. He's running back. Oh, early spot by XO8. This might be cooked. He's gonna get pressured. The only kill Shopify's gonna end up caring about this round.
I love the good old XOV Calamity in the back line of one of the team fights.
Yeah, already
that are
a classic, as we can tell.
Bring it in, everybody. The XOV Calamity in the back. Let's see who comes out on top this time. No, but this time around, D1, I mean, you can just tell how comfortable they are when they actually get onto the site at wanting to take all of the space, right? Like, you see that it's not one of those things where it's like, okay, we got the spike down, now let's all go into our positions and kind of hold fast here. Their positions are a lot more free-flowing. They're not afraid to go in for those fights, and that was consistently why SRB were caught off guard. Whether or not that was closer to the spawn, whether or not that was in the doors, there were all of those like weird opportunities where the SRB members were just hanging out like, all right, we're gonna regroup ourselves and get ready to go. And then a singular D1 player just kind of walks out there and is somehow able to find the kill before the retake even comes online. And when we talk about the dynamic gameplay style of D1, I mean, it kind of makes a lot more sense, but then SRB are coming from a lot more of a regimen, a lot more of a put together plan where you're going to start to see these little bit of uncomfortabilities that Division 1 are going to do an excellent job at exploiting and continuing to exploit, because I feel like that's also been the case on the first half as well in how D1 was able to string together some of those rounds. They're taking advantage of the fact that SRB are going to be following a script.
I think it's one of the really interesting things that makes tier 2 what it is like macro is such an interesting part of the conversation because for so many teams it means inherently you're slowing yourself down. And when speed and mobility is such a crucial part of not only the base competitive game right now, but North American tier 2 is like foundationally built on speed and momentum. Then yeah, I mean, if your game plan is executed too slow, it doesn't matter how good it is, you're gonna get screwed. Nature, I mean, was that one of the rifles they bought too? Like, that was like a hop down after barriers dropped to get to a spot you could have rotated to anyway. And then Foreign catches Smoke as well. Exa crept up, does win that against Dude, it's Exa versus Calamity again.
Except the spike wasn't down, so that doesn't count towards our whole series going on here. But X is up too, by the way. But you take a look and you can tell what the call was off of that last half. Hey, take that space early, take those initial duels all over the map. And yet Division 1 coming off that timeout knew that that was probably what was going to happen. They were ready for the individual members of Shopify Rebellion to kind of take those spaces and take that aggression. I mean, Nature jumping out there, I think was just a mistake, if I'm being honest. But you know that Nature was basically told, like, hey, you got to take that mid fight.
Welcome to my world.
Max is so open to 4 after all that is said and done, and the rest of Shopify are too busy doing the boring clearing. And then Xander, I mean, well, you could pick up a rifle now under this orb, no? Nature had one? Oh, no, we're going through elbow.
Yep, they're gonna try it, I think.
Well,
or look for exit.
yeah, it's gotta be exits here.
Sure.
Because of the pit, very decisive. And then Calamity's gonna have the divide up next round too. It's getting to the point where the ult rotation from Division 1 is looking sublime. That's terrifying.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah, Satellite should be able to. Oh boy. Okay, Satellite is able to escape. Oh, I take it back. All right, that's cool, but you know what takes a couple people down at the same time, which is going to be really important because SRB are getting themselves at that point where they've got a lot of ultimates here to work off of. 4 out of 5 of them are going to be online. But one of the things I wanted to draw your attention to was actually our bottom 2 players on both these teams, both Dynamic and Smoke. Something that we don't really expect to see, if I'm being honest, from these 2 oppers who, exactly like the desk had highlighted, have very different play styles. But you still see Dynamic and Smoke are trying to take those opening duels. They just tend to be losing them this time around. And Exa already under so much pressure.
Yeah, very close here, and Boomy's just gonna try to track that down, the spray down from Nature to try to make sure he doesn't get caught on the way in, but now the overdrive from Boomy gets quickly shut down. Nature caught both of those and the third.
All right.
To it all! What?
One more.
He's the one that gets all of those credits. And looking for one more, the drone's gonna spot him too. And you know exactly what Shopify is gonna do thanks to it. Yeah. Oh, Satellite's gonna be able to get the final kill. Okay. Good work to Shopify. Nature fully redeemed after that previous round by being able to line all of those up and also save Exa in the process. He never got punished.
Yeah, that was one of the things I was going to comment on that last round. Exa was literally on an island by himself because of those initial picks that SRB had done. But that time around, it's literally just, hey, D1 are here, we're spraying our rifles through, everybody is just like a little bit of health left, and then Nature is just able to one-tap everybody on there. I'm pretty sure we got to see a collat through just one of the Vandal shots that killed 2 people, just showing how much damage was done in that initial spray down. But I imagine that was not how Smoke wanted to fly.
Oh,
and that's the operator down too.
Oh boy, yeah, Smoke has been making a lot of really crucial mistakes this game, especially on defense. Really unfortunate stuff. As the divide procs, Dynamic attempts to take Xander in a fight. And a very early combination of ults on this A take. Burst the Hunter's Fury, now the overdrive before they even commit to entering, and there's no backstab available, so Calamity's just gonna hightail it back over to spawn and clear out this Cosmic Divide manually while the rest of the team hops in as default. And yeah, now they'll turn that into the fake right as Exa abandons the pit. And that wasn't even checked. That's just intuition.
Oh boy, we're about to get the Exa v Calamity special on the B site. You can tell that it's all a fake though as D1 gets set up here. Satellite's still hanging out on A though.
The solo footsteps heard. You think Shopify doesn't fall for something like this, but they do. They only keep one around. Calamity with the operator winning against Exa close quarters, and now he will backstep as 2 members of Shopify fall into an empty site. Satellite. Now the only one remaining as the spike already starts to tick away. And D1 have made saltwater taffy out of Shopify this round, but Satellite still solo, still willing to do it all himself. And he will continue to for a couple of crucial seconds as he'll make his way up this fadeaway nebula, slide into the first. Gravity well to hold down Foreign, he cares not. Nature with the invasion through the divide onto Boomy as Shopify try to work off of this late Astra ult. Foreign bobbing and weaving between it so that the timing is better, but they won't hear this diffuse tap, so Xander can get away with at least half. The gravity well doesn't stop him, and neither does any member of D1. Shopify lay down the divide and just hold Spike to make the gap 1 round.
All right, if we're keeping score here, obviously the most important thing, Calamity 1, Exa 2 at this point.
Yes, please keep that in mind, guys, please.
Gotta have that tally available to all of us. But it was just a really excellent job of using those ultimates to make sure that that sound was not really used. I mean, obviously you can make the argument here that SRB did fall for the bait that was kind of going on Division 1's side. Thankfully, Satellite able to at least tie things up. But then that Cosmic Divide just added so many different layers of confusion and to the strategy. So D1 kind of collapse here. Boomy going aggressive and D1 flying in.
Wow, and Dynamic immediately tries to chase that down with the one-way, not at all prepared for the very easy trap setup that Xander gets to get away with. Beyond that, now Shopify, yeah, more than convinced to just at least do a slightly heavier lean towards the A site. Why don't you gatekeep at the cave where D1's been pressing on you all bloody game? But meanwhile, found you, and Smoke will not miss that time. Calamity's lurk goes dead.
Smoke's starting to heat up once again. This is such an important thing. We saw what happens if you watch Stage 1 finals, actually SRB versus Core, when Smoke was not able to come online. Means a lot for the team.
Exa with the help of the orb has some vulnerable players, but Boomy is still too fast. Can at least punish as Exa gets a kill on the way down, so Spike still not committed to. The right body was caught, and so D1 yet again a couple of seconds shaved off. As now an orb on the side of the Spike will allow for a little extra space to be made. Boomy still holding on this operator. Leaves him a lot of limited spots, and Foreign cannot check main, which is where most of this invasion is coming from. Boomy should be lucky if he gets away with one here thanks to the neon slide, and he won't. Shopify can now easily sandwich, and Smoke is active. Fellas, we're tied at 10 here on Breeze. Both teams making the climb back.
Jeez, this is what we've pretty much expected between these two teams. Division 1 have done such a good job at stepping up to the plate, stepping up to the challenge, while Shopify Rebellion Black, this has been one of those teams that everyone expected to win things out, and now we're just seeing a clash of ideals here in the lower finals. To start things out as well, I mean, you can see D1, they've got a couple of tricks up their sleeve. They have a couple ideas on how they want to take these engagements and fights. But SRB, the ball's really in their court to just try and be a little bit ahead of that curve and take the read on what's going on, because D1 is the type of team that kind of come into this thing a little bit loud and proud. Like, they're not afraid to just showcase what they're doing to you because they're just assuming that they will be able to win it more or less. We see some opportunities of them to try and outsmart the macro, but when it comes down to this utility game, to setting up these traps, to not even having to take those peaks because you can just rely on the information that's going on, SRB should be a bit more practiced with them. And I think that's why you start to see D1 have these kind of crazy streaks, but then immediately after a little bit of time and reflection, SRB can start to counter that using some more of their utility. And that's the reason why we're at the tie that we are at.
A very long-winded character arcs that both these teams can come with, and you can see the morale flowing like waves. With Shopify in particular, you can just tell when, like, how emotionally charged they are to just get over themselves and beat these cracked kids. It's like a raging ranked lobby all over again. This feels like an immortal rank up game for these guys or something.
You did, but at the same time, so many of these players on Shopify Rebellion Black kind of fall into that exact same bucket. Satellite, Exa, Smoke, all of just these cracked kids trying to make a name for himself.
Another B exec here, as Shopify do have so much obfuscation to just sweep through to start, but Boomy's gonna bust down through all of it with his shotgun and resets with the double slide. I love this character so much, he's so cool.
Neon need a nerf? Nah, no way. But Smoke should have that. Okay. Trade for trade, 1 for 1.
Yeah, Calamity's got to rush back on here, but Xander not entirely sure how close he is to this. Oh, Astra duels. One of my favorite dittos. First skate up by Calamity. He's nice and close to this. I don't think Xander's prepped for him to be inside of it. Calamity avoids that LOS the whole way through and takes the lead back for D1.
Once again, that just kind of showcases how D1 like to play with the expectations of how they would take that. This entire time, Calamity has been the player who's been in the backline, right? The one who plays far away in those post plants. And yet this time, just walks right into the smoke, and that's just subverting Xander's complete expectations on where that Asher was going to be playing. And so as a result of that, D1 find themselves back on to that 11th scoreline before SRB. And yeah, I mean, the discussion about Boomy just flying in there with shotgun, you know, it warrants a bit of a discussion, but at this point, I think that one has also been a little bit beaten and said.
Yeah, ad nauseum, 100%. Yeah. You don't need to hear the tier 2 NA guys talk about how good Neon is in this game. Shopify, once again, Smoke in front of the first point of contact, and yet again, Boomy in front and the first to deal damage. Dynamic just spraying through, tracking the bullet trading. And Xander will fall very early as well. A crucial rifle round for Shopify. They lose this, their ego's kind of toast. A relay bolt to get Satellite in early, and the double flush on the mollies to make sure that no one can puppy guard the spike itself. Forward the creep through the pyramids gets him a second. And it's down to Exa in the 1v3. He's certainly done things like it before, but it would need to be the ace in tandem. And Mikey with the double recon, Calamity with this grab available. There's just so much stall. He might not even get to see the 2 bodies he needs to kill to get this round over with. And there's both. Go on, Mikey! Gets the full proc with the shock dart. Doesn't even need to land a shot in order to get D1 to 12.
It's just such uncomfortable positioning that we see D1 take, so that SRB are just not expecting anybody to be there. I mean, that time around, it was Foreign who was just navigating between those pyramids, just moving up, making sure that SRB don't get a single thing on that actual site and shut down the players who just simply were not aware. You hear the loud Division 1 move all throughout the map. You think you know where they're going, but then that just leaves a little gap, a little opening for one of their players to completely catch you off guard. Now Division 1, one round away from closing out map 1, which was Shopify Rebellion Black's map pick, mind you. And they're really close to doing it. SRB, their econ's not great. They're bringing in 2 judges into this one. Let's see what they can do. Exa already deploying the pit outside of A.
Yeah, nice and early. D1 don't want to contest that at all. Really browsing around mid this time. Seeing if they can, again, find somebody chilling on Nest. Shopify trying to find a reason to stay resilient this round. Xander will have the first point of contact in the smoke to help obfuscate the secondary satellite up on top of the overdrive, but decides to play into the grab well that Calamity sets up to try to trap him and gets killed for it. Now Foreign walks down Xander and has an excuse to set up another Viper's Pit on the spike. And as Shopify go for the 3v3 reapproach to save the game, the first of what would need to be several times. Nature will fall again very early in it. Smoke getting backstabbed by Calamity, and D1 have such a plethora of options at this point, but still, Exa again. A 1v3, once more for the clutch. Little less on his plate, but even still, he would have to make a meal out of it. Foreign will get it done, and Division 1 take map 1 of Breeze by 3, able to get the leg up in the losers finals.
And what a great map being played by Division 1 here. I mean, once again, we're seeing all the stuff that makes them such a comfortable squatting going into there. I think that SRB were getting themselves online. It just happened a little bit too late. I have to wonder right now whether or not this map was a result of them kind of shaking off some of the nerves that they came into this matchup with, given how yesterday went, because we were seeing a lot of moments of just them looking the wrong way, not clearing their corners properly, just not anticipating where these Division 1 players are. And once again, despite the fact that we see them use their utility and usually are able to secure clean kills, the movie just flies in with a shotgun or guns them down, or Foreign's in the right place at the right time and finds a triple kill with the players not looking the right way. That was everything D1 wanted to accomplish, while SRB didn't get anything that they wanted to happen online.
Even so, D1 definitely have a couple things to work on when it comes to that morale. There were several times they got stop-gapped on the macro side, and to a heavy degree, the game planning needs to be solid. On Shopify's side, man, they just got to hit their shots. A couple of crucial moments leading to a victory that they are still trying to chase down, but that morale is increasing, and both these teams know they are facing worthy opponents. We'll see how it goes on map 2. Lotus is coming after the break.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
shot through 2 smokes just like that, huh? Flash. Oh, it's the refrag. Can he get another? A little ace here for smoke on the second round. Oh, no.
We haven't even reached anywhere close to the potential of this team. I think our ceiling's very, very high. We're a really strong team, in my opinion.
It's dynamic. Oh, he sniffed him out. Nice no-scope. Big down 3. Dynamic with the Marshall.
They're obviously like the powerhouse, like probably like the biggest org. I think that, we just bring the same confidence we did today, and I think we can come out with the W.
It was a beach day on Breeze to be kicking off this lower finals between Shopify Rebellion Black and Division 1. A close game all in all, tied at the half, but getting into the second half, Division 1 to slowly take a lead and close it out from there, 13-10 to take the first map in this best of 5. I mean, Vans going into it is the underdogs versus this big org, but Division 1 again looking clean on the day.
And also doing Division 1 things. I think it took a long time before they actually got their first time out in the game. I think it was until finally, I think SRB had like 10 or something like that we finally saw a timeout coming through from the Division side. But that said, I think overall from the first half, SRB almost looked like they had that in the bag since the FE's timeout, because if you looked at Division 1's economy, it was a little bit all over the place. They always had a bunch of like mixed buys here and there, and finally had one of those mixed buys work out in the end to finally end it on a 6-6. But there was a chance potentially to have a deeper lead for SRB in the very beginning. But I think it's when we actually flipped sides here, Roy, where you saw that Division 1 had everything going for them in terms of like fast pops that SRB couldn't stop, and then fast pops missing to like late lurks or just entries. Everything was just working quite well for Division 1, where SRB couldn't get their footing right.
Yeah, it feels like I'm gonna kind of circle back to the beginning of this game too, right? Where like the first 4 rounds that we got to see coming out of D1 were so clean, and it kind of felt like SRB was in their heads a little bit. Like they were afraid to brawl, they were kind of avoiding the fights, and I mean that's just not it's unavoidable against a team like D1. Like you're going to have to fight them eventually. You have to kind of match them on that level, right? And then we saw the timeout come out. Yeah, you're absolutely right. They adjusted. They they made the comeback. They made the first half more competitive. But going into the second, man, I completely agree. And I think for me, like the kind of the winning points for D1 were really in those late rounds where it feels like a lot of the players get to make decisions and make plays, and that kind of feels like the magic zone that D1 wants to be in, right? Like they want to be in those 3v3s. They want to be in those situations where they can flex their intuition, they can flex their playmaking and their confidence in those moments. And it feels like D1 was just relentless in those situations, closing out so many of those rounds, making so many sick plays, and just a crazy first map coming out of them to steal away SRB's pick.
There was definitely spurts of moments for both of these teams, though, where they didn't look as clean as they wanted to, individually or even as a team, right? We're talking about like a missed grab well on one side from Calamity, off shots unfortunately not hitting from the side of Smoke. So there is, I guess, a little bit of jitters going to this lower finals, and both teams kind of really know what's at stake. Like I said, I represented this game for Division 1 saying that they don't really have anything left to lose, or not too much to lose, because they're just vibing all the way here. But I think once we're at the part where like, holy crap, we could actually make it into the grand finals, we actually have what it takes to potentially even win this thing. So it potentially could get into and crawl into your skin, and the nervousness comes out. And then on the other end, it's SRB being like, we shouldn't be in this situation. We shouldn't be trying to come back in a game against Division 1. What the hell is going on? So yeah, it just shows how this game is going to be. You're going to have a lot of these rounds where it does get chaotic, where the individualism has to come out to play.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you can just see a bit of the shakiness in these players' aim. Like normally that's not even in the question. It's the eye test is being passed so fluidly. But I mean, I think I completely agree with Vans. I mean, you're making a really good point. And I genuinely can't tell if the nerves are going to get better as they settle in or worse as the series progresses, because right now for SRB, they're down a map. It's their map pick. You know, they're starting to kind of feel the pressure a little bit. And obviously D1 is one thing to watch D1 play and have an idea of what you want to do, but against a team like D1, you have to be willing to punch back and meet them at that level and surpass it.
Yeah, I think at this point, if I was a coach or I just had that experience for the side of SRB, it doesn't matter that it was our map pick, because if we looked at it from the desk side point of view, they have a very similar map pool across the board.
There's overlaps.
And yeah, exactly. Overlaps, and also failures on the same maps. So at the end of the day, this just becomes, we're just going to play the map pool that's very similar to the other one, and we got to play our own game. So don't let that map pick kind of thing get to our heads. We just got to make sure that we fight well against D1 here.
I mean, looking at the individual player performance across the board, though, I mean, both teams definitely tried to make it uncomfortable for the other to play their own game. I mean, you highlighted in that first half of things the the awkward half buys coming out from Division 1 just kind of getting pushed around a little bit. And then, of course, with SRB trying to go for a little bit of a slower style, but D1 just being in their face, right? And when I look at Division 1 and just the way they're able to overwhelm, I mean, you get to see Boomy just still doing Boomy things, right? But then as well, everyone else to be able to back it up, like Calamity, awesome. Mikey was on fire for it as well, has just been a staple throughout this team. Like, it was just impressive across the board.
And I think really the interesting thing with this match is we kind of got to see a step up from everyone, it feels like, right? Like there's so many moments where everyone stepped up, and usually with these teams, there's someone that's popping off. There's someone that's like, you know, having a pop off map, but it really didn't feel like it this time around. It kind of felt like everyone had their impact. Like we saw a lot of sick plays coming out from Calamity. We saw Boomy on the entries, which he's actually a demon, by the way. It must be so stressful to play against. And we also got to see Foreign like doing the light rounds and the clutches and just like the peak offs and the trades, right? And even on the other side for SRB, we got to see the Exa heat up. Satellite was a bit slow in the beginning, and he kind of started heating up progressively. But I think for me, the only reason why I'm still confident in SRB and I don't feel like they're too deep in their heads is because, I mean, let's look at the facts, right? They lost pistol, they lost the second pistol, they
Both
also
pistols,
lost the first bonus. I'm like, at that point, like you've won the majority of the gun rounds, right? Like they should be fine. They should be like, okay, we need to get a pistol, make sure we get, you know, secure some of the rounds we're supposed to be winning, and let's make sure we're winning our bonuses. And that match is a completely different turn of events, right?
And recognizing that, I think, should help going on into the next map of the series. And again, want to go back to the point of, with a similar map pool between these two, even if that was SRB's pick, we're still going into a map that, even though Division 1's picking this, does, I mean, look good for both of these teams. We have so many reps here. Sure, it was an SRB that's kind of experimented with a couple of different compositions here, Vans, throughout the stage, but where they've landed on has looked strong. So I'm expecting another close map between these two.
Yeah, both of these teams had victories against Evil Geniuses Academy that has been on a come up for quite a while as well, going into the VCL. So that's going to be a little bit of a confidence booster for sure, in terms of, especially on SRB's camp, if they're trying different compositions going to this one. But being settled into maybe getting away from the Vice, because I feel that at that point, if you're looking at some of these teams in the VCL, we're still putting a lot of importance into a Whaley. I think they're just trying to find better ways to stall now, not only the Neon, but a double dive into it. So if they're going to stick to their tried and true here for the side of SRB, I think the Viper is still a very nice way to just cycle and stall and even cause disruption when players are actually trying to dash through. And I think the advantage of being able to play that way is because on this map, there's not many teams that will run any flashes into the teams either. So utilizing the extra smokes that you have around the map and playing around those would actually give you an opportunity to really not get run down by like a Neon sliding through.
Now, Roy, the fact that this is familiar for both these teams, very familiar to us, the amount of reps, what are you kind of anticipating going into this as maybe like the win condition or the thing to look out for?
I mean, I think for me, my eyes are kind of on Dynamic for Division 1 and how Dynamic's going to be dealt with. Like, yeah, SRB does have the extra controller and there is a lot more for them to work with, but it feels like D1's approach to this map is very in tune with the fact that Viper is common on this map and Vice is common on this map. Now, there's no Vice in this, at least as long as there's no changes. Yeah, it's it's virtually a mirror comp, but just a swap out for Chamber for Viper.
Exactly.
But for Division 1, it's the Chamber it's going to be kind of awkward to deal with, right? Because Division 1 is totally willing to challenge you, and we've seen it so many times. And if SRB is scared of the fights and they're scared of like the team brawls, they're going to be willing to risk a player's life for Dynamics. And then Dynamic has the escape, get out of jail free card, and he's looked so good on this map as well. So a lot of pressure on this first half for both of these teams. Division 1's obviously looking to keep the momentum going, but for SRB, it's really them being willing to brawl with Division 1 and making sure they're not losing a lot of players until they get into those late rounds.
That's why it's super important when it comes down to prep. By playing against a Chamber that lets the trip on middle, it allows for Division 1 to actually have strong bodies and aggression out of the extremities. So it comes down to what nature and the team preps up to push that line of attack away on the defensive line so that they could get their own map space and hopefully get some upper hands in the gunfights through that. So I'm keeping an eye out on nature and how he could actually counter this aggression from Dynamic, Calamity, and also Boomy.
I mean, going into Lotus now, it's time to see for Division 1 this momentum that they've built up, not just within the series, but throughout this lower bracket run, if it's something that they can keep going. And for Shopify Rebellion Black, if this is where they can stop the bleeding, it was such a close series in the first map. It's time to see if they can take the second one as we head to Lotus with your casters. Back over to Marks and Tenra.
Thanks again, Sierra. Well, coming out of that first victory for Division 1, they'll be taking it to one of their strongest maps in the pool, being Lotus, starting out on that defensive side. Marcus, we know Division 1 can bring the fight, but will Division 1 bring the fight to Shopify again here in this first half of regulation?
Well, to answer that question, Tenric, I've done a little bit of caster math here,
Whoa.
which is something that the desk brought up. Both of these teams faced and beat Evil Geniuses Academy. Yeah, that is true. That is true. But actually, Division 1 beat them 13-5, whereas Shopify Rebellion Black beat them 14-12. And so by going off this very, accurate mathematics that
yes,
I'm putting on the table
transitively,
right
obviously,
now,
of course. Yes,
of
I understand.
course, yes, backed by statistics. Division 1 should have this one in the bag, which is a little bit concerning if you're an SRB fan here. And once again, looking at these compositions, the desk also did a great job of highlighting some of the differences in how these players want to set up, specifically Dynamic coming onto the Chamber and then Exa back onto the Viper. You know that these are both extremely comfortable for both these teams, but Division 1 is all about pressure, baby. They're going to be pressuring all these different lanes, keeping an eye on everything that is going on. Whereas SRB, it's all about that controlling of that information. Cut off those long sight lines, make sure a lot of these players, like Dynamic, don't have an opportunity to get online, because Boomy and Calamity are going to be the players who are a little bit more front and center. But if Dynamic is able to just hold down sight lines, hold down sights by himself, then, well, that's a lot of pressure that's taken onto a single point on the map, which will funnel SRB over to there. So I'm super curious to see how SRB on this attack, utilizing those controllers, are going to be able to navigate their way around and really defuse this Division 1 composition.
It's tough to justify telling Shopify to be as hyper-aggressive as Division 1 because explosions onto Mound and Rubble are simply put easier for defensive sides to execute. And we've seen Division 1 have so much comfort on getting hyper-aggressive on both of those extremities, starting out on the defense. So it's tough to know what tempo Shopify should at least start out on. I think Division 1 is a very easy team to adjust to, not a very easy team to start playing against. And these teams coming into this series had not played each other at all. So seeing how Shopify is going to adjust to this tempo, which is once again lightning fast. Boomy, of all people, has started choking up with this shorty, though. He can't get really farther than the C boxes. So just going to play purely for noise, which will be entirely for the bingo stack on Rubble, as Shopify will go towards a very vacated A site.
The utilization of the fact that Satellite likes to play alone, run that distraction, cause all the mayhem, that makes sure that A is wide open. SRB walk in for free, get the spike down, 5v5 post-plant. Let's see what Division 1 got cooked up for us.
Lot of spaces to check. These are the moments in which Division 1 tend to fall. There's too many places to stare at, and Calamity still with these slides. He'll be the Neon in charge this time around and get it started with that opener. Now Exa stack running into him. Opener picked off by Nature, and Exa sees that as the excuse to walk back in. Now just try firing through the Toxic Orb. Why not? Grab a third onto Mikey, and Dynamic feels like only an extra piece of credit, but they'll still find some nice little points in there on the way down. Still, 3 bodies remain standing for Shopify. Pre-plant looked beautiful. Post-plant looked solid. You got around him once. You just got to juke him out 12 more times.
Exa doing his best Mikey impression on this pistol round. Able to find 3 with the bandit headshots too is kind of sick with it. But yeah, once again, just a very good calling made by Shopify Rebellion Black. Once again, just run Satellite around, call for all of that craziness over there, make sure that the plant is more or less guaranteed. And then the good thing about Satellite being so far back also gets that information on where the prime retake is. D1 though, they're already going fast and furious. Here comes Boomy.
Yeah, looking for a kill with that shorty. Won't be able to find the perfect shot, but gets pretty close to it thanks to that near side. Dynamic does find a nice little lineup, and still as the smoke comes in, gets Satellite on the way down with dink number 2. This man is a legend on the Headhunter. Good lord. Smoke can still catch Calamity, who is trying to make a little run back on the U-turn. Foreign almost gets timing on Nature's attempted plant, but now it is just Mikey remaining, who will attempt to do his own best Mikey impression, but Nature can shut that down with a Sheriff to the dome, and so Shopify will once again keep 3 up for round 2.
Nah, can't be a Mikey impression. Wasn't pistol round. That's why Mikey lost that. If it was pistol, Mikey would have had that. It would have been crazy, man. You would have seen the triple headshot, and that would have been the round. But yeah, once again, SRB. I mean, that time around, it's still just the weapon difference that makes that thing work. But Dynamic is already showcasing why they specifically bring this chamber into this map. I mean, you can tell from a utility perspective, Viper makes a lot more sense, right? You're able to close off these lanes. You know, you get the snake bite, a lot of useful tools. But if we see Dynamic get a lot of kills, then that is a more useful tool in my opinion, because at the end of the day, finding kills versus gaining space, well, finding those kills makes your life a lot easier in those later rounds, and that is Dynamic's job. Just be hyper aggressive, hold down that C lane, and make sure no one goes through unpunished.
Looks like Shopify will have their hearts set on A again here on the bonus. How many players died to an outlaw shot? 2?
I think so.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if that ever actually comes into effect here, just because you're so close up. Calamity with the shotgun. Prowler won't catch him, give away the shotgun, so Satellite's got to use the slide, and he'll just limbo right under that hitbox. Gets a second on Mikey as well, and Shopify can flood A with ease.
Aspect should go down nice and easy. 3v5 here on the retake. Dynamic coming in with a Bucky is not exactly how you want this one to work out, but given the fact that Boomy and Foreign do have a rifle, there's still great opportunity. Still, though, they got to clear smoke with this Judge.
Oh. And that's Dynamic's body given to it. At least gets one down along the way. Satellite ready for the next 2 to approach on drop. Doesn't move, so Foreign has a very easy punish once he puts his head up. Still, though, not much time left to go, and a lot of bodies you have to trade through. D1 see the writing on the wall, and will try to keep 2 of their rifles as they'll hightail it, give Shopify their own streak.
Now Shopify should be able to get 3 in a row now. Exa actually going hunting. Try to get closer to having the pit online, 4 away. But man, it's so fun watching these neons with the shotguns. Am I right, chat? Just fly through,
hey,
and you never know who's gonna win.
Careful, careful.
My bad. But you know, like when it came down to it, based off the last map, that was Boomy, right? That was Boomy flying through. I think Boomy's neon tech is looking fantastic. And we didn't really get to see Satellite do a lot of that. It was a lot more rifling. That's something that we expect from Shopify Rebellion specifically. But when Satellite gets that shotgun, and on top of that, Smoke getting a shotgun as well, they're duelists. They like to fly in there and really hold those aggressive angles. That's something that D1 just simply were not expecting, which is kind of why the last round went the way that it did.
Well, with the mixed buy, Division 1 is going to go for that hyper-aggression onto Rubble to start things out, and they will flush Shopify away, so that's already a good third of the map cleared away. Shopify see that as the go button to try to get into this B site, and they'll get rid of the trademark pretty quick, so they can take over this nice and fast. Foreign, tough duel to take against Smoke. Really feeling himself at this point. Attempted lurk by Calamity. Does catch Xander down to the 30 trade, but we certainly do take those. So D1, tough to approach this. Dynamic with the Tour de Force in hand as well. Has to go for the long-winded angle. Will even get rid of his rendezvous to go for the stab from spawn. Oh no, he's watching Satellite's wrap instead. What a great read, and now he turns on to Smoke. Good God. Man just might get it all done on his own. Slow zone dissipates, so the rest of D1 will encroach. Limited time to get this done. Dynamic, another slow contact, another kill with this Tour de Force. Unstoppable with a scope. And he might have to be the saving grace too, as Nature holds it down against the crowd. Short side catches him. Nightfall to try to save as they double swing with the approaching. And it's Boomy that ends up getting the work done. D1 have just enough to get over the line. And with a little time to spare, they will get on the board.
Speaking of nerves, Nature goes for the Nightfall just at the end there. That is such a key ultimate that basically just gets tossed away, because at that point, D1 are all the way up into your face. I'm not gonna lie, given the fact that Shopify were stalling out on being able to move through, I was wondering whether or not they were gonna go for that spawn push, wrap their way around to see, get the spike down, kind of give the good old slip to D1. But instead, they decide to commit to that B site, and Dynamic just goes crazy with it. You could see the flank pressure being set up to try and take Dynamic out, and yet still hits one, opens the door, flips around, hits another. It's an unbelievable play coming through from Dynamic. And once again, yeah, the chamber, not exactly the best util-wise, but if Dynamic can continue to find this value, the Shopify Rebellion Black have a lot of issues to work with.
Yeah, they know who's worth setting up at the moment, but revealing Dynamic that fast will definitely encourage Shopify to take over Mound and by extension the C site. So they have your presence on the site itself, primarily from 4 with that counter paranoia to try to slow it down, but in comes the crowd and there's no vice wall to stop these guys. They can all just run in willy-nilly. Satellite with his overdrive. Yeah, that is tough. Going solo like that with no opening before you, and that snake bite isn't even gonna fully field out back hall. So Shopify playing really trepidatious at the moment as D1 can go back in very quickly for this retake. Sans Dynamic if they want to, and the Prowler is even gonna catch Exa down. Has to get shot back. Calamity traded away as Exa makes the approach and has to step back again. With this waterfall position red, though, D1 have a lot of freedom to start making their way down heaven, and Boomy with the high altitude clear will confirm Nature's position as well. In rolls D1, the collective, the unit, the squad, and Dynamic still is the one who farms the kills. Not just on the board, now far closer. And Division 1 show that their dogs are in all of these fights.
Once again, you're seeing that uncomfortability from Shopify Rebellion kind of show its face. Not the cleanest take of the site here. A couple of mistakes, couple of gaps that are left exposed, honestly, and D1 are just flowing with it. I mean, you see them. They're just like, yeah, we're just going to hang out here, wait until everybody's ready to go, and when we decide to push in, oh boy, are we going to be pushing in. And Dynamic is just able to sweep up all of the kills necessary to drag them across the finish line, completely dismantling the Shopify Rebellion economy in the midst of all of that. Satellite going to be coming in here, the only one who can buy up that Phantom, given the fact that we saw him use the overdrive last round. But everybody else is just on that hard save. This one is still going to be tough as Dynamic is on this A site, watching it. With that noise, they at least know where the SOP is.
Shopify choosing to press into it, knowing that that tree presence is a little more vulnerable for Dynamic to commit to. Still, he commits and still he gets the kill, gets away, and now has the support from the rest. But Shopify have a huge paranoia coming in from Zaire to field out a lot of that site. It's got to be Boomy and Mikey on the boxes itself to hold it down, and they do. Now the Nightfall to follow up onto Nature, who has grabbed that operator in desperation to run away. Exa creeping all the way up to CT in the meantime, has fielded out this B site and throws a beautiful Seize by Nature to stall this out so that the pit can get tossed up by Shopify. These gamer brains are just moving a mile a minute today. I love it.
It's going to be tough though. Nature just has this operator, and so the Viper Spit actually could be a little bit of a detriment if they take the fight inside of it.
Yeah, but the back hall is going to get the occupation. Mikey gets red, but whiffed. And now the Haunt to confirm the position by Exa that has to get shot down, so that'll get a bullet trade available in for Boomy on this 1 HP, who can't find the kill. It's Exa, and immediately fades back out of the pit. Mikey gets juked, has to tap, and as the pit is dissipated, Exa gets the reset. Mikey, unfazed, on the half tap. Goes again, Exa's got to reapproach. Mikey, not enough time to win the fight, and it doesn't matter when Exa wins it anyway. Shopify get the recovery round they need at the perfect time they need it. Make it 4-2.
You see Exa as well just breathe a sigh of relief like, oh man, that round was slipping out of our control. At this point, I'm convinced Shopify Rebellion Black, they just have to play this one a lot more forwards, a lot more faster, and get up into the face of those D1 players. Usually you would have assumed that range would have been the name of the game, but Dynamic has just been absolutely shutting them down on that front. And well, of course, Nature, I'm gonna be so real. I thought Nature was gonna die to the Prowler there, you know, gets caught up by all the Fade utility, could have gotten chomped, but able to escape and get one on the way out. Makes it so that it's such an evened out fight. And already Boomy flying in yet again, gets that information. Xander not gonna be biting on that one. While D1 just kind of dig their heels into the ground. Calamity gonna be watching all the way outside of A, and Smoke wins that duel.
The man has got an op. The game is going to change. And props to Xander for deciding to stick around on that mound to make sure the D1's rotation was slower. The 4-1 made it so they couldn't fully call. And now holding the flank as well. The man can do it all. Rest of D1 will make the approach up from CT. They do have the convergent paths available for this, but that's why Shopify is backstepped. They'll get smoked away. Smoke going for the op shot. Gets shot out by Boomy early. Salvageable for D1. Creeping by Boomy into tree now. Trying to get some extra bodies along the way on the post plant. But Xander has been able to meet the rest of the pack and is going to get everything done himself. It's now Boomy who is trapped in tree. Has to use the rewind to go for attempt number 2. And it'll have to be an ace to save this game with an empty mag. He'll go to the pistol and do some decent damage, but Shopify has enough to hold it down.
One of the things that the desk also talked about D1 is the fact that they like to be in those kind of scrappy moments, right? Like the overall macro team fight stuff, get that out of here. We prefer those 3v3s. We prefer the 2v2s where it's very much you just lock into the micro plays that are going on. And I got to give it to Shopify Rebellion Black. They've been showing us a level of dynamicism which we didn't see on the previous map, where I talked about them being so regimented, where I talked about them having that game plan and trying to do everything really to stick to it. This time around, we're seeing them flow a little bit better, make better decisions in some of those smaller moments. Exactly like you said, those big gamer brains activating to make these crazy calls, and that is matching Division 1's energy.
Well, now it's the other Opper who has that power, but Smoke gonna go in cold and catch Calamity on B. Now the rushdown attempt from Boomy is stopped by Exa, who is holding A as well. And Shopify's patience pays dividends against an antsy D1. Now a second for Smoke as well. And that operator is looking a lot more lit than Breeze already. Shopify have their pick of the litter for where they want to strike, but D1, sensing that opportunity, will go to where it's probably best. All reliable.
Let's be careful now. It is dynamic with an operator in hand, hanging out on the site, and foreign as well. Been looking for that opportunity to also get online. Had a fantastic map last time.
It's a tree swing to first kill. Rushdown, not available. Satellite was the one who fell. Dynamic has a buffer, and now a second angle. But lets the first one through, whiffs against Xander, and Foreign cannot do anything more. Valiant attempt, but still one that had too much in its way, and Shopify get up to 6 on the attack.
Yeah, Nature shaking his fist. Just like, let's go, they're bringing it back. Xander as well. I think the last time that I got to watch Shopify Rebellion Black play Lotus, Xander was an absolute menace. Just did such a good job at clearing off and spraying through smokes, honestly, but just being in the right place at the right time to secure those multi-kills and just using the game knowledge to the maximum. And on the defense as well, I'm excited to see that when we eventually see that flip. This time D1, their economy has been boomed. We see 2 Buckies kind of come in here, and they do have 3 ultimates to work off of. But SRB keep them at bay with their utility.
There's that Nightfall immediately out from Nature as well. Big punish onto the group, but D1's just gonna double down, go for the crowd strike. And Calamity with this overdrive can actually make a good bit of space against the spike that has now been dropped. Still though, beyond that, you have the entirety of Spawn to work with if you're Shopify, and that means you can kind of get away with anything, including taking over C-Site solo, which Xander can TP back to the spike for and turn this back into a very easy anti-eco.
Yeah, the whole mad dash for D1 has to come online here. Those 2 Buckies in play. Calamity, though, does have a rifle. Yeah, they want to retake this. All 4 members ready, and you know this is their style.
This is where they fare best. Boomy does not have the dash, though, so they've got to go in kind of dry, and the paranoia is so quick. Good stuff from Xander to get that early stopgap to Calamity to trade that away, and it's just a trade stack. Satellite now trying to make sure that Smoke has a couple extra opportunities. That convergent paths will be one of them, and one cut down to half. The double swing in, though, onto the operator makes it tough for Smoke to justify sticking around. It's got to be Satellite, and it's a cheeky angle on this spike, but not a perfect one. Mike will fall, and the time is gone. Shopify get another on the board.
You can see the amount of respect being played to these D1 players. You can't give them a single opportunity. Despite the fact that they know that they should have been on top of that one, we still see Smoke use the convergent paths just to secure all of it. Make sure that there is absolutely no opportunity for Division 1 to come back into it. And with that, Shopify Rebellion Black, they empty out pretty much all of their pockets to secure those chain of rounds. While Division 1, they're going to be the ones with the ultimates to play off of. Of course, it's mostly going to be that Nightfall from Mikey that could make that big impact here, but we're due for a brawl, and it's going to be happening outside of C.
Yeah, D1 is going to give it a full-blown attempt. If they hyper-aggro this and they're right, it means big Calamity for the one. D1 goes for the trade-off, and the high ground taken by Foreign and Boomy nets them the majority. Exa now standing alone, attempt to TP in from Foreign to get extra intel to make sure nobody else is astray. And indeed, Nature, now with this op in hand, has played tandem with Exa, leading to Shopify starting to storm the front, gain what they can along the way here, but that is definitely a fight that D1's happy with.
Now the team fight just coming out on top of it. Division 1 known for how good they are at taking those initial brawls and walking away with a bit of an advantage. Dynamic just anchoring down B, but given that information on that Prowler, it's pretty apparent where Shopify Rebellion are going. They still have a minute though. Let's see what they do.
Dynamic holding B just in case they swing through the door. That's their only second option at this point. 4 in the smoke into the high ground to make sure that the contact swing doesn't do anything. Exa just has to dip out, and it doesn't feel like this is strong enough. Well, not with Nature holding that operator. Just feels like you can't get inside. But you pivot now, and Dynamic's gonna catch you. It feels like Shopify have run themselves dry of options here. Unless Dynamic whiffs, he decides to walk right to the doorstep. And that is crucial. Let Shopify snake all the way back over to A with impunity.
Yeah, look at this. It's just a mad dash over there. Will be Mikey who's going to be able to get in there first, but look at that. Exa is able to get the pit online. My one concern right now is going to be, how they're going to be able to retake this. An excellent position, actually, for this pit to get set up here. And so it cuts off a lot of this space, and if they want to go in for that spike, they got to go all the way to tree now.
Even still, it feels like there could be only one place Shopify's members are, so Foreign can pressure that pretty immediately. Oh, but they'll sprint right back up to the front of it the second the door's procced. They don't even care about letting intel go. They just want to take the better position. And D1 understands how important that is as well. By God, they might have perfected it here on an A. But Shopify has the 8-2 lead.
Oh, what? You think we're going to hang out in the Viper's pit? Nah, that one's for losers. Who does that, man? We're out of here. And I was going to say, like, one of the good things about using the pit that late into it is the Nightfall has already been expended. And so, you know, you don't risk yourself on getting caught out and then you can't hear anything and then it gets a lot more difficult. So you're inside the pit and you don't know how things are going to go. But because right off the rip, Mikey used that, Exa was very safe. And then it's just, once again, smart decision making in the moment for Exa and Nature to step out of there. And then Division 1 were like, what do you mean they're not hanging out in here? And completely caught off guard with Nature being able to secure those 2 kills. Good heads up thinking coming in from Shopify, and they've already taken this B site.
I have them.
Overdrive now used by Satellite for the post plant as X's lurk does nothing. Wow. Looking for some grounds in, and D1, yeah, they just go for the invasion. Everyone on all fronts just walking it down and making it work. TP back from Xander is the only thing they have to hold on to, but the man is on 6 HP, just gets sprayed down. D1, turn that B site into a blender in mere seconds.
You can see it. Like, if you looked at the minimap of how D1 were getting themselves set up, it almost felt like they were like, yeah, please, plant the spike. We're ready to jump on you. And so in a weird way, the fast take that Shopify got for quote-unquote free was actually a trap setup to make sure that D1 were going to be able to come in with all the might and all the fury in the world, and most importantly, with a judge in hand. And just completely sweep house. Shopify Rebellion Black, as soon as the spike goes down, have no idea where to look, as the D1 flood-in was just so effective against them. And so it's a very fast and decisive round from Division 1 to take it now to 3-8. But last round and a half, and yeah, it's a brawl outside of A.
Everybody's fully bought on the verge of a couple ults that some players really need to get to. Boomy being one of them, but he will not be able to use it as he falls after the first trade out. Now D1 trying to afford as many bodies as they can to this, but the 2 that are left are quite slow, and Shopify want to track it down with the help of that Prowler. They will fully field away the rest of D1 through the baby door, and yet again, that means A side is open for business.
Yeah, they will be able to get that spike down nice and easy here, but the reinforcements from Division 1 have already got themselves set up. It's going to be up to Smoke to watch for that flood in.
Skates in to drop, but Mikey is ready for it. Not aware of how close D1 could be to this. Xander on the wraparound, able to maybe backstab Foreign. No, a little too behind to this, so they have to repack in, but it means Mikey could just circle back and almost clutch up by himself. He could do it against Nature as well, but Nature lines up the head. The crouch is all that matters in that 1v1, and Shopify will make it 9-3.
Yeah, excellent readaptation from Shopify Rebellion Black after that last round where they went fast and furious and kind of got slapped around for it. They decided to do it again and go on to that A site. But most importantly, Nature gets a number of kills there. And I think that that is going to be extremely important for SRB because you saw earlier the nerves were coming through for Nature, missing a couple of very key shots and losing rounds for SRB. But once again, we're calming down, we're feeling nice and confident, and now a lot of these SRB players are starting to come online, making up for that previous map on Breeze, where it really felt like a lot of them were struggling even to find those original kills. And so, we will be swapping around now. Of course, Shopify Rebellion Black did prefer the attacking side, but now they're on the defense, and it's going to be aggressive outside of C with Nature and Satellite.
Yeah, big mound fight that Shopify's minority is deciding to take, but D1 seemed like they were expecting a little more to it. So perhaps a trade of util that Shopify could be kind of happy with there. Satellite still has his relay bolt. Calamity used his preemptively there.
There.
Oh man,
Now
this
the
is so
Prowler
smart.
as well with no presence. Yeah, they've drained the well before D1 even gets to his site. Except for the double duelist dash, of course. And Boomy's gonna get in, allow for Calamity to get his opening. Nature traded, Satellite on 1 HP, and now the Neon can slide and let D1 do the rest of the talking. So, sticking to formula, they're able to take this. Now the 3v4. Boomy is quite low, though. And Shopify's a little early to this. We'll see how they're able to make something of it. Saturate's still free for smoke. Xander with the paranoia as well. Seaside's a great place to let that fly. And there's the former of it, but Dynamic, yeah, I mean, he's been in that spot a bajillion times, just not checked. The lineup swing onto Xander as well. That leaves him solo, and Exa yet again. Seemingly, this poor guy stuck in so many 1vx's across the series so far. But it'll be another pistol for Division 1.
Yeah, a great pistol coming through from Division 1. That time, Mikey not the one who's kind of clutching it up and making sure that Division 1 get dragged across the finish line. But I feel like we have to have that conversation now about Smoke not being able to get the value that really Shopify Rebellion Black brought him onto the team to get for them. Like, we're seeing Smoke struggle yet again on this map, and this is even after all of those sniper rifles were kind of bought up. We saw Smoke really pop off on that Yoru, and I think the question should be asked right now, like, how effective is this guy on the Waylay? Because so far it's been a little bit tough.
Oh no! Boomy! Oh, that's a generational whiff. It doesn't matter much in the grand scheme of things because this is an anti-eco, but that was such a cool plan that Boomy had with the early saturate to get the kill. And if you follow that up, that would have been a clip. 100%. Instead, the first chip of damage is actually done through a toxic screen as Nature is caught by the Marshall shot by Dynamic here. And now the repivot back over to C after that early bit of aggression, where Xander looks terrified of what might come his way next.
Prowler gets the information as well. Yeah, D1. C-side is theirs. SRB finally going around, but they have to be careful of where Dynamic is hanging out.
Yeah, he'll be making his way back over, just making sure nobody is going to go for this backstab. Had the trademark on A rather than B, so could have allowed for somebody to step in, even with these pistols. Risky. But now the stack's here, Shopify. I doubt they even fight this. They probably just play for Boom. Dynamic wants to fight this, though. Yeah, he wants free kills. What are you talking about?
Whoa!
Aye. Better
Sorry,
luck
did you
next
say
time.
free?
Okay, hey, look at y'all. Let's get some orbs on the board here while it's 9-5. Good job, guys. Oh my God! Only Mikey's left, guys. This is great. Nice job. Great work. It's technically a clutch thanks to that. That's so funny.
Yeah. That's kind of crazy. I mean, like you said, it was going to be free, and even the judge doesn't find the kills there, which is kind of crazy in the grand scheme of it. But SRB, I mean, that's a great way to kind of stabilize just a bit more, because the economy on the side of Division 1, I mean, look at the guns that they're bringing into this one. 2 Buckies. We're obviously going to discount the fact that the Bucky might find very easy kills. But on SRB, it's just all rifles across the board. And so they're kind of coming into this very heavy-handed and should be able to get themselves to that double-digit score line. But Division 1, I mean, you know these guys are scrappy, and they do have a couple of tools in their pocket.
Smoke watch on the C-Mound opening. Boomy will give a Saturate another try. Much bigger crowd that he dives into, but I think he caught all 3 of them, so nobody's able to punish. And that will also confirm a heavy swath of information that D1 can use and weaponize into a very quick A-take. Nature, who's already on 59 HP thanks to the opening lurk fight he took, is now kind of stuck by himself against one. Okay, X has made his way back. He'll start taking pot shots, but now they sloop around through tree. Yeah, Nature's just not quick enough to it. He only gets Dynamic in the back. Now X has already been found out, so D1 can start screwing with him as they'll get this spike down safely.
This is smart from SRB. They decided to back up instead of taking those fights, so they will be able to take this one with the numbers that they need.
Exa with this bite on drop could be great to help flush out the 3-stack on the boxes, but just waiting out to see if they check anything else. Yeah. Boomy's not going to waddle out any further than this. Who strikes first? It's the Saturate in the backside, so Exa can start approaching on the pinch to the drop. That'll get an easy twofer, and now we can just start assaulting. Mikey, left alone, has to deal with the first. Smoke just gonna stick this. Oh, that was some risky business, Buck. But it'll get the job done. Shopify's on double digits.
That's
Bruh,
crazy.
he should not have done that. To be completely clear, there is no universe he should have ever done that.
The biggest enemy of Shopify Rebellion Black, the smoke. And I'm not talking about the player in this case. Okay, I want to be very clear about that because I know you can get how it can get confused, but it's just Mikey just like, well, I think they're on the spike, so I'm just gonna spray things down now, and is able to walk away with a couple of kills, which is very unconventional. The fact that Smoke, it just sticks to spike there, it still loses his life as well. I mean, gotta be a little bit of a disappointment, but Boomy, 3 kills right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, this buy was cooked when Shopify lost all of its members still while clutching, so D1 get a freebie this time around, on the verge of a flawless one after the crowd crush here on the baby door. They tried to go for a big boy trap, but not working this time around. Hey guys, where's Exa? Oh, where could he be?
Hey, Calamity, go find him. Let's make that 1v1 happen.
Oh, classic returning yet again. Let's see it. Knives out, mayhaps? Oh, boo, whatever. All right.
Hey, in D1's defense, they are down 5-10, so you know
Hey,
they gotta
why
make sure
can't these
that's
guys
fair.
have fun in my losers finals, huh?
Yeah,
What about
right?
me? What about my expectations?
It's not like they're playing for like elimination or anything, am I right? It's crazy. Just have fun.
Or their
What was that?
salaries?
Whew. Salary is crazy. Yeah, but once again, this is just the storm and fury that we expect Division 1 to kind of come out the gate swinging, and it's going to be these initial team fights that I think SRB have to do a good job at trying to mitigate and keep under control. If they let Division 1 kind of take that fight and really just roll over them, take all of that map space as well, then it doesn't quite work out. But SRB relying on very similar tactics to what we saw for Division 1, but Smoke misses that shot.
And that Saturate still does catch him post-refract, so he needs a smoke in order to get him out. Luckily, it was Foreign that kind of provided him one there, so Shopify do have a full 5 stack ready to fight and close to this. Paranoia won't catch, but the convergent paths will. Boomy sees an opportunity to step out, but the counter Paranoia thrown in makes it so Calamity doesn't have a single body he can spot out of this, just a sight that D1 can confidently take. Now the reapproach, again, quick-witted, quick-footed, but Shopify still can't catch a body. Now handing the op over to make sure that Smoke can get in uncontested. No double dash required. Calamity walks in. Boomy the waterfall creep, and D1 has already made the distance. Boomy the walk back as well. And Shopify up a creek without a paddle. D1 make it 7 and keep 3 standing to boot.
Okay, I was gonna say Shopify Rebellion Black did a pretty good job at mitigating a lot of that aggression, right? Like even before the spike goes down and Boomy uses the convergent paths, you could tell Division 1 are like pedal to the metal, let's hop on these guys right now and just roll them over. But SRB, they are able to play defensively there and are able to get away. And so suddenly that level of aggression, while not getting the spike down, works in the detriment of Division 1. And yet still, they make sure to hang out around the site. And as SRB are re-engaging, you can tell the utility's a little bit more scattered. The smokes aren't exactly in the right places. Division 1 setting it up to make it more chaotic. And it's in those moments of chaos, in those split-second decisions, that Division 1 are able to come out on top. And this is going to make Coach Effie's call for that timeout right now for Shopify Rebellion Black. Figure out what the heck is going on. Their economy is absolutely decimated. Satellite going to be bringing in that Bucky. But yeah, once again, that conversation about Smoke, missing those opening op shots, it makes a big difference, especially going up against a Division 1 where you know they thrive off of having more players alive in order to take those team fights.
I mean, not just the whiff of the op shot, but having to burn the light speed to get out because the Saturate hit you. And you refracted there to make sure that it didn't hit you, and it still did. So Smoke lost all of his kit, all of his positioning in like one person's decision making. It is very, very shady scaffolding that Smoke's ability sits on top of when it doesn't show itself. And yeah, unfortunately, it's been a bit of an underperformance from this offer for Shopify.
Like the newly built FIFA stadiums. It's like, oh yeah, they look good in theory, and then you look at them and you're like, this is gonna fall apart. Uh-oh.
Yeah, not a lot of good upkeep. I can feel it in my bones. Satellite, I don't give it a go. Wow, snaps to it with the Bucky. We take those. Still plenty of time though for D1 to go shopping with this, and now without that shotgun, Shopify don't exactly have too many more chances to get free kills, but Nature is going to give it a go here. Now creeping up to the boxes. Let's see if D1 checks this. And they don't. Free right click, so, you know, props, but that's not going to fully kill Mikey.
Where are you?
So unfortunate. Sometimes the classic builds don't work out the way that you want them to go. And yet we see Division 1 feign it towards that C site, but we'll move through. Keep an eye though, Dynamic actually coming with the squad this time, so opportunity for that flank to get set up if D1 just don't go aggressive.
Toying with those outlaw shots does leave Boomy vulnerable, and there's no immediate pickup after that, but D1 will very quickly move into the rest of the stack and shred. Only a matter of time before that came to be, but I gotta say, it's pretty impressive how Shopify managed to chip 3 members away down on the way down there.
That's looking like when they're on those saves, they're somehow able to walk away with greatness. And speaking of greatness, you know what's great? 5 ultimates available. So all the tools in the world right now for Shopify Rebellion Black to stop this losing streak. 3 rounds have been dropped to D1, a little bit unconventionally, but it still is a loss for a loss. Now, using these ultimates, they have to stabilize themselves. If they don't win this round, then we get to see their economy broken, and then it just keeps on happening round after round. Bit of aggression from SRB down towards C to get that mound presence. That's just on the other side of where D1 are. We know they just like to fade it. Oh, no way, Xander gets one.
Only a matter of time. That counter smoke was already occupied 4 rounds ago. Xander was more than ready for it. Now Satellite can just keep spraying into the abyss looking for something dynamic. If they don't show me that back, I'm rioting. What kind of snap is that? Ridiculous. Forget Vise. There's a new hard counter to Neon on the Sentinel roll here on Lotus.
And it's dynamic, not just Chamber, because that doesn't happen
yeah,
in
it is
normal
dynamic
plays.
specifically on Chamber.
That tracking is unbelievable. The flick was kind of crazy, and now we see that re-aggression back onto the C site. It is Exa and Xander who are going to be holding this down, but Smoke is on the other side of the map, so there still is this opportunity for D1 to find their way in, especially given the fact that Dynamic has been good with it, and yeah, good for another.
That was on the drop, Smoke. He dared to take that. Unreal opping mechanics from this guy. Exa, choke up. Pond suss it out. Snake bite to play keep away. Now the convergent pats for the backstab, and it lets Exa get the freebie. And he'll choose to use the pit, but that gives away his position. Dynamic walking it down. Wrong way, buddy. Wrong way. And Shopify, I mean, it took a lot of ultis at the end of the day there, but they'll still get the round on the board.
And once again, that is such an important round to get on the board. Look at their economy. Look at their buy-in. If they didn't win that one, there was no way that it was going to happen. And
why did he go the other way there when Exa, I mean, that was such an obvious point of where he pitted from.
Yeah, I think it was just a, you won't expect me over here. We know that these players like to kind of take those weird spacings, take all that weird positioning, honestly. And still Dynamic is finding so much value. Sure, 3 ultimates get used in that last round, but it still will stabilize Shopify Rebellion for a second Smoke. Missing that initial kill, but will be forced to back off thanks to that Prowler, as it is Division 1 taking all this space onto A.
Yeah, now you all have to snake around CT, because Dynamic could just hold this down for free with his ultimate that he's been able to farm up.
Oh, no way.
So the full-blown fight, but Shopify with this Nightfall already, and Xander has made the wrap so early here. Now Shopify can storm the front, and barely anybody can hold their own. Everyone gets in on the action there, and the triple swing will send it to one of up to 4 regulation game points for Shopify Rebellion. Marvelous prep after the pressure was on.
Absolutely, and yeah, Xander goes for from the shadows all the way back and catches Dynamic off guard. I'm not sure if Dynamic just didn't hear the sound cue there, but was so tuned into the tour de force, tunnel vision online, looking down, making sure no one was coming through B, that Xander gets a free kill. And then you can see on the map the panic for Division 1, understanding that that flank is no longer secure, and they have no idea where to look, and that's the moment Shopify Rebellion completely flood and take over that A site. Like you said, one more round to take themselves across the board, while Division 1 need to find 4 if they want to force this OT.
Well, it'll start on B site. Standard execute. Nightfall into the light speed, and yet it's a D1 member that's the first to fall. And now the immediate pivot to try to save face against the stack that Shopify prepared to be here. Prowler to suss out the waterfall presence. They know it's there and they know it's far, so they know the plant is probably safe. Foreign's gonna stick it.
Spike planted.
And Shopify, yeah, just paying attention to those outskirts, making sure nobody gets greedy. Nobody can get punished. As the rest of the team makes their way on. Who swings out first? Take a wild guess. Oh, nothing for Dynamic there. Huge. As the double sweep for Shopify comes through, its resources abound. Give this man an ace. Yes, sir. Nature grabs what he has been dying to get since map 1, and Shopify will take a map of their own along with it. We will be going to bind no matter what.
All right, the nerves have been shaken off at this point. I commented on the fact that it looked like Nature was a little bit nervous. There were so many moments where just across the board, Shopify looked nervous coming into this one, but you can tell they're feeling confident. Honestly, just a good job by Shopify Rebellion Black. They know how strong Division 1 are on just an individual basis. Like we've been saying, these guys can click heads, and Dynamic was doing a fantastic job displaying some of that expertise when it came down to it. But at the end of the day, it comes down to that macro gameplay just a little bit more from Shopify Rebellion, getting comfortable off of playing one another, making sure that they're using all of their ultimates when necessary to close down some of these rounds. Do not give Division 1 a chance at tying things up. Do not give them a foot in the door. Just shut that down right away. And so Shopify Rebellion Black, it looked expensive, but still a victory is a victory. So good job from them for tying up our series 1-1.
Absolutely. Great to see Shopify wrap that up, just finish things out, get the job done. That's what you know you have to do against Division 1. Well, the morale is back. The wins are on the board. Shopify is surely prepared for their next beast, the one that slayed them 13-0 just yesterday. We'll be taking it to Pearl and seeing how they do when we come back after the break.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
We haven't even reached anywhere close to the potential of this team. I think our ceiling's very, very high. We're a really strong team, in my opinion.
It's dynamic. Oh, he skipped him out. Nice nose go. Big down 3. Dynamic with the Marshall.
They're obviously like the powerhouse, like probably like the biggest org. I think that, we just bring the same confidence we did today, and I think we can come out with the W.
Heading into the second map of the series, Division was up 1-0 in this best of 5 lower finals. And for SRB, it was an important one to try and get some momentum on their side to tie up the series. And they're going to come out of the gate swinging strong. 9-3 at the half, close it out shortly after that to tie it up. I mean, Vans, looking back to this, SRB, they've had a string of losses. So I was curious about the energy, but they'll pick it up just in time, which is lovely to see.
It's nice to see they were able to turn it around right away. We talked about the bounce back that they had from like series losses into this one, but now it's map losses to bounce back well into a very strong start actually on their attack side. And that was probably off the back of a very strong pistol, but also starting to see like some people are starting to feel the, not necessarily the urgency to step up to the plate, but just wanting it more. So you're starting to see star players coming out once again for the side of SRB, and they had a very, very strong first half at the end of the day. I think once you start seeing Division 1 taking the attack side though, that's when that double duelist, you're seeing that full potential unleashed on that side with how much space Boomy was able to get, and also getting kills on top of that for the side of D1, which started making things look quite stressful for the side of SRB. But thankfully with the 9-3 half that you were able to end on that first half, then it was only a matter of time when you have players that are out shooting on the side of SRB.
Yeah, and I mean, in the first map, we saw how timid SRB looked, right? Like their kind of reluctance to clash with Division 1 and their inability to kind of find moments for them to shine. But it feels like in this map on Lotus in the first half, it felt like SRB was finally, we're seeing the will to win, right? We're seeing them take a lot of challenges, take the 1v1s that they know is like comfortable for them. And they had such a better read on the map and the macro, and the way they were moving around was just so much more on point this time around. Yeah, it got a little dicey in the second half. And I do wonder how things would have been if D1 had gone more rounds in the first half. But ultimately, SRB looked really good. There was a lot of individual step-ups, and most importantly, it felt like the team play was really on point for SRB.
I think also the question of D1, what would have happened if it had more rounds? I feel like they've gotten at least 3 of those rounds in the first half, thanks to Dynamic with that round that they had, like the mixed bag of tricks. I think it was 2 rifles and a dual defense over a Dynamic, right? And somehow the 6th sense that he had was able to garnish up a 3K on top of that for them to allow for them to string 2 rounds in a row. If not, this potentially could have been like an 11-1 here for SRB if it wasn't for that Dynamic kill, because we were actually talking about it, Roy. Like, how the hell did he turn around and knew that Satellite was flanking into the waterfall for that pick, right? Because there was no util or anything that gives that tell that somebody was trying to push in and flank across. So for Dynamic to get that round and to keep the dream alive for D1 on that first half was a great start, which allowed for them to string some good rounds here on that second half. But unfortunately, not enough because the SRB team had a really good plan on their attack side.
Oh, I mean, the SRB's plan was just so on point the entire time. It really did feel like it was a complete difference in terms of approach, confidence, and just the overall clarity when it came down to the team fights. Like, it kind of felt more scripted, whereas in the first map, it was a lot of just like coin tosses, it felt like, and there was a lot of erratic decisions being made by SRB, and it kind of felt like they were out of their element. But I mean, even for Division 1, this is a 13-8 loss, but I mean, dude, you can still, every time you're kind of overlooking the IQ on Division 1, someone on that team shows like they have that huge heads up. It was Dynamic that time. Vans and I were scratching our heads here. We're like, whoa, what? How is he so aware? Like, what? We had to go back in the VOD and like, what was like what gave it away? And we just couldn't figure it out. The dude was just a genius. I don't know. It's crazy.
There's too many geniuses in this server. Let's just go for that. Because for Philips Norelco head-to-head, we have to talk about a couple of them over on the side of SRB. First off, talking about Exa, because Exa, I mean, you guys were calling it out, like the util and just how fast it was just incredible. And then Nature as well has just been able to lead this team from the front lines as well, Vans. Like, it's been so nice to see.
It started things off well, especially with the 3K. I think with even a Bandit, I think, on pistol round. But overall, I think mechanically, Exa was a whole different Exa than that first map on Breeze. you felt his presence, definitely. Even if it was top fragging on Breeze, you really felt the presence of Exa on the second map with how much he was able to turn around over for SRB. This is one of those big clutches that came through. Exactly. And then mechanically, Roy, you were talking about this moment right here of how he reacts on the players trying to push against him.
I mean, dude, it's just so on point. He gets scanned, his position gets known, he goes for the counter, he immediately gets the kill, gets his ult online off the waylay ult, and then insta counter also the like pretty much deny space, and then walks up to catch dynamic trying to reposition. And I think that's just one of the many examples that we saw. And I think, yeah, I'm thinking back to the rounds where X is solo heaven on the A retake, and he just waiting his time, biding his time for the pressure to come in, and immediately, like, just perfectly timings his crunch on the site, catches 2 people off guard. And there's just so many moments, the 1v3, the 3K clutch that we saw with the Sheriff on B as well. Like, so many moments that XL was just popping off of this roster. And then, dude, you're the wombo combo of the young gun with the unk on the team. I say unk, but he's only like 20, 40.
No, for sure. I mean, Nature was popping off for sure, because I think you were talking about not only mechanically, but how fast you have to react for Exa. I think Nature was doing excellent stuff here as the IGL for the team too. The utility that he was using as a fade to be able to set up, for example, smoke for ops with Prowlers or whatnot, or just like he's ulting, gets info on 4 persons on the 4 people on the Rubble side, just instantly calls, take your 1v1, fight against Dynamic on that C side, Xander, and Xander wins it, and then to take control of that C side. So you really had to be good on these calls, and on top of that, he gets an ace to close things off for Nature. So he's definitely stepping up to the plate here as well in terms of being an all-around player so far for SRB as the IGL for Nature.
And in that second map, where I was really kind of putting the pressure on SRB, was if they had lost that, it would have been the 3rd map in this series where they have had a very recent disaster class up against M80. So being able to take that win over on Lotus, tie up the series, and be able to kind of approach a Pearl with a level head. I mean, Roy, you can't let your past define you, but considering how recent it was, I'd be scared for SRB, certainly.
No, I think you're justified to be a little concerned if that second map was D1s. I mean, the wound is just so fresh. You know, it's kind of hard to bounce back from that. But I mean, I think for me there are a lot of good signs from SRB. First map, it wasn't as clear, but I think in the second map, the will to win is just so much more obvious. It's so much more blatant. And I think going into this map, now that they have a little bit of cushion, like even if they lose Pearl, worst case scenario, they still aren't completely eliminated. They will go to Bind, which is a scary map for D1. But I mean, I think the bounce back is going to be real right here for SRB. Like, surely they're not going to kind of show the same look they had yesterday. And kind of thinking back on it, and I think what bodes very well for SRB is the second map win's going to kind of they're going to have a little bit more momentum coming into this map. And the errors that we saw on Pearl from SRB yesterday was really just, it felt like they had concrete feet, man. They weren't moving around the map. They weren't doing the things that usually work for them, which is the proactivity, the disruption, the control. And whenever they did go for it, it felt awkward. It felt forced. So I think that the second map and it being kind of convincing, the 13-8 win is going to help make things a little bit lighter on the feet. And hopefully we'll see a much better SRB.
That's exactly it. If you want to put some hope right now into SRB going into this map of Pearl, the M80 game, dude, they were just able to shoot nonstop. Whatever they were trying to do, solo swinging, they were just winning fights too on the side of M80. So it was just one of those off days you were mentioning, Sierra. And I think they were able to prove that they're able to bounce back from that one because they had a strong presence from the switcheroo from Breeze over to what we just saw on Lotus. The other advantage as well is that it's the amount of reps. Shopify Belly and Black will continue to play the same composition right now, and it's a 4th time that they're playing it. Division 1, they've rocked 3 different comps so far trying to get something out of Pearl and have not gotten a result out of it yet. Now they're sticking to their latest composition to still keep the Chamber consistently in the roster, but not bring the Phoenix back and just keep it on a double duelist. Basically the comp that they had just previously on Lotus, with the exception of Orin playing the Astra this time around, right? So it's just trying to change things up here for the side of D1, but still keeping their level of comfort and what they're comfortable with in terms of the double duelist dive.
Yeah, and looking back at Shopify Rebellion's history on this map, they've been such a dominant attack-sided team. So there's a lot of pressure here on Division 1 on this defensive side. One thing you definitely do not want is you do not want Nature getting into your head. You do not want Nature push and pulling with the IGL and controlling the macro. That's typically where SRB finds a lot of their success. So Division 1, they need to bounce back in this first half. They got to keep that confidence up. They got to be willing to challenge on their own terms. Their composition is great for it. I want to see proactivity from Division 1 in that first half.
And I mean, we had highlighted the recent result coming out from SRB, but for Division 1, this has been a little bit of a troublesome map for them in the past as well. So heading into the third map of the series to take the lead back, it's time to see which team can overcome those hurdles as we head to Pearl. Get ready for the map and send it to your casters, Tenor and Marks, and take you back through.
Thanks again, Sierra. Yeah, it's the team that has yet to win a game this stage on Pearl versus the team that took its most recent and most harrowing defeat. Chat may be calling this two coughing babies to start out based on just the numbers that they're looking at. But Marcus, we're casters. We see beyond the numbers, right? We see the pioneering that Satellite has done on Teo as of late. We see the stalwartness of Dynamics Chamber when it comes to this B-Long. We see how powerful the double duelist on that defensive side continues to be. We see one hell of a game on our hands.
I hate that you set this up the way that you did, because I was about to come back at you with some caster math again, because we love doing that here.
Well, they're still great. I mean, it's still fun.
Okay, well, hear me out. So, Division 1, they've played Pearl and lost to FlyQuest 9-13, but SRB lost to FlyQuest 11-13. And so, based on that very simple math, SRB are a little bit more favored here. We're not going to think about the fact that it's
wrong last map for Lotus. No, it's still a great bit. It was a very funny bit. You're very funny.
All right. Thank you, I think. Great.
In goes Shopify on the attack. It's dynamic to get a first blood. What else is new, y'all? Still hanging around in the back hall. Exit can punish. Shopify, keep the close quarters crunched. And Calamity does actually still get away with one on the way down, too. The whole of D1's here now. It's a full-on pack fight. A feeding frenzy between 10 sharks. Now left to Satellite is the only one for Shopify's side. Spike in hand. Gonna try and make a run for it, and he will!
Ooh. I think Satellite should be able to escape here. The question is whether or not you go, put that spike down, but no more utility available on this Teo. So does have this frenzy in hand, meaning potentially going to be taking or trying to force those closer fights. But Division 1, they are grouped up yet again, and they've got one star to work off of. So this is still possible. They can find that timing, but generally speaking, against two pistols, this one's going to be tough for Satellite.
Frenzy to spray on the stack as D1's members remain tight-knit. Into the smoke they go, and it's a little too far apart. Satellite can't swing onto either. D1 take that well on both ends, and the chaos that they were able to facilitate on one side leads to a peaceful defuse on the other.
It's going to be nice and easy for Division 1 to clean up that final kill. And taking a look at that bigger picture, right? You talked about Satellite picking that Tejo, and the Tejo just does a really good job at flushing out those little corners. You see that SRB really leaning heavy into when they want to attack the site. You know, the missiles fly in at the right spot. They're clearing out things with shock darts. Exit tosses in a molly as well. They've got a lot of tools to force positioning for D1. And my question is how well that's going to stack up against Dynamic, who once again will likely be just trying to take these opportunities and timings just like that one.
Yeah, just look for one on the way back. Calamity does have a better angle for it, but also a salvo on his feet, so he'll get traded away very immediately here. Boomy will take that as the opportunity to grab himself a Guardian now, and as the Tejo drone will confirm this extra presence on B site, Shopify have a rare opportunity to leave the B lane uncontested and rotate.
Yeah, Exit takes so much space towards Art, and Division 1 had diverted all their resources to try and get all the way over onto that B site quick. So they should be able to take this site nice and easy. But once again, this is Division 1 we're talking about. They're more than happy to bide their time here. More than happy to wait for SRB to get themselves set up before they strike.
Especially with the better guns this round. Yeah, they can take their sweet time with it. Prefer to not let a spike go down just for the money's sake.
What?
But Exit with that poke from Art, that's insane. And he's managed to make his way all the way up the back site from that opening lurch. I mean, Dynamic really had his number there, but he's chosen to circumnavigate the entire map, and it's let Satellite grab a 3K with a classic.
Teleport's ready.
We told you it'd be one hell of a game, folks. Dynamic will have to save it from becoming one already. Both low health pools, shotgun in hand. Recon Bolt does not catch him. They have to run up to this. Dynamic is just gonna stick it!
Oh my goodness. Oh,
You could have
no
given
way.
me 500 years to tell you how that round was gonna end, and it wouldn't have been that.
There's no way that's how it went, especially with the Bucky in hand. You know, Dynamic's just like, yeah, I can hang out here. If they come around the corner, I should be able to get the shotgun up in time and at least find one kill. And then you see Nature's Recon Dart just miss the target. And so they don't know where Dynamic is, and they're just like, wait a second, Dynamic's just sticking this. And that has to be so frustrating for players like Exa who found those opportunities to be able to find so many openings. And Satellite as well, who found those kills, yeah. Evies as well, can't believe just that's how the round went, but Division 1 will take that one. It is expensive at the very least, so you see them go for that complete broke buy. Boomy the only one with a Bucky, as the giant train will march its way over to B side, as Dynamic is calling for reinforcements already.
At the very least, Shopify does have a much better arsenal for this round, so here they should be able to set up shop and make this a normal game. In they jump. Boomy attempted trade back with the shotgun, but it's just too much in his way. Foreign the only one left standing, and can manage to grab at least one on the way down, can get a rifle out of it, turns it into two, let this man cook. The double presence in the hallway can shut it down, but again, I mean, that's a lot of guns going the way of Division 1 despite losing the bonus.
Yeah, okay, SRB, pull yourselves back together. It's all good. The first 2 rounds, a little bit of filter, everything is fine, because now Satellite also has the Armageddon online. So more tools right now for them to work off of, which very important because this is going to be the buy-up round for Division 1. I think that the Armageddon can do an excellent job at displacing Division 1, understanding how they like to play grouped up. They like to take their time before they hold down some of these angles. It could be the disruption tool that could get Shopify Rebellion Black across the finish line, which could be huge because that would mean that the Division 1 economy gets broken. And yet this time they are going for a bit more of a slower approach. We saw them playing with the positioning of Division 1, feigning one site, moving to the other, going around all over the map, and Division 1 taking the bait every single time. And I'm assuming that's kind of what they're doing this time as well.
Yeah. Starting out with that Nano Swarm getting tossed in by Exa among the bodies that were thrown in with the sight lines. Yeah, the convincing stack taking B long as we speak, but everyone is on the doldrums of A, and now in the dugout. Tempted Nova Pulse into the Armageddon, almost does catch Mikey, but it won't. Instead, Shopify just waddle on into sight, get the spike down ASAP. Extension out from Smoke early on. Light speed for Boomy just to get positioning. We'll still get him one on the way down, but ultimately, D1 are not in a prime spot at the moment. They've got to find some really cheeky kills in order to get away with this round, but Shopify, they see the 3v2 as only another opportunity to juke D1 out. Spread them thin again and let Smoke maybe get a freebie. No, it'll be a 2v2 retake here for D1 to Shopify move over to B.
That's so crazy. I thought for sure Smoke was going to be able to find that kill, but not able to get it as Foreign just hops up, using the verticality to make that one work. Dynamic position will be found out here, as let's see how Division 1 want to take this one. It's rifles against rifles. All of these members unscathed.
Can't use that yet.
Not sure if Foreign has enough time on this spike to justify using the Cosmic Divide for the approach. Dynamic has to do all of this dry clearing. Yeah, instead they'll just contact. Hallway. Xander wins the fight. Crucial when he should have double stack.
There we go.
Just takes the swing and hands Xander another one. Shopify, 2 rounds on the board. They got everything they need to go forward this half.
Yeah, that's how you want to play it, especially in understanding the difficulty, let's call it, that Dynamic kind of brings to the table, especially on some of those longer sight lines. Just play it grouped up, make sure that you're playing for the trades, but most importantly, cut those sight lines down to just the mid-range, so then that way you know you're going to be able to win that one out. And play it to a T. Smoke was kind of left on a little bit of no man's land, hoping to get that flank and find that kill early, but gets taken out. But still, the right call is made from Shopify to get that successful next round. And now Division 1, their economy gets broken. They're going to be going for a little bit more of a dive as Boomy.
Okay.
Excellent shot onto Exa. And we'll be able to recover the rifle, actually. A Satellite looking for it is at least able to trade it back.
Yeah, one lurker down, one lurker way up. Boomy with a Vandal that he managed to swipe. And still a Saturate in hand, too, after all of that.
Yeah.
Well, Dynamic has taken his spot in the doorway, seeing if anybody tries to slither into street again. But traditional dugout stack for the remainder, just because they know this is where Shopify tend to default for the takes. And with the save, you would rather Gamba.
Midst of all that chaos as well, Smoke got caught out by Dynamic on that super long range. Not how you wanted to go. That's why all of that control on that B side is completely yielded. Actually, Division 1 are the ones who decide to back off of it. And exactly like you said, read the fact that it usually is an A side attack. So that's where they're going to be gambling. 30 seconds left on the clock. So if Division 1 don't see anything soon, then they're going to know that this is a B side attack.
30 seconds left.
I do respect this decision from D1 because standard flowcharting dictates this is what you would do, but D1 don't really like leaning into a coin flip, even if it's safer their way. So I appreciate the fact that they do decide to take this stack, play a little safer, and then let Dynamic go in by himself to try to interrupt the spike plant as it goes down here. So it'll be a 3v3 for D1. One Vandal in hand. Convergent Path's one orb away from as well, and the site's already been cleared out. Now, hold on a minute. Okay, Calamity with the Sheriff isn't able to do too much in the pool. You've got to stack up in order to take the rest of this, and Xander is on another 3K this round. Now just trying to stall out Mikey. Shouldn't be any trouble from here. Yeah, they'll just peeks abound until they get the spray down, and Mikey's just going to see if he can pop ahead in the meantime. But instead, it'll be Xander that picks up a fourth. Good golly. And the lead is now Shopify Rebellion Blacks.
A great job from Xander. We're really starting to see that heat up come through. Xander's been one of those players, right? Like usually on the Omen, has been playing a lot of Astra lately as well, who just has those timings, finds those opportunities. And I do think that 0-13 from yesterday against M80 might also be working in Shopify Rebellion Black's favor at this point, right? Because you come into this one being like, man, we got owned, right? Have that hard talk after the game, I imagine, rework our strategy, pick Pearl again. And so now that they're actually winning these rounds, it has to show that like it's boosting their confidence a lot more compared to if they just won this map yesterday, right? So I think that that might also be helping Shopify Rebellion Black gain that confidence and take those opportunities. As Dynamic under a lot of trouble here and gets taken down early. Hey, that's a good use.
That was right as Dynamic let go of his rendezvous. Didn't have a chance to be able to TP to even juke that out. Now D1 are in panic mode in this rifle round thanks to the Cosmic Divide. They've got to breach early to try and get away with some punishment, but they just can't. Calamity, though, early flank from the lane. This is watched and now called out by Xander. Again, so keyed in. And the Nebula reset to let Shopify focus on the fight at hand. And now it's Satellite with his own backstab. It's a flawless round 6 for Shopify Rebellion Black.
Good stuff and good awareness. Once again, SRB, they're prioritizing cutting off those long distance duels. You see immediately like Xander spots that as like, yeah, let's just put a smoke down so we don't have to deal with it or think about it for a couple of seconds. And then that's when all of the kills come in on main, on this pushback coming through. Like Nature's just able to find that individual kill. Xander finds the one up top, and then enough time has been bought to allow Satellite to get that. And so SRB are really prioritizing those mid-range fights, make sure that nothing long range getting cut off guard. They're doing a much better job of controlling the space so far on Pearl.
It's so much easier to do when Dynamic is gone. And that last round, he did make a couple of really crucial errors, sticking around and not hiding out the entirety of the Owl Drone, and then letting go of the rendezvous the second it's gone leaves you vulnerable to basically just the Hunter's Fury. So D1, again, it's like it's very slim margins that these rounds are going by. It's just the dominoes fall so quick with a team like this. Shopify make the full frontal assault onto another Gamba stack here on the A side. D1 have the number, but just not the firepower in a round like this, surely. 2 down early on. Dynamic with his Tour de Force will make a cut. Just try contact onto his Ditto in smoke. And that's at least a bit of the field gone. Nature surely fielded away. And now the overdrive out from Calamity. D1 is putting everything into this round, and it will fall silently and quickly. 2 stay standing for Shopify's 5th round.
And something that Desk also mentioned about yesterday was it felt like Shopify Rebellion Black had slabs of concrete tied to their feet. They weren't feeling like they could take any space. They weren't moving around. They weren't getting active. And we're seeing against D1 now, they're definitely getting active. They're taking those opportunities, moving up, trying to take that space, make it uncomfortable for the other team, and be able to win it out. I mean, who's expecting Xander to be standing all the way up there and all the while X is watching from the A main? It's just so well constructed, and it shows a lot more confidence in being able to take that space because they know that they've got each other's backs. And just like that, Shopify Rebellion Black find them at 5, leading Division 1's 2. Division 1 are still struggling to get something online. They've got 3 ultimates coming into this round. This time, actually, Boomy is the one who's got that sniper rifle in hand. Dynamic just going to be rifling here. So a little bit of a swap-up will be enough as Exa gets caught off guard by Dynamic.
It's a very unconventional lurk by him. Great adjustment to get away with a free first blood. That has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now Foreign taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him. And that's the only kind of reset the D1 need. The only kind you'd expect from a team like them.
Yeah, like when talking about players, Foreign does such a good job at navigating around the actual space on the site. It feels like this guy is consistently in these awkward off angles that no one expects him. Whether or not that's up top, whether or not it's just kind of hanging out onto the side here, he's not afraid to just navigate around the site and use it to his advantage. And it's those advantageous angles that make sure that he's able to walk away with so many kills. Look at that, 12 kills matching Xander, and the next highest one on Division 1 is only at 4. That's kind of a crazy statistic if you really think about the fact that that's your Astra player on Pearl.
Dynamic, still no operator. Gonna go for the rifle lurk again, this time from the doors. And as the Teo drone is launched, Shopify have to guard up in case he decides to make that full circle. Instead, the alarm bot just plays so they can start beelining. This round ain't an economic toppler for either side, but at this point, everyone's just trying to scrape away with everything as often as possible. Any round you can keep more than 2 members alive is a miracle round in a game like this. Lockdown pressed for Exa as the spike will be planted open, and Calamity not ready for smoke poked up on the dugout here. Now Boomy trying to just go in for one final bit of intel before this lockdown procs, but he'll still get detained by it. D1 still has to guard this in the meantime. The Dynamic alone quickly called out. Shopify can just step up to this crowd that had to wait things out, and so D1 has to backstep and ultimately relent for the round. That's a crucial whiff from Boomy too. And Shopify will very decisively take their 6th round of the game here. Division 1. Again, economy's not completely dire, but this game is looking more and more one-sided.
And great stuff that time around. Like you see, as soon as the lockdown goes, Division 1 are like, all right, let's nightfall our way in. Who's ready to party? We're ready to party. And actually, the only one ready to party was Smoke, completely shutting down that. And after that first kill, Division 1 backstep just a little bit to be like, okay, we can't take this now. And they back off. That is the opportunity that gives Shopify Rebellion Black the heads up. Hey, we can now take the space for free. Let's get up into their faces. And Division 1 are just not ready for that. It looked like a play out of Division 1's playbook on how they want to play that post plan. SRB navigating that one perfectly.
It's a double-edged sword. You know, the Disciples of Envy do frustrate the teams that face them, but at the same time, they imbue them with this need to kind of just scrap up, squabble. Yeah. And these guys, they got signed for a reason. They can go ban for ban. They're not going to let these guys walk into their 3rd place match after they walked through the 4th place match and the 6th place match and the 8th place match and the 12th place match and the 16th place match. Surely not this time. Walking by Smoke. Who do you target, Dynamic? Absolutely nobody. That's a trail of tears right there. And D1 has to try to reaggress. Boomy does get away with that lucky shot. That's marvelous. And Foreign to creep up on the Nebula does allow him to get one on the way down. Cosmic Divide's finna dissipated. Smoke, this is the Saturate. Hits himself on the Ricochet. And as this fades away, nobody can even fully retreat. Nature tries to go for it instead of shooting his way down, so it's a quick 2v3. The fast lane will quickly get them in. Boomy playing a nice decoy to allow for a lot of timer stalling with one more kill. Satellite has to hold all of this. Almost does, but Calamity saves face and gets D1 back on the board. No streaks happening for Shopify the rest of this half.
You're welcome.
Wow, that was such a good play at the end there. You could tell it's, to be fair, Shopify Rebellion Black, they really try their best to make what they can out of a pretty bad situation, right? Like already Boomy flying in with the Bucky, and then in addition, like they're not able to find the kill with the shotgun back. It's not going well, and Nature plants it in a little bit more of an awkward position there, and yet they're able to get it down to that 1v1. Still though, Division 1, when it comes down to it, like you can tell all these players are just itching to run in there. They're itching to get into the brawl, and they're itching to just win that one out. And I think that's the reason why that at the end there, it kind of goes their way. Still though, a little bit more to work with here. 2 more rounds left in this half. SRB, they've got 2 ultimates online. It's gonna be the Armageddon as well as the Hunter's Fury, which once again, great save space making tools. And Xander catching at least Calamity off guard.
Side-eyed before getting killed.
Oh,
for a
no
moment there. Oh, Satellite does catch one with the ult. Dynamic died. He tried to retreat through heaven, but he couldn't make it all the way back out before it hit him. That's crazy spacing on that ulti. What a pocket to catch him in. Oh, yeah, D1's not at all ready for any of this, bro. Calamity didn't have the gun out. Mikey's still running back before the peak comes in. Boomy's by himself. Reset the whole damn round, please, and thank you. Shopify, make it 7.
Good stuff coming through from Shopify Rebellion Black that time around. And I want to say, like, that's just good understanding from the side of Shopify Rebellion Black on where to just position themselves. Yes, getting very uncomfortable for D1, but then just knowing where their enemies are going to be playing. Satellite using the ultimate for that Armageddon makes it so that immediately as Dynamic retreats, he retreats right back into the Armageddon. And then you see the rest of Shopify Rebellion Black chase that one down because D1 are used to having that space for free. They're used to being able to take that and coordinate their push in. But that time around, SRB, they changed the script up on them and make sure that they can't get anything. And so, bit of an uncomfortable buy here for this final round. A lot of shotguns at the helm for Division 1. We've seen it do magic. Wouldn't be too surprised if we saw that happen yet again.
Only so many spots you can post up here in D1. Again, the stack is here. Just prepared to flip the coin the other way since it's the last round of the half. I don't know what kind of arbitrary things they're doing to decide which site to hold down. But a lot of setup from Shopify will confirm these suspicions, and the heavy choke up from Dynamic just might be able to catch Exa as well. Oh, it sure does. Now Cosmic Divide to play preventative, and D1 can timer stall just a tad bit against this rifle round. The refract out by by Smoke will confirm that this is not, in fact, where Shopify Rebellion Black is going to push, but just where they wanted to field out the Cosmic Divide. They'll pivot over to A site, but D1's going to beat them in this foot race to it.
Yeah, they will, and then they can get set up with their nice close and personal weapons. This is going to be a tough one for SRB to get right back into, especially the fact that X is already down.
Already a couple of speedrun flushes here by Shopify. It's sloppy, but enough. They'll make it onto site and start shooting their way through. Boomy close up with the shotgun. Can't get close enough, and the rest of Shopify just swings through and does it all.
Spike planted.
Calamity.
Let's see what you got, Calamity.
Only a shotgun has the overdrive in 2. Really hard to take it from here. The second Smoke decides to peek out, and he already is. Just gets one, but even Neon ain't fast enough for a retake like that. It's 8-4 on the half. Shopify have an impressive attack under their belts after they were unable to show what it was made of their previous time here.
Yeah, I mean, this is completely different from what we saw in the last time. And now SRB, they're leading this nice and comfortable 8-4. We're going to be swapping their sides around now. See what Shopify Rebellion Black have cooked up for us, but I gotta say, a lot of their players are feeling a lot more comfortable and a lot more online. On the other side, D1, they're still looking for those opportunities, looking for those gaps, trying to force the issue, and not able to walk away with anything. One player in particular who I'm a little bit surprised about how this has been going is Boomy, because the last time I got to see Division 1 play this map, Boomy on the Phoenix was just kind of going in and solo fragging. It was looking like Satellite, just with how much individual play was kind of going on. But on this waylay, especially on the defense, has not really had a time. Now that this is on the attack, I expect we might be able to see a little bit more. Let's see how this one goes.
First jumping into the refract by Boomy just for some scouting. But everybody from Shopify is doing a pretty good job at remaining hidden at the moment. That Nebula does a lot of work to make it so there's plenty of uncertainties even on the site. So D1 is still looking to see if there's any bodies on the outskirts that they can take care of. Boomy's gonna try and creep up this sewer, but the guy has a shorty, so yeah, he can't go through. He just has to hold the door. And he will hear all of this rotating, though.
so much space getting burned. Xander, they're still in the right place at the right time.
Boomy jumping down, not heard by Xander, able to at least trade it back, and D1 make the call. It'll be A-site here. Nature seized momentarily into the stun nade thrown by Satellite to try to stall, but Shopify still don't feel they have proper aggression and power to be able to deal with this. Now, Exa slowly but surely on the way back after that little juke out from D1 was successful, and have begun to patrol this spike. The Night Guard up and watching. Dynamic TP expended for the line of sight reset as Boomy tries to move upward and forward. 1 for 1 down. Now it's the backside you got to worry about, but Satellite might be the most dangerous one there. No, Calamity now back in to the to and fro. The relay bolt to try to catch, and Mikey on Art has been sussed out by Smoke. He'll take care of this one fight, but no way. The right click by Mikey leaves Nature on his own, and D1 can clutch up. Damn right it's Mikey on those pistols, buddy.
Mikey on pistols. That time didn't even have a sheriff. Mind you, that was just a classic. And still somehow the bullets go perfectly the way that he wants them to. Xander still in the right place at the right time, being able to find that kill, but then the storm in from D1 and the control of space works out. More specifically, it's Calamity finding that flank, making sure that it doesn't get caught at all, is just able to farm Shopify Rebellion Black on the site. You can see that nobody from SRB were really expecting it, and then that's when those nerves really start to activate. Nature going a little bit aggro, but gonna second guess that one, as it's gonna be 4 members of D1 pushing up here.
Well, yeah, he's just gonna, wow, that's, wow. Chased down by this util heavy, man. All of that shoulder was cleared. That's nuts. But it does leave the pool a little dry. Oh, Nature gets away with the timing on one, at the very least, before the rest of Shopify will make their way back over.
There.
Combined as well, Dynamic does have that Marshall and is now pushing up into Art. Will meet up with Foreign. So there's going to be additional pressure over there as SRB get themselves into position to maybe find a couple of kills, but this is just for exit.
Yeah. Sees on the shoulder, salvo from Satellite just to make it so they can at least have a little time on this. Dynamic is able to get some pot shots with this Marshall though, and yeah, D1 has flowered out into all the spots they need to make this a round they can be proud of. Shopify Rebellion Black has lost their last 14 rounds of attack on Pearl so far, Marcus. It's gotta stop at some point, otherwise D1 is gonna take the lead back.
All right, come on.
My defense, excuse me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you probably had defense there, but there's no need to shade Shopify Rebellion Black that much. Let's not forget we're still in the lower finals here, so it's still a very good job from Shopify Rebellion Black to make it to this point. But you do raise an excellent point. It's just to completely counter exactly what I said. Their defense looks shaky, and this really has to be the round where they're able to grip it back into their grasp. D1 already starting to push up here. Exa under a lot of pressure, but barely able to escape.
Get by himself, and Smoke choosing to contest it. Will go for the 1-for-1 trade here in this bonus. Seas does catch him though, so he's gonna have to back out, wait for the rest of the team to make it back. It's a 4v4 retake with D1 having this massive presence on Hall and on post-plant default. That drone does manage to catch Mikey, so the Saturate has every reason to get tossed in here. That does manage to fetch Foreign, so he can't manage to farm anyway through this, but Dynamic gets a beautiful kill from main to make sure that Shopify can't hyperextend from here. The sprays onto the hallway though. Good sense to flush out what parts of the map that have not been cleared, and Shopify can take care of the last 3 bodies by barely even looking at him. It's 9-6.
And there we go, Shopify Rebellion Black. They get more rounds than they did yesterday on their defense. Sorry, I had to jump in on the fun. You were hogging it over.
We did it!
But that's what we expect from Shopify Rebellion Black, right? Like, you hit the nail on the head. They don't even really have to peek it. They can just use their utility, clear them out of their corners, and then the retake looks phenomenal. That's what we expect from this squad, and that last round was a good demonstration of some of the tactics that they've put together in order to make sure that they can win those retakes. And now, of course, they're able to keep a lot of their weaponry coming into this one. It's just going to be Exa with the judge in hand, but D1 are going to be coming fast in here, and Dynamic actually not buying anything, so just using the headhunter.
Okay,
wow, what?
Dynamic's just going to chase him down with 2 shot. How is he able to figure this out off of 2 shotgun shots? How do you trace ahead like that? That's nuts. That's not spamming through smokes. That's just straight up surgical nonsense. And he'll be the first to arrive, last to leave, as always. When it comes to these post-plant fights, he's gonna choke up again, try to catch one more. Smoke takes half of his pool. He's still here. He's going for it again. Okay. Smoke finally punishes that hubris. But the rest of D1 is still up and kicking, and there's not much time to take this spike now. They still have all of the Astra stall as well. The smoke will hold on to a lot of it. Nature burning 2 on the way down. He has a great one-way with the help of this smoke. Foreign is spraying the entirely wrong part of this spike, though. And so, again, it doesn't take all the bodies dropping for Shopify to have a guaranteed round. They get to double digits on the defense.
Yeah, Nature, big smile across his face, holding on to that Odin, just spraying it down. You know that all of the attention is going to be on Xander, who's holding that defuse the entire time. And just unfortunately, Foreign just looking at the wrong part of the spike, not able to secure that kill. But man, Fenric, I just keep on looking at the scoreboard and it's just insane. Like, Foreign's got 16 kills and the next highest is Mikey and Dynamic with 9. It's kind of crazy because Dynamic as well has been that player that we've seen previously get crazy amount of value. And same with Boomy, but this time, Shopify Rebellion Black have been doing such a good job to keep that stuff in check.
Hunter's Fury from Nature as he hears quite a bit of stepping. Right on his front door, too. Dynamic with the other ultimate. The Nature recovers in time to use the Odin, but still does get traded out by D1, who with these worst guns are hitting the W key even harder than ever before. And it will land them a B site very decisively this time, in fact.
But look at Foreign's position. It's so far forwards. That might lead to some optimal timing as the Nightfall comes online for D1 to kind of keep SRB at bay for a second.
Yeah, forces the second guess from Satellite. Now the Tour de Force is watching his every move. The drone is going to have to suss that out. Instead, it goes onto the site, so you're still not fully prepared for this. Yeah, be ready for this pickup from Foreign. It's going to be everything, especially now that Dynamic has fallen. He's got to speed it up. Xander's already on site, and it's cracked a second in the hallway. Now the Cosmic Divide will let Foreign be the only one that can kill, and he will! Double dink with the Sheriff! The flank that they were all waiting for! And that might decide this round. Xander, 2 stars, down his gullet, and now an Odin to his back. A thrifty round to get D1 back in this game.
Such excellent understanding of everything that's going on that time. You can see as well, like Division 1, they toss out the Nightfall simply to stall for time. Push them back as you see SRB, they're getting going. And at that point, the flank from Foreign, it's not gonna get any value. Everybody's gonna be dead on D1 because SRB will just storm the castle. And so Mikey tosses that one out just a little bit earlier to keep SRB at bay and make sure that Foreign has that opportunity to completely flank and surprise Shopify Rebellion. Just little individual plays, once again, coming out on top, winning the round for Division 1.
Now newly imbued yet again. Foreign. Yet another Astra just showing how beautifully she can manage this map and how many kills you can get along the way. The bingo call is abruptly stopped by a shock dart to start, and Shopify's presence on this site is magnificent. 3v2 to start as some guns are picked up along the way, and D1, the only thing that happens as they batter on that door is the spike gets dropped along the way. So now you've got to re-invade, potentially use an ultimate to try to get this back in what was supposed to be a very easy anti-eco.
Never doubt the Shopify Rebellion Black utility. I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, that was just such good zoning. And immediately, like, any of those backup plans to get out of the site for free were completely foiled thanks to that utility. And that's why we're in this uncomfortable situation that we find ourselves in.
Pretty odd of D1 to opt to bingo stack for that A-take. When Shopify has essentially nothing to lose by calling for that sort of thing. They can just dump onto the 1 stack and win. Xander, okay, Boomy is having a lot of fun with this considering how dangerous the situation is right now. But the Divergent Pat's on top of the spike, thinking that somebody's puppy guarding it. The answer is no. They're all the way in the back, and they've held the 2. The thrifty round that also drains the Convergent Pats from D1. Another huge round for Shopify Rebellion Black.
An amazing round coming out from them. Like, you see, they're so far forwards to take that brawl, and that's why all of that, like, craziness kind of happens, right? Because D1 go in, they're like, oh, shotguns, oh, SMGs, let's get out of here. And they recall into all that utility, which it works out perfectly. And so naturally, for Boomy, it kind of makes sense. You know, these guys would be playing close. They're on that save. They want to take the closer fight. So let's use the converted pass to cut them off guard, and then we can just completely collapse upon them. But not the case. They back off and they play with those long angles, playing with the distance, playing with expectations to take that round away from D1.
Yet another awkward buy in the hands of Division 1, opting to just keep on desperation until the game ends one way or the other. Another take at blinding speed is imminent here. Big stack through Art. Calamity managed to outrun a lot of that util, but hasn't sold his position at the moment. Surely known, but not prepped for. Shopify is once again stepping back. Good dugout scout to let the spam go through, but it still doesn't manage to kill Xander. The man's at 17 HP. Now the spray will work. And D1 carve out their portion of sight. Smokes Outlaw. Does manage to find one on the way down, and Nature has crept back into this dugout to get the spray, and it's perfectly caught on the 4-inch drop of the spike. Now the Bentry back in from Exa. Unsuccessful. Mikey can counteract that. Nature's attempted spam won't work on the second plant. Relay Bolt. He's already escaped it, but now Dynamic Swing available for this repeak onto Nature. The double surely coming sometime, yes, but only when it's traded away so that D1 can keep two members standing and this game going just a little bit longer.
Yeah, it's a very important round for D1 to be able to pick up there, just to make sure that they're able to kind of walk away with things. Let's see how this one continues to go here. As actually a timeout getting called now. Shopify Rebellion Black trying to find an opportunity to potentially, you know, figure out their strategy. Satellite does have that Armageddon online. So let's see what they want to do moving into this next round, because D1, they're really starting to pick up momentum now.
Really does feel like they are able to. I mean, it's like CW's The Flash, you know? Like they're so good at fighting, and they just keep on fighting, and every episode is them just fighting, and then they come up against something that they just can't beat. That's just so hard. They ask their friends, "What do I do?" And they're like, "D1, you guys just have to fight harder. Fight harder than you've ever fought before in your entire life. You just have to keep fighting." And then they do, and then they win, and it's character development or something.
Is that what that show was about? I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't really watch that.
Yeah,
so this is fun.
They're like Barry. You have to run faster. And he's the Flash.
I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense in the comic book start of things, but yeah. Hey, now after this timeout, you know, like, all I know is Speed Force. Okay, I'm gonna be so real about you. I don't know how we got on this tangent here,
Nerd.
but we're gonna pull this one back into the game in front of us, because I think that timeout was very important for SRB to kind of stabilize a bit. And D1, Calamity's already trying to run down, but getting knocked up a bit.
That Seize did stall him a tad bit, but Calamity's overdrive is still going to be able to burn down Nature pretty easily here. Like, you saw his muscle memory was a bit tucked down by the salvo that got tossed in, but then Calamity was like, wait, I have ulti and I'm Neon. Why do I care about this? Cosmic Divide on top of the plant very early on, so Shopify, I mean, already a lot of time has been wasted unless they just breach it, which this time they will. Worse guns, but more chutzpah, and yeah, I mean, the better guns are still gonna work pretty well this time for D1. Is it flawless, though? Satellite always has something to say about it. Who peeks in? Come on, somebody peeks in. It's D1. There you go. See, no flawless. What'd I tell you? But rest of the guns stay standing. Eco is, well, maybe not completely back on his feet, but 11-9 is certainly a score that makes this a little scary for Shopify Rebellion fans.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit too close for comfort, but the good thing here is at least we're starting to see now Shopify Rebellion Black, they've got ultimates online. So there is an opportunity for them to potentially close things out if they're able to just kind of utilize them. And we know that Shopify Rebellion is the type of team to just kind of throw everything at the, you know, kitchen sink, see what's going to stick there, and then that should be able to get that online to get them to that finish line here. I mean, their economy is on the brink of being broken. D1 this time around gonna be taking that middle presence, at least feigning some of it, so Exa under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, Shopify's got regulation time to be able to reset the eco, but you have a lot of ults that you're risking here, so Shopify, I mean, their assessment of the round minute by minute, if D1 is able to kind of give them false hope, then you could get your own snowball rolling at 10-11. Street presence was never really something that Shopify was willing to, or was like not okay with parting with, so this still kind of screams neutral at the moment. What doesn't is Smokes creep up long here. He hasn't done this all game with this operator. And Dynamic, I fear, might be privy to it.
Oh.
Here's the second, yeah. There it is. Can only get one on the way down, though. Calamity quickly nips that in the bud. Boomy's attempted high ground is quickly snuffed by Exa, though. And he'll throw down the lockdown early before the spike can even go down. D1 cannot commit to this. Foreign is traveling to Narnia. He wants an alternative path to go for this A-take, but there's 2 rotating through spawn, and you would have loved to have that help now, but Foreign will instead catch Xander, chilling up in that lobby. So now Satellite knows he's relatively pinched, and Mikey can win that fight. And D1, on stilts, practically, will make that fight work, but there's 10 seconds to go, and the spike is still light years away. Only one little bit of interruption is going to make this round an impossibility. Mikey holding that plant, just one body to go, and surely
so low HP.
Nothing more than the spike dropping is what happens here. Shopify take their 12th and are on game point of the map they got 13-0'd on less than 24 hours ago.
And this is really important as well, given the fact that obviously we're going to bind after this one, which, as the Dusk was saying, kind of D1's jam. And so you wanted to make sure that SRB have a little bit of room to work with just in case. But I gotta just really commend the pathing going on for Shopify Rebellion Black. I mean, you see immediately after Exa tosses down the lockdown, all the D1 players back off, and exactly like you called out, 2 members of SRB are on that flank and completely catch Division 1 off guard. That should have been free ground. Shopify Rebellion Black are getting away with feigning a lot more presence than is actually there, and Division 1 have consistently kind of taken that bait. This is not just on this map. I've seen it as well in some of those last maps as well, but that last round was just exemplary of how they're kind of playing with the expectations of what is going on that site and concealing that information.
Well, initial shock dart cuts Boomy down to half out the gate here, so clearly just keeping that dry firing going, but Calamity is just running it down and is eventually traded away. Nature, the iron wall of this Odin, does catch the secondary duelist as well, so it's now just that standard presence from D1. Now the Hunter's Fury thrown in by Nature as well, just to scope out where this spike is getting committed, but no hard commitment yet from D1. Lets it fall on basically nothing, and meanwhile, Foreign going for yet another backstab. You remember how well this worked last round, didn't you? Now the step in from the Saturate onto Smoke lets Exa get the freebie onto Mikey, but that's quickly traded out by Dynamic in the front, and here comes Foreign. Who's looking at it? It has to be everybody, as Exa quickly deals with Dynamic. Now they're both watching main. The turret's the thing that catches Foreign, and he's got to take this 1v2, and he can't! Shopify Rebellion Black will not fall for the same thing twice, will not get 13-0'd on the same map, and they will be 1 map away from making it back to Grand Finals.
Man, Nature looking like he just got an ace on that last round with that celebration, but given the expectation coming into this, if you watched yesterday, you saw Shopify Rebellion Black look like a small child at a baseball game trying to play against the MLB, right? Like, it just looked terrible from them. And yet they still pick Pearl, come back into this one, and it's looking so much more comfortable coming out from SRB. There were those times that you saw Division 1 getting a little bit creative, taking those timings, exploiting some of the inconsistencies going on. But one of the things that really impressed me watching this map was how Shopify Rebellion adapted. The Foreign example is so easily describable right now, because last time we saw Foreign go on the flank and just completely dismantle them, but this time around you see that little piece of util come up just in case, and it's more than enough to get them across the finish line. Big heads up to Shopify Rebellion Black for adapting themselves and winning out Pearl.
Yeah, a nice blatant and simple representation of the bigger picture of this game presented to us in the very last kill of the map. A little poetic, if I may be so bold. But Shopify are proving, like we said, they're not going to fall for the same thing twice. D1 continue to have to adapt along with them, and we hope they do so on one of their strongest maps. Bind is in the cards after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Trip. Edge. Shade.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Oh, what a shot through two smokes just like that, huh? Flash. Oh, it's the refrag. Gonna get another. And then ace here for smoke on the second round. Oh, no.
We haven't even reached anywhere close to the potential of this team. I think our ceiling's very, very high. We're a really strong team, in my opinion.
It's dynamic. Oh, he sniffed him out. Nice no-scope. Big down three. Dynamic with the Marshall.
They're obviously like the powerhouse, like probably like the biggest org. I think that, we just bring the same confidence we did today, and I think we can come out with the W.
Going into the third map of the series with Pearl of On the List, Shopify Rebellion Black looking for redemption after a not so great showing on this map yesterday, and they're going to find it. They start off the map strong. They're able to hold on to the victory, and Division 1 can't do enough there to try and take it into an OT. So that's going to be SRB, close it out 13-9, and to be on series point. I mean, Roy, looking back at that match, SRB, they've talked about, sometimes they just have bad days. They just have a bad day. And they didn't have a bad day this time around for Pearl.
No, I think the secret for SRB on this map is just don't start on defense, because their attacks look so good right now. You feel me, Vince?
Build the confidence early, yeah.
Yeah, no, because I feel like on the attack is really when you get a taste of what SRB actually is, right? Which is that really strong front line, but there's so many players on this roster that can take over situations, and it's really on this attack side that you really get to see the macro, the ideas all really coming into play, and the potential of this roster really comes alive. And I mean, the first half was just phenomenal.
I agree. There was a little bit of everything that came out of this composition from SRB. On the attack side, they're playing double initiator, but just utilizing that double initiator util to really flood sites. They had nifty little nanostorm throws from Exa to make sure that you could flush out operator positions as well. So they were having just great protocols to hit towards that B side. When we switched over to the defensive side, though, you saw a little bit of a mix of everything, where you want to play double initiator for scan if you can to get like some mid rounding to see where the opponent's going to be at. So as you realize that there's no pressure coming in from other sides of the map, you get double flanks to get value out of it. And then they also have the same style as they play on the attack side. They can use double initiator to just flood util their way back and just win some fights with trades. So I think it was very, very nice in the end. It looked very tough at the beginning, though, when you're seeing that D1 are still going with the fast-paced tempo, the double duelist that was hard to hold at the beginning. But I think after a timeout, they ironed it out. They understood the gaps, and then SRB just did quite well to just answer back to it.
And I think for me, like the one thing that I'm kind of eyeing out is the fact that Division 1 doesn't really feel like their foot's off the gas. Like there's so many rounds that could have gone either way that came down to the absolute wire. And D1 just has been locked in, and so many players have stepped up in different rounds for them. So the pressure is so real right now. Like despite SRB closing out these maps, and I think the fact that D1 is winning a lot of pistols is certainly helping. I think they're like 5 out of 6 right now, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, I feel like overall the pressure is just so relentless from D1, and it feels like if SRB slips up even for a second, D1 just instantly closes that gap. So yes, while this was a map win for SRB, and they're now staring down the barrel of potential redemption against M80 in the grand finals, they cannot get too comfortable, because one, we're going into obviously a different bind. But that before we get into the bind, let's focus a little bit more on this one.
Yeah, and just to tie in on one last point, though, because I do agree with what you were saying here, Roy, that, yeah, they won pistols and whatnot, but at the same time, thankfully, it's only happened in one map so far, right, for Division 1, where you've won both pistols, but unfortunately, you still lose the map. If this was a continuous story right now for Division 1 with them winning all these pistols, then maybe, you know, it's going to get to them on this fourth map of bind. But thankfully, by winning those both pistols on Breeze, they still won that map. They still made it fairly competitive on that second map when they traded off pistols. And now on bind, though, is, you know, you're most likely with the results recently from D1 that you should win these pistol rounds as well, and just roll with our confidence to dominate on bind.
And we'll get to talk to bind more in a second, but I want to highlight the players from this map that really had that step up in making this possible for Shopify Rebellion Black. I mean, Nature, we get to see that continuation, right? Satellite. Yeah. We had said that, yeah, like the Tejo, despite what agents we get to see, like this Tejo is clean. But Roy, I mean, MVP, you got to talk about Xander in this performance, because, whoo.
I think both Astras, but let's start with Xander, because they're the map winner, right? He deserves the flowers. Bro popped off, yes. But dude had like 3 3Ks or 4 3Ks in the first half, which is just so crazy. And yeah, he did slow down that tiny little bit in the second half, but it feels like every moment in these late rounds where they needed someone to like get multi-kills, punish D1, because we talked about this on the desk, right? Where Division 1, you at some point in the round, you can't avoid fighting them. You have to fight them. And it really has been Xander that's been one of the players that stepped up consistently against them. Obviously, Nature's had his moments as well. Satellite here stepping up as well. But Xander, man, he's the utility, the team play, the trading, the multi-frags. I mean, it's just lights out from him right now.
He didn't want to get 13-0 again. That's the reason why. So start off on attack side, and the fact that he was actually with the team too on these B-site hits, that was the main thing, right? They weren't playing necessarily always the win con of Tejo, util, Sova darts, and also the Gravwells, right? They were all executing as a pack and even staying a little bit on site before going and reverting into the, you know, seal the deal and make sure you win the rounds off util. They were fighting, and Xander was doing an excellent job taking that space.
I mean, yeah, it's a team that doesn't want to get 13-0'd again, but also now so close to securing this series and putting themselves into the grand finals. The roster that is built for it, all the resources built into this squad, is coming down to bind for this one. This one, though, is Division 1's pick, and where we had highlighted where this is interesting with the vetoes is we've only seen SRB here once, and it was a nice showing, but for Division 1, Roy, this is something that's very, very comfortable for them that we've seen them play so many reps on.
I mean, they're 5-0 on the map. It's one of their most played maps. I think Lotus is actually they're technically their most played map. Haven's kind of up there as well, but Vine is the 5-0. It's the flawless. And you look at their accolades, you look at their resume and who, like, what the wins they have underneath their belts, and it's FlyQuest and Triple OT. You have Evil Geniuses, convincing win against them. This is peak Evil Geniuses, by the way. And NRG Academy, 13-2 win against them. Like, dude, The resume on this map is incredibly impressive. It's going to be a mirror composition coming out from both of these teams to potentially close out the series or extend it further from Division 1. It's going to be very interesting, but I'm just going to go right into it since we have the agent select. I think from my perspective, this defensive side, against this composition, you need to be proactive. You at least enough to draw out some of the utility, right? You cannot let the Waylay, you cannot let the Neon have full util hitting sites on this attack side. You have to challenge space, even if you're planning on giving it up, but you have to try to draw out a lot of that dive early on, or you might find yourselves overwhelmed. And when the sides flip, Division 1 set pieces, it needs to be contested by SR, or they'll find themselves overrun very easily.
I thought as well, when you're looking at this veto, that SRB, because they have such similar map pool, that they shouldn't be the one to ban Fracture, because you could already ban Bind and then force the other team to ban Fracture anyways, and you have the vetoes in your advantage here for SRB. But I think there's a reason why into this. I think they're always going to be prepared into what Division 1 is going to bring to this map as well. There's a reason why D1 is undefeated on this map. There's also a reason why Shopify Rebellion Black wants to slide it through, because they play mirror comps and they know how Division 1 plays this. So I wouldn't be surprised for the studying and finish it here for SRB.
I mean, SRB are so close to being able to finish this series out. They've managed to put themselves at 2 maps. It's time to see going into Bind if they can take down Division 1 on their best map, or if it's going to be a series that goes all the way. It's time to get to it to Bind with your casters. Back over to Tenric and Marks.
Bro, same. Oh, man. I kind of want to bark now, Marcus, but that feels inappropriate to like start with it. It feels better to like end with a bark on your way out, I think.
Yeah, I mean, okay, how about this? If SRB win this map, which we're not expecting here, just based on the statistics, then we'll bark, okay?
Yeah, we'll do a little bark to end things when we send it back to desk. That sounds good. Well, it very well could happen here, because despite Division 1's extensive and very solid record on this map of Bind so far, Shopify Rebellion Black came in and beat Core on it, and now have a load of recent film, to work off of when it comes to this already mirror composition, as the desk mentioned. So this really could go either way, despite the fact that one of these teams has a lot bigger resume on it.
Yeah, I mean, this time around, no caster math available, given the fact that they have not played the same teams here. So we're burying that bit in the ground. Rest in peace, only 2 times that we got it to come out here. But Division 1 on their defense already, you can see what they're going for. This is going to be an interesting spread, though, because SRB going through hookah.
Dynamic with the snake bite out. Satellite can just skate on past it, so can Smoke. And now D1's going to try and dash in to recover this. Attempted decoy from Boomy just lets him die, and Mikey can't pick up the trade back. Bird to try to hold on to something, but it just lets the rest of Shopify encroach. No, Calamity in the meantime has made his way to the back of the octagon and is able to at least trade away another pick or 2 before Shopify clean things up. It's a pistol round going their way, and a quick one at that.
And just at the end there, I mean, first of all, worth mentioning, hey, that's the very first pistol round that we've seen SRB win in this series, I believe. So good ups to them, finally being able to clap back on Division 1, who have just been so dominant on that pistol round there. But one thing worth mentioning, Smoke finds 3 kills on that round. Smoke as well, actually meeting up with the rest of the team of Shopify Rebellion Black and playing in the same room. So obviously coming from the fact that we saw Smoke come from Core, now joining the rest of the squad in that environment. And I think that's doing a really big boon for the mental of that player, because we've seen Smoke just really have those shutdown moments, but this time can kind of feed off the energy in the room. And my mistake, that is the second pistol that we've seen SRB win.
Kind of necessary for Smoke to develop that energy. He's the only player on Shopify right now who's negative this series, as all eyes are definitely on him to make sure he can clear a way for Shopify to take themselves to that rematch against M80. Full stack on Octagon here to start out. Suss out the stack and then no doubt TP. Dog confirms at least 1. Couple other pot shots confirm the others, and yeah, we're going to A site.
Oh.
That's fun.
It's fun, but it's fine. Plant should be able to go down here as D1 get themselves set up. SRB, though, still in a good position.
Nature's out of birds, too. He used that first one to blind everyone on his team, and then the second one to get the first half of the site. So you've got Satellite quite far up with this shotgun. Yeah, just let one pass. Don't worry about that other dashing guy. You can go deal with him later. Oh, no, Smoke is going to deal with everything. Never mind. The one-shot sniper doing his duty, and that converts passes 2 orbs out from being completed on top of a wonderful anti-eco from Shopify to start things out. Just very patient, very respectful.
Yeah, and still, I mean, it's exactly kind of like you called in the moment there. You see Division 1, they get themselves set up, and then as soon as Nature spots one out and hears gunfire come from 2 different other locations, it's like, all right, if there's 3 people here, we're going to the other site. And they immediately bounce off of it and make sure that they make their way onto that A site. It's just so well done. And once again, Nature's been doing an excellent job at kind of reading what Division 1 do. And one of the things is a lot of tape on Division 1. I know the Duska said it. I know you said it. Now I'm saying it too. There's a lot of information for them to work off of. And you know SRB's a squad that comes in prepared.
Now there's a lot of tape saying there's a lot of tape on Division 1.
Oh boy.
Tapeception.
Okay.
Mikey holding up the back line to Shopify once again, just storm the B site. This is a bonus, by the way. And now the dog out from Nature. Oh, that's the perfect concussed timing. He whiffs it at the perfect time, but Foreign stepping in, not concussed and not phased so far, down to 5 HP. And now the only one remaining, having to make it a 4K in order to clutch, and Exa can hold it down. Quick start to the attack half here by Shopify.
We talk about Valorant timing, but actually that was dog timing. Nature getting the bite off just at the last second so that Mikey's camera swung around all wonky and made sure that the kill was able to be secured. Sorry, not Mikey there, but yeah, it's kind of crazy stuff, but you know what? We'll take it here as SRB now get 3 rounds in a row in which should be Division 1's most dominant map here. And I wonder if Division 1 were coming into this one a little bit overconfident, just expecting that they were going to get the win for free. Well, they're going up against the Shopify Rebellion Black, who's had this prep time, backs against the wall, and they're not letting up for a second.
Well, you know that D1, you know, in moments like these, when their buys are continuously cascading, can get awkward quick if they don't get their finger on the pulse, if they don't get around somewhere jammed in there. Smoke winning the Lurk War against Calamity to start things out in showers. Will aggress a couple more members, convince some of the util to be let fly. Now it's time for a different lurker to do their job. Satellite on the outskirts of B will bring Boomy down to 30. And will convince the entirety of that defensive team to come calling back to the site. Despite such less weight added to it and still 50 seconds on the clock, very questionable defensive pivot here from D1.
Remember what I said on that last map where they just kind of sent Satellite in, feigned that presence? Well, we're seeing it again for SRB, and this time D1 completely fell for it. So this is just going to be an open plant, plenty of time to get themselves set up, and yet still D1. You know they lean into the retakes here. A little bit scattered, splitting themselves up. Let's see how this one goes.
And the guns obviously are just not there, but Foreign is locked, able to get the stim down to prevent himself from being chased away. Unconventional use of the util, but Xander with this backstab is inevitable. And again, despite how good D1 is on paper and in practice, the gun diff continues to persist. 4v3 still though, as Boomy takes the high ground with this Marshall. A dink would do so much for D1's bottom line. Now the Viper util set up on both sides of this spike take so that no one can get inside the middle and crunch short, so Shopify can lay waste. And it's 4 standing for 4-0 here on Shopify's attack half. D1 will have another chance at rifles, but with still a goose egg on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and it's still just looking like the preparation that Shopify Rebellion Black came into this one. It's working out. I mean, these strategies, they've been working on the previous map, so hey, let's just run it again against them. And you can see just some of the confidence. Foreign, once again, being that player who is always on that flank and always able to get so much value, this time gets completely clocked. And that is just the adaptation from Shopify Rebellion Black. It's not about the maps, it's not about the series, it's about understanding these players. And as this seems to drag on a little bit more, SRB are getting a better understanding of the tendency of the Division 1 players and what their, you know, tendencies tend to be, and make sure that they're ready to counter it where applicable. And D1 are really struggling to kind of get anything online.
Well, that Snakebite does a good job of stalling out the initial util while still convincing Shopify to maintain a presence here. But again, the default positioning from Shopify is always willing to let that TP happen. So nobody extra committal just yet, just a slight pivot from Boomy to make sure it's a solid 3-2 on the weaker side. And yeah, you see they're already pinging that bathroom snake. Probably shouldn't say bathroom snake.
Hey man, I wasn't gonna call you out on.
Poor choice of
support
words.
It's fine.
Thanks,
you know,
bud.
Crazy.
Wow, with the toxic screen, that's a great read from Smoke to prepare for that step out from Dynamic, even though he whiffed it.
I'm out of here. One rocket.
only a matter of time before we TP, right? Convergent Pats into the orbital strike. They're giving it a go on the stack on the B site, letting all of that damage from the ultimates and the gunfire from Satellite do the talking. Clears out the 2 on the sand. Now there's 2 behind the smoke on it. Boomy close quarters at the moment. All the while, Foreign, guess where he could be. On the lurk backstab. Seeker is going to be what susses him out very early there, so try again next time, buddy. Still, the fight could mean big dividends here in Hookah. Has to check the opener first, and Xander snuffs it out. Nature with the op shot even to prevent Boomy from doing more than just the light speed in, and it's starting to get a little disrespectful, Marks.
I mean, listen, if you're SRB and you got disrespected that bad yesterday, okay, you know, that's fair. Hey, that's fair. As long as it doesn't become overconfident, but you can see the machinations coming together for SRB. How they're setting up D1 to consistently expect Satellite to be go and be long, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be hitting that B site. So let's make sure that our defenses are over on A just to make sure that we can reinforce that site. And then suddenly all the utility in the world gets dropped down as Satellite just slides in and is able to find 2 clean kills. All the while X is getting the flank online. There's the first layer is where Division 1 are still stuck at in this SRB offense, and they haven't gotten past that yet. And so SRB have all of these different strategies, all of these different plans to throw at Division 1. And very clearly, Division 1 are caught off guard by it. They're not given that opportunity to take those team fights because the utility flushes them out into the awkward space, or they're losing someone very early on these fights.
Seems like you're not able to have that, like, second reset opportunity that so many teams want to have when it comes to retaking Bind. And again, not having proper guns every other round at this point does also really slow you down. D1 is so momentum based. If Shopify keep the foot on their backs, then no telling of what will be able to get this ball rolling on the defense. Bird out sand, you haven't seen Mikey do that too often, mostly because D1 has made the decision to not try to compound on it. Instead, they'll go for the full shower swing. And Exit doesn't even give his life to it. Instead, they'll run back in where Smoke is posted with the op on short, and no one is watching it. Now the attempted rush back, and Calamity can't finish it! Smoke stays standing, and now gets a third onto Foreign as well. It may be an eco, but it's a nightmare for D1 here, as Smoke is already halfway to another ulti. And no doubt a guaranteed sight and round for Shopify Rebellion Black.
That is so tough. I mean, I gotta applaud D1 for trying to change that one up, but you can just see, like, SRB, they've got something for that. They know exactly what might be happening. Hey, we've got countermeasures set up because we think you're gonna be going for this type of play. Excellent job from SRB, just reading exactly how D1 were gonna be playing that round and making sure to completely catch him off guard. And I don't know for sure, but was the saturate thrown by Boomy there? That kind of got.
I believe it was. Yes.
Yeah.
He was.
Yeah.
Smoke was slowed there. Yeah.
Yeah.
He pulled that off out in slow motion. Calamity couldn't land the shots. Yeah. That is one that is definitely gonna hurt for sure.
Like we talk about Division 1 being that scrappy team, right? And we joke about the team flashes and all of that type of stuff, but especially when you're in these like high pressure environments. Sure, a team flash happens, you still get the kill, you still get the round, you're just smiling like, haha, hey, don't do that next time, bro. But then when you're in a 6-0 deficit, then it starts to be a completely different conversation. And you can see Division 1, like, they haven't even gotten, none of the players have gotten 4 kills yet. Foreign is the closest with 3. They at least have that orbital strike online. Booby gonna be going for the operator pick as well, but now Smoke is online. This is just so hard for Division 1, and they have to start pulling these rounds back in their favor.
Saturate to clear the shower so that there's a free overdrive online here for Satellite, but that's quickly shut down by Foreign under the stim. Still, though, that leads to the pinch on short that the rest of Shopify can execute. Now you can maybe go through the TP because the rest of D1 has had more than enough time to make their way back over to this site. Surely Shopify is prepared for something like that. They are indeed. Smoke takes the dry contact swing and wins it, and Mikey, a crucial whiff from beyond. is able to let Nature stay standing. Now a bird to clear away smoke. Boomy with the operator, make sure Nature can't trade it back, and it's a 2v2 with the help of the Seekers launched out from Mikey. Could this be a round going D1's way? Exa sticking around, getting chased down by the Seekers, and now just waiting. The dog has to get thrown out, and he'll still wait it out. Boomy just spamming the shots as he gets in the TP to make sure that's done with. Xander, he's clutched before. He's been absolutely marvelous this series, but the light speed from Boomy confirms the position, forces the swing out from Xander. The initial fight against Mikey, now the convergent pads, as they'll attempt to take the high ground over it, and Boomy will win that out. It takes a village. It takes a lot of prayer, but it does take a round away from Shopify here on the defense. D1 will not allow a 13-0 today.
Wow, it was just so scrappy there. Just the complete team fight from Division 1 doing an excellent job at being ready for Shopify Rebellion Black. And honestly, Mikey and Boomy specifically being able to just push in there despite the fact that the spike has not gotten down. They just weaved perfect timing to catch these players off guard, and it works out perfectly. Sure, Convergent Paths gets utilized in this 2v1, but you want to give up zero opportunity. You have to get yourselves on the board. And most importantly, Foreign still has the Orbital Strike online. Dynamic as well, getting one away from the Viper's Pit. There are some defensive tools to start to get this economy rolling. And yet still, if they lose this round, then things could start to break a bit more. While Shopify Rebellion Black, their economy is nice and solid, especially given those 6 rounds in a row that they won out. Boomy this time being a little bit more aggressive, but Nature not giving anything up just quite yet.
Yeah, still skating on brittle ice, so you know that they're going to stay less risky with it. But not entirely free of it. Dog quickly opt. Boomy having a reposition thanks to it in case there's a quick follow-up. There is not. Shopify's keeping it chill.
I mean, given the fact that Neon can just slide into your face, there are so many differences in how you see it. You see a little bit of util. It's not just like, oh, I'll calmly back away out of this one and change my angle. It's like, oh, I could get a judge in the face soon, so I got to back off of here. And that really just enables a lot of that utility to be that much more effective, because it clears out a lot more space nowadays in where you want to be able to position yourselves.
Everything feels so much more decisive at the moment when it comes to spacing. Partially because D1 is willing to let this space be handed over. X is sticking around momentarily on this octagon for the orb, but nothing more. It's going to be the bingo call for a site from Shopify Rebellion Black. Foreign is close with the orb strike in a great position to do it, but the saturate should quickly trade him out. It's Smoke of all people to get it, but Foreign still grabs that kill on the way down with that orbital strike. Smoke in the refract does get killed. Now Calamity rushes in, catches Nature from beyond the block. X's body's given away by the pit. And in a 1v2, might have seemed like an ultimate that falls on deaf ears. Already some bullets flying as soon as he lets that tap go. 25 HP, more bullets flying, and Calamity with the 4K as D1 escapes with a second round.
That was crazy, and that's just Calamity working the site. I mean, I talked about it previously, how Foreign is the one who just does such a good job at being able to navigate around, find these tricky angles, and not afraid to take those duels. But then that time around, we're seeing the same thing with Calamity just kind of skating through everything. Look at all those kills go in the way of Shopify Rebellion. But as soon as Calamity is able to navigate through, just as the pit gets deployed, they completely neutralize all of that ultimate. And that's got to be frustrating for SRB to work off of. Going into this next one, Division 1, they still got that Viper's Pit online. And let's see what they can do with it. We do see Smoke one away from getting the convergent pads as well. Looks like it might be a fast hit in Hookah.
Yeah, just jumping down here onto Hookah. Yeah, Satellite will fall quickly. Dynamic just holding it down, eventually flushed away, but D1's resources are more than here. Calamity slid in. Xander frags that back, but Mikey able to skate around and deal the rest of it. It's a full-blown pack fight that D1 is more than ready for to make it a 3-6 and very competitive game.
I imagine at this point, SRB, like, you can't force the issue like that. You know that if you're going to be going up into that brawl, Division 1 are going to come out on top of it. That's just how they're built. They thrive in the chaos. They encourage the chaos. Well, that's the reason why 3 rounds in a row go in the favor of Division 1. It looks like as long as they don't fall for the bait that's going on from Shopify Rebellion Black, the desk talked about like the macro game being so important for SRB. If Division 1 just kind of stand their ground and anticipate some of this stuff coming through, then they're able to just cleanly win team fights. It doesn't even look close. And those last 2 rounds kind of reinforced that these guys are ready to take SRB on. It just comes down to if SRB can play those mind games a little bit more. And if they're able to confuse Division 1, that's when SRB are going to be able to shine. So given this timeout, I imagine going to be a little bit of chat going on right now. Smoke obviously has converted paths. Xander, Orbital Strike, a couple of ultimates to work off of here. I wonder if they've been holding on to them just to kind of counter the Viper Spit whenever Dynamic decides to let that one loose. But just in general, D1 are starting to heat up, and SRB need to make sure they keep them contained if they want to win this map.
Yeah, this has got to stop here. Like we said, D1 are very momentum-based. It's how you lose 6 in the beginning and then win your next 3.
Oh, yeah.
See if they make it 4. Again, D1 was very willing to hand over space early on after Shopify made the bullhorn go because of how much they're able to recover when they go for the rush down themselves. Well, Shopify will W key once more. Same story, different round. Satellite, now alone actually, and they tried to feint out some util, but D1 will once again be quick to this rotation. Smoke has only made it as far as the lamp sentry, and will only now start ducking in further. This is really good distance gain with the help of the dog as well. He's gonna be able to suss out the first, but Calamity has that shotgun and gets the free kill. Orbital Strike to clear lamps, but he's not even in there yet. Instead, Satellite goes shotgun for shot. I mean, yeah. Neon with a shotgun, killing the Neon with a shotgun after he just got to kill Neon with a shotgun. Modern Valorant, ladies and gentlemen. 4v4 retake here for D1, fully backed away. 2 on Heaven, 2 on Link. 1 on Link now, as Xander starts spraying through that hole. Now looking up to the open ground. Give it all to Xander, why not? Jeez, man. Some rounds, he just decides to take it all. So Shopify do end up spacing out properly this round and really boxed out D1 the entirety of it. They couldn't even breach those openings of the re-entries there.
Oh, they really couldn't, and Xander, once again, has been really stepping up in this series. Honestly, has just been stepping up across playoffs in general. I thought that in the Swiss stage, Xander wasn't doing the best, but, you know, it's your controller player. Just does a pretty good job of, like, anchoring things down and putting the smokes in the right places. But during this playoff run on SRB, Xander has been fragging out of his mind. And I think that round was yet another Xander round to just kind of win, and it's not even based off of any utility or anything. Just the good aim, knows where they're coming from, and able to run things down. This time, Nature going to be able to get that ultimate orb. Seekers are now going to be online. Well, Division 1, they play it slow and patient, so they've adapted themselves to try and counter the potential mind games that SRB could be playing.
Running low.
That bird out from the shower will convince Calamity and Foreign to stick around for quite some time, while the rest of this is dry cleared. But the steps will eventually be heard, surely. And with the smokes tossed into elbow and back hall, the util's dumped. Conversion paths on the inward as Smoke gets a free leg into the site. The snake bite will slow down half of the team, but the rest of Shopify is fine just taking their pot shots and letting the rest work out. 2 shotguns for the retake. The double duelists having these close range bouts, but with Boomy having no dash available to make something of it, has to wait for somebody to get overzealous, and Shopify is going to do anything but that now. It's got to be Foreign. No stim available either. Dry contact with the help of a body from Calamity, and it's just sprayed away. Nothing doing this time, folks. Keep pounding on that door. It's 8-3.
And you just see the confidence and the practice from SRB on that engagement, right? Like, Smoke flies through, spots one out. That's okay. I'm going to focus on my target. I know my teammates got my back. And all the while, the snake bite, like you said, slows people down from rotating in long. That's okay. Someone's hopping out a hookah just to make sure that that contact is still covered, because Smoke is flying into the back and going to make sure that the back of sight is clear. SRB are just doing their due diligence. They're crossing their T's, dotting their I's. They know how to take this attack with their util, and they're doing it to a T. Division 1, unless they're able to back off of it and have that clean refight, it looks like they're just kind of out of luck, really, in some of these team fights. And that's something that really is unexpected for this Premier team.
Poison's off.
The one thing that they were excelling at across this entire Cinderella run, the very beginning of that lowers bracket. But openings like that are inexcusable at this point in the tournament. Calamity with a panic overdrive to try and hold down the crowd coming his way, and he'll do a good job of staying alive, but maybe not as much damage as he'd hoped to. There's the dink onto 1. There's the second. He's still kicking, and Shopify can finally shut that down. But with the remaining 2 members of D1 having more than enough time to make it back onto site, it's a very early post-plant fight, but Boomy's shots are way off the head. It's got to be for it again. And he can't even find a proper body after this first smoke dance. There it is. Nature will fall. But down to 33 with that adaptive armor, it just takes another feather tip shot to get Shopify Rebellion Black to another 9-3 scoreline. Just 4 rounds out from Grand Finals.
Wow, like look at this scoreboard now. Smoke as well has just been heating up on this specific map. Once again, when you're talking about tools available to Shopify Rebellion Black, Smoke hasn't even really been playing the op, honestly. It's just been kind of playing a little bit more of that rifle, that Phantom, making sure to make it work well. Calamity almost made magic happen here, but unfortunately just couldn't quite stick the landing in that, allowing Shopify Rebellion to still walk away with that round. And now let's see what Division 1 have. Their backs are against the wall. This is their 100% win map in Challengers Split 2. Let's see if the Premier team can tie this one up to force out Haven. Right now, SRB have a 6-round lead, and it all starts with this pistol here. Let's see what the defense wants to do.
Easily the most crucial one that D1 have won the majority of. And question of how much Shopify is able to flush out before D1 goes full power. It's often been that seesaw. See, begin with the dive onto X, and Nature tries the follow-up. The stack is way too strong, and Calamity up to 2. Saturate in from the TP, but there's no immediate available follow-up, and now the regrowth is going to allow most of D1 to be basically in tip-top shape going into this B site. Some pot shots taken as the chase down persists, but D1, they love switching up like this, and so they'll see this as an excuse to head over to A site through that TP, where the short presence is still being held up by Dynamic, and there's no check from Satellite! Massive discrepancy that will net Dynamic 2! And surely the pistol is wrapped from here. It's not flawless though, as Xander will at least find 4, and still good-ass start to what will need to be a necessary recovered round for D1.
And we talk about Shopify Rebellion being so interesting on their attack, you know, playing with the map and all that type of stuff. But that time around, D1, I mean, you know, you talk about these pug teams where they feel like they just like to send it in different areas. And this time around, like, they just travel as a squad. They're not afraid to move it in. You see, oh yeah, they should have cleared that B site. They're probably going in there. No, let's just all group up. Let's get our health back up to full. And then we're just going to go to the A site because we've gotten all that space on that side anyways from Dynamic. So a great job from D1 to potentially start this tie up, but they still have quite a bit. Reminder, it was a 9-3 half. I don't know if there are any curse believers still in watching Valorant these days, but there is something working against SRB. Let's see if they're potentially able to overcome it.
We all went extinct ages ago when 6-7 became funny. Now that's the only scoreline anyone ever cares about.
I miss 9.
Which we have gotten close to that a couple times this series, I will say.
You've been counting, haven't you?
Never count it out. No, but like you said, yeah, the perfect kind of start. And as long as you keep playing piecemeal, just get your ones, make sure you don't lose too much along the way. And Shopify cannot get their own ball rolling on a site that requires it.
Oh, Boomy.
Ballsy high ground by Boomy. You can only do that in an anti-eco like this, but it'll work. Xander close with this pistol on the smoke, and he'll use it to get a couple bits of chip damage, but if there's anyone you want to do it to, it's Mikey, because the regrowth will get defunct by the time he dies, but still kicking, which means he's still able to kill, and he will. One more onto Exa through the smokes, and Nature and Satellite, the only ones really remaining. I don't even think Satellite's going to approach this. He wants to see if somebody's lurking in through showers, and I think the remainder of Shopify is going to die to the detonation.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we've seen some crazy stuff come through from SRB when it comes to those thrifty rounds, but this might be just a little bit too much of a tall order. Nature's at least able to find Mikey, but that's all good if you're thinking about D1's position. But they're just sitting here, they've got all the weapons in the world, they lose their pistol, or that's totally fine. They're gonna come into the next round with an Outlaw, Bulldog, Spectre, and a Phantom. And so they're gonna be looking nice and pretty on this bonus here. SRB though, this is gonna be their rifle round. This is where we need to see that step up happen if they want to prevent that ball to start rolling on the side of Division 1. And like you said earlier, Division 1, they tend to be a very heavy momentum team. Worst thing that you can do is you give them a jump start and suddenly, you know, they've tied up the score line and all of that work done in the first half gets tossed to the wayside.
There's been 2 bonuses stolen so far this series. Division 1 trying to go for that third. Xander, quick stopper onto Calamity's slide. Valiant effort, but nothing doing. Boomy, another high ground, another gutsy attempt. Given opportunity and dynamic on this lurk through hookah can win the fight against Exa as well. D1 presented with options, and they'll take the ladder.
And they're going to be rotating over here, just everyone waiting to group up. Nature just on the other side. Gonna look for an opportunity to maybe cross, but it's looking a little bit not wise, given all the utility getting tossed out just to keep them at bay.
Spike
I
planted.
think that toxic orb might have bounced a little weird. I don't know if I'm seeing things or not, but they might not have as much cover on Spike. It's okay, that's not what D1 plays. They play cover on frontline. Dog susses out Boomy. He just has to stay hidden for a second here. Rest of the cover's available. Bird out next. Shopify wasting a lot just to get on backside, but they're able to spray through, and yeah, Boomy's been tracked out as well. 3v2 now. Dynamic gonna step out through the hookah, see if he can get away with anything, but Shopify are watching both ways, and yet again, God, it's Xander that manages to get all the kills for it. So double digits for Shopify, a bonus for them, and they are back on track here.
Xander is like, head is on a swivel, man. Just knows exactly where to look. I mean, thank goodness we have the player cams as well, because you see in the rooms, the SRB players are like, oh, no way Xander hits that, but of course Xander hits that. It's just a good job to be able to play that retake down, isolate the individuals for Division 1, and then you see it just kind of doesn't work out together. I would have expected, we would have seen the flash come alongside the peek through, but the timing on Division 1 doesn't seem to be as down as we would expect. That's why SRB are now going to be up to 10. Xander as well gets the orbital strike online. And well, that is a very useful tool, especially with how we've seen these orbital strikes get so much value on the map so far.
Early rotation from Shopify Rebellion Black after a lot of noise is made with the help of that Molly getting tossed in to help cover the backside. Seeker's now thrown out offensively from Mikey as well to suss out this early Lamp's presence. I don't think you need a cabbage to figure out that the Neon is held up there.
Oh, what?
But Calamity's been found out after zoning away from the orbital strike. Satellite skates past Boomy in Lamps and manages to kill him with the shotgun. I didn't even know two people could fit in there. But now, as the spike takes away, Shopify's frozen momentarily. They don't know how much space they have control of. And they would like to give Exa a couple more seconds to get a little further up with this judge. And Molly's gonna give him every excuse to do that. No, Satellite, you cannot go around that.
Oh.
Smoke's been found out by Dynamic in the shower again. He just loves hiding out here. Oh, but Foreign, you should not be looking there, my guy. That's a quick kill for Exa. Satellite has the excuse to dive in and give the rest of Shopify all the room they need to take over. 2 rounds out from Grands.
And that's, once again, just excellent timing, excellent understanding of what to do from Shopify Rebellion Black. Exactly like you were kind of calling out. I'm very happy that you picked up on that. The fact that they just stall for a second to allow Exa to be able to get that value, because it just clears out just a little bit more, and especially with that flashy neon that everyone's so paying attention to, that just allows Exa to find that backstab and just clear out one of the angles you have to really be careful of. And so SRB, they clear things out very systematically, once again, relying on the homework that they've done, the system that is in place. Now they're 2 rounds out from taking the map that D1 has not lost this entire stage away from them.
First trades of kills. Foreign questioning whether to stick around now after that first little bit. And instead, D1 opting to just move through Lamps again. Boomy pretty fearless to force Exa away, but not committing to it, just forcing the space to be uncontestable now. Because yeah, Shopify felt so secure with their Lamps coverage in the previous round that they could freeze. Now they can't do that because of all of that getting scoped out early on. So Shopify know their next moment to interrupt will be as the spike goes down. That's why D1 buffer it with the smoke and the saturate to make sure no one can get a word in edgewise. Foreign on the bench gets away with the oneer and lets the molly go down, so Xander's pressured to swing it. He still will win that, and even duck back behind the molly, back into the pocket, sacrificing some of his health to take a better position. Smoke, crucial whiffs on the Lamp's presence. That continues to be D1's bread and butter in order to hold on to a round like this. Late poison orb by Dynamic tossed as well to give the impression that they had less util than available, and it lets him get away with the freebie. Now they've got to deal with Mikey choked up on Lamps, and they've overextended so well. Nature can only take care of the one before falling. And Division 1, yet again, stick their heels in at the perfect time to keep this contestable.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy, honestly. I mean, Division 1, they just love to play that scrappy 1v1 battle there. And you can see, like, you know, toss all the coordination out the window. Yeah, what was I saying last round? Flash out to your teammates so they can kind of go there. Like these just weird timings that the Division 1 use on that last round of consistently swinging out on these uncomfortable areas, trying to find the advantage against their opponent. And yeah, Foreign able to find that kill onto Exa, immediately getting traded back, but it just comes down to the positioning working out for Division 1. And so they're within spitting distance now. 5 rounds separate these two teams. And SRB are back onto a save here. Like he spots out Exa. That's good information. The Viper is on this side. Boomy tosses out the saturate, but no one is going to be in that little area.
Yep. Shopify's 2 will still choke up on the Octagon to see if they can get away with something stupid. Even throw a bird in. Confirm that the stack is still around. Another dog too. Yeah, Nature's willing to use everything so early just to make sure they know people are here and to let Smoke and Xander walk in, but neither of them win against Dynamic. That's kind of your only in this round if you're Shopify. Not really too many other ways to get anything done unless you give yourselves away for the trades, which Nature will do so just to get that one body. So Satellite, yeah, is just gonna see what he can farm in the meantime. At the very least, an orb for free now that the bingo's called. But other than that, you either die to Splode or you try to get one of these guys that's low on funds to maybe force out an overdrive early from Calamity or something.
I think it's pretty much just that is Spike here. No real point in sacrificing yourself unless there's a bit of an overextension from D1. Maybe you'll be able to find one person, but given the margin of error that D1 are playing with, I don't imagine we're going to be seeing them try to go hunting too much. They have to make sure that they keep that economy intact, and given the fact they brought 2 Guardians into here with a lot of light armor, I think that's pretty telling as to economically how they're doing. Foreign will be the one who kind of steps forward and is actually able to win that out against Satellite. The 25 HP, the Bucky just not able to close the distance there.
Drink some water.
And just like that, D1 now 4 rounds separating them from potentially catching up to SRB. Smoke going to be buying that operator this time. And if you take a look at the minimap, you can see exactly how they want to set Smoke up. Play that long sight line down on side B. You know that Smoke is good for finding those opening frags. But this time, D1, they're more interested in storming into showers potentially. And that could prove to be a little bit problematic. But they are going up against Xander and Satellite. And if Xander is able to find 2 kills, then that's Orbital Strike still available.
Oh, they send Smoke over with the TP and the operator. That is unconventional as can be, but when they know they're attacking A this hard, you kind of have to send whoever you can to it. And Satellite looking the wrong way. Calamity's already tore apart this entire site, as has the remainder of D1. And the Seekers will confirm what's already known. D1 is on A site. No committed spike plant yet. No smoke to cover Xander, but no body available to his LOS, so he'll simply extend. Allow Nature to also get his eyes on the prize here. With Exa so far out, with a lot of your tools already gone, with your economy very risky, this looks to be a 3v5 save from Shopify Rebellion Black. Can I sidebar for a moment?
Sure.
Why do you have 3 on the barricade of Octagon when you already fought Octagon the previous round? To think that Smoke is going to get any value out of the sand approach when you already saw Nature use all of his Sky util to enable sand on his own previously, why would you think D1 is going for that out the gate again? And if you don't think that, why are you sending Smoke into TP with an operator with the help of the bird? It's just either way this went. This just did not seem like the right call for Shopify Rebellion Black, and it's one call that gets D1 a free round.
Yeah, because you see, like, in the midst of all of that chaos there, Satellite goes down, but more importantly, Smoke goes down, right? Who was doing a good job at holding down that B site, could have potentially regrouped the squad. And yeah, this is exactly what I was kind of expecting here, is SRB to call that timeout, because the thing that made them excellent was when they were able to read D1, right? Like when they have an idea on what D1 is kind of getting up to, then they're making sure to kind of punish them and just either overwhelm or stick to their guns on how they want to play that one. But like that last round was very demonstrative of what happens when SRB don't know what Division 1 are kind of doing. And they've got these half-baked plans that they want to just try out. And, well, they just kind of get slapped away immediately and get forced into a 3v5 save, which is not how you want to end some of these rounds. And so I'm imagining during this one, we're going to be seeing the regrouping of Shopify Rebellion Black to potentially pull things back into their favor. Satellite won't be able to buy up here, neither will Smoke. But on the other side, I mean, we're seeing Boomy come in with the operator, there's Orbital Strike available for Foreign, and Dynamic will have the Viper's Pit. So I imagine D1 are going to just try and rush it and then utilize all these ultimates to make sure that they can stabilize themselves while disrespecting the economy of Shopify Rebellion Black. Because if SRB lose this one, the next round, it's going to be a little bit tough. And if Division 1 win 2 in a row, then suddenly they're 1 round away from tying this up against SRB.
An unconventional response here from Shopify. Nature holding back for the initial stack push. That bird will be what convinces him to pivot. Xander 2. And this is the standard sand take. Yeah, see, if you just waited till the round after, maybe you would have connected on something. I don't know, man. But this is a good reaction call from Shopify Rebellion Black, initially thinking there was the A site. B site does feel more delectable to D1 with that Viper's Pit, I will say.
Yeah.
So they'll stick 2 on it. And Xander will rotate back just as they cut noise into short. And D1's still not decisive with this. The one way on the boxes is going to force him to duck back again.
And like the fear, knowing that D1 are kind of just lurking around, all 5 members could potentially be grouped up. It keeps Shopify Rebellion Black honest. Like they're not going for any overextensions. They're not trying to push their luck. Just because they know if they just walk into the death ball, chances are they're just going to lose their life.
Yeah, they want to purely guarantee that nothing slipped by, and so far that's the case. Hookah is going to be that weakest point, though, and Nature falls right into the smoke that flushes him away. The bird out does do a lot of help, but the stun on Exa slows him down, so he's only able to get one on the way down. Mikey able to find him on the octagon swing outside of the second bird that he tosses, and Dynamic with the lurk catches Satellite 2. Good shot onto Boomy there with the shotgun, but the regrowth yet again doing big work here for Division 1, as with just smoke remaining, we have another save on our hands. He'll run back to Satellite's gun, pick it up, and let D1 take it to 9. No pit required.
Oh, that's tough. I mean, at least they're able to get a couple, they get the orbital strikeout, I believe, that round. So that's a good thing because that's a pretty powerful ultimate. But yeah, like Division 1 just kind of stomp in and they don't get stopped at all. SRB don't even have an opportunity really to kind of stop it. And you can see they're all just kind of throwing their bodies at the problem, trying to find that opportunity to potentially find kills and win out that team fight. Oh, look at this. Okay. Yeah, Smoke's able to get one there, but Foreign will shut that one down. And like you said, Division 1 up to 9. 2 rounds away as they keep this streak going 4 rounds in a row now.
Shopify, do you have a full buy coming into this round as well? Some dicey armor, but that doesn't really matter at this point. It's life or death hide and seek with D1 on these kinds of rounds, especially if Shopify is spreading thin and so individualistically. Same 2 stack on this B sand, Exa and Nature, just seeing what they can find. Exa, a couple noises, seeing if he can convince somebody to take a shot. I don't think he can, though.
That would have been great if you were able to at least get that. And
Ooh.
X as well, just trying to bait it out, you know? See what's going on. Hey, I'm throwing a couple of bullets. Why don't you throw a couple back, you know?
Risky business. I mean, it's a couple of good seconds you're burning away, I will say. And it does keep them from holding TP, so you don't have to pressure showers as hard. But you are depleting a lot of your util. Nature already only down to just the 1 bird for at least 20 more seconds. Now dog thrown in from D1 to see if anybody's retreated. And, I mean, Nature he's backed up to elbow, but it's because Satellite's also here to play the second point of contact.
I'm going to say, I actually really like that Nature's able to find Mikey there, because if you see the Sky, I mean, at this point, it's pretty telling. You wouldn't expect the Sky to be the one who's kind of flanking. That gives a lot of information away. And yeah, now we're going to be seeing Division 1 move themselves up.
Satellite can make his way back pretty quickly. Exa does find the lurker from Dynamic, so it's just going to be this A push that is the only thing that matters. The Viper's Pit thrown up by Exa just in case they want to pivot back to that B site. Xander with the orbital strike to hold out the opening front line, and Calamity's Reign will only get 2 on the way down. First half of the spike gives away Smoke's position on the trade back, but Foreign body given away for a couple crucial seconds with the smokes dissipating. Just down to Mikey, and with 8 seconds to go, this round is nigh impossible, but just enough time to plant this spike, and Smoke does have to win the fight raw, but Exa is the one who grabs the credit for it. Shopify will be able to make this one work. It was awkward, but it's theirs. And they have 3 rounds of match point here on Bind.
Yeah, once again, just this time doing a good job of reading what's going on. And personally, I really think it came down to just that original scout out there. Because once again, you spot out the sky, you know this is where everyone is. And you know you're facing Division 1, who tend to be the team to either go for that heavy rotation immediately or just rotate themselves back. And you see SRB kind of get ready for it, especially after the first wave of smokes come down. And SRB, they do a good job of stalling them just long enough to allow the rest of their retake members to kind of get set up to counter Division 1 as they push in, making that spike plant so uncomfortable. And now, this could be it. Division 1 facing elimination here. SRB just need one more round. They will find their spot into Grand Finals, but this is still Division 1's best map.
Seeker's out quick. Smoke dares to hang out against all of it and still gets out, but not long enough. It's the dog that gets the final bit of the health pool in the pit thrown up quickly, but even quicker, Xander's Molly catches Dynamic's body. Huge win con, gone for D1, and they've got to brawl their way through it before turning tail and heading to that less vacated B site. The chase down with Satellites, but yeah, that's a decision, buddy. But Nature with the extra burn gets 2 back down. And Shopify, clearly they want to have a little bit of fun with it, but that may lead to D1 being able to escape with one more round. It's a 1v2, and D1 have the right guess on which site is now emptied.
Yeah, Exa back into this position. We've hyped him up as the guy who's able to find those clutches. And as that clock burns down, Exa should be pretty aware of where the spike plant is going to be and going for that long rotation around, making sure that none of the Division 1 players will be aware of where this is going. 1v2 scenario here. All util has been drained from both sides. Let's see how Exa wants to take this one.
Really not much time to, if I'm being honest.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Having Boomy and Forward on the same exact spot is a choice. Okay, now they'll extend. Double swing outside. There you go. Good job.
Tough.
All right, that is one of the 3 heads of this beast that is match point slain down by D1. And to their credit, Shopify's buy is a little dicey this round too, so definitely not over yet.
I'm just sitting over here like, oh man, Satellite going through with the judge. That was a choice.
That was such a choice, man.
It kind of forces the rest of the team to have to follow up, right? Like Nature's just like, well, damn, okay, you spotted them out. You're up in the tempo. I can only go so fast, but at least Nature's able to find 2. It's just, it's so awkward that it doesn't quite work out for them. And exactly like you said, SRB on this weird buy now. I mean, 2 Buckies, 2 Classics, and a Stinger up against the full arsenal of D1. D1 are looking for this overtime, and, well, they might just be able to get it.
Fully smoked. Dim beacon here.
Standard setup on site. Make sure you get it clean. Shopify's gonna go into this and fight it out. Saturate catches a myriad of those players, but, I mean, the presence here is good. So, D1, yeah, see that as the sign to just head to the site that is way more open, way more empty. Good reaction time from Shopify, but there's always that backup plan that the riflers still have. So, Spike will go down without a hitch. Bird scopes out Lamps, gives Calamity that idea that he might be a little freer than bargained for, but the rifle makes it so he is freer than he bargained for. It's about who makes a dent at this point.
Yep.
Aye. Yeah, Calamity stunning himself there. That does let him get 1. Okay, Nature. That is a rifle his way. We can maybe get at least 1 more on the way down here. Warren's been shipped. You know time regardless here, but you'd love to get a couple more bodies on the way down, make this economy a little risky for the last round of regulation. Nature might just get 4K. I mean, Boomy has no reason to peek this, but he will. I mean, that is a lot of guns that Nature just got rid of on the side of D1. The economy should still be fine, but impressive stuff for sure.
Hey man, that's Seekers as well. I mean, it's still not the best, but you know what? Rescues the gun and can stabilize the economy to make sure that this is going to be as good of a buy as they can get. We're going to be seeing Smoke come back onto that operator. But meanwhile, yeah, Division 1 sticking to their guns with exactly how they like to play. Nice and grouped up, swinging off of each other. Those little micro decisions and in the moment, you know, heads up plays are what makes Division 1 so fun to watch. And that's the reason why they continuously are catching SRB off guard. This could be the round where it goes one way or another. Smoke misses that initial op shot and is getting chased down. But oh boy, it's all the ultimates.
Wow, they're going to take everything to try to chase him down, but Satellite holds the other end, and it's the clutch trap that does so much now that Orbital Strike has no slow to support it, and so nobody from Shopify dies. Now the Seeker's tossed out by nature. No reason not to let him fly when there's only 3 more members of the team to find. And it'll confirm all of them over on this stack. Albeit, well, one actually did make it to showers. I think Boomy might have just outran it, so they might not be aware of that full-blown presence, but they have a good idea of it. It's 5v3. Yeah, uphill battle, and X is right in front of all of it. They'll check it and win it! Exa doesn't get a body! 3v4, and D1 yet again have a sight to themselves. This is where they're strongest. This is where they have those opportunities built for themselves every time. The Molly out from Foreign prevents them from immediately engaging. Now the Seeker's out. Guarantees that full presence in the back hall. And Mikey has just refreshed a bird as well for the engagement that is no doubt on the horizon. Smokes, Saturate, will try to catch a part of the site. Satellites in, followed by Sander. They catch 4 to start. Shopify mowing it down. Boomy the only one left, and he can't even manage to take care of Smoke. Shopify Rebellion Black. They sure do try to have fun with it, but at the end of the day, they will keep it professional. They will go back to the grand final to have their rematch against M80, their 2nd straight grand final in Challengers North America.
Big ups to Shopify Rebellion Black. Once again, it cannot be understated, going up against Division 1, the team that, you know, climbed their way in through Premier, which was kind of brutal, getting all the way up here and almost potentially getting to grand finals. Like, big hats off to Division 1. They came into it not even really having that formal coaching staff or anything. They just came in here with a dream and were trying to win it all. On the flip side though, Shopify Rebellion Black, I cannot hit the point harder in just the level of preparation that they seem to be coming into these matchups with, and their ability to shake off a 13-0 from yesterday. They won Pearl. I feel like that says more than enough right now. And then also beat Bind, Division 1, who beat out FlyQuest, Evil Geniuses Academy, NRG Academy, Nightblood Gaming, SAD Esports. Division 1 looked stellar on Blind, and yet still SRB take that map and win the series 3-1 to guarantee their spot against M80 for that rematch. This time in a best of 5. I mean, it's going to be an exciting matchup.
Yeah, gotta give a shout out to Division 1 one more time on that marvelous losers bracket run they made. It's not often you see a 16 seed make it as far as they do, but Shopify Rebellion Black, they clean up all the blemishes, they right all of those wrongs, they clear all of those mistakes, and there's one more dog to outbark in the grand finals. Shopify versus M80. Let's have the desk talk about it. Marks, are you with me?
I'm with you.
Trim. Edge.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
shot from 2 smokes just like that, huh? Flash. Oh, it's the refrag. Gonna get another. A little ace here for smoke on the second round. Oh, no.
We haven't even reached anywhere close to the potential of this team. I think our ceiling's very, very high. We're a really strong team, in my opinion.
It's dynamic. Oh, he skipped him out. Nice no-scope. Big down 3. Dynamic with the Marshall.
They're obviously like the powerhouse, like probably like the biggest org. I think that, we just bring the same confidence we did today, and I think we can come out with the W.
And congratulations to Shopify.
Nice, dude. Well done.
And congratulations to Shopify Rebellion Black for securing their spot in the grand finals after taking this last map of Fine 13-11. I mean, this is just very... It was close. It was close. We almost saw the OT, but SRB will get it done in the end.
Very good match actually towards the end. We knew it was going to be a brawl no matter what I'm buying between these two teams, but I didn't expect for it to be such a strong start for SRB in the first place because of how good Calamity and the rest of the crew of D1 has been over Vine throughout this whole stage. But man, they came out swinging. SRB had a great plan. Like I said, it almost felt like not only they understood how the comp plays against each other because it's a mirror matchup, but they understood the play style too of Division 1. Hence, therefore, Exit was getting so many great opportunities to lurk and to get backstabs to get a strong lead, and even forced out an early timeout for Division 1 so that they could actually finally readjust going into the game. But once the tides turned, though, Roy, it got close. It got close again.
Yeah, I mean, it was a battle. It was a battle between both of these teams, but I do want to kind of circle back onto that defensive half because really that's kind of where you really see the game plan from SRB come to life, where it was very clear that they came in with a very concrete idea of how they wanted to take away on what was ultimately D1's best map, and it was a lot of that shower pressure and putting in a lot of presence in that part of the map because D1 is such a set piece type of team. They like to do their splits. That's been their bread and butter on this map, and seeing SRB challenge showers, deny showers, and consistently deny them at least one part of the split every single round, it felt like. And yeah, sometimes it didn't go their way, but the game plan was very clear, night as day. And yeah, just a phenomenal showing from SRB.
And it felt close as well once you saw Division 1 starting to take full control of like A side on site execs when they took the attack side. Because if you were given a chance for Division 1 to set up a pulse plan and have people playing U-Haul, there was no way SRB was coming back in that game. And it felt like yesterday was something that their opponents dealt well against, but in FlyQuest, that is. Although D1 still managed just to pass and win in overtime, but getting U-Haul control on that side was such a win con for D1 on the attack side. And then finally, I felt like SRB really had to fight in the forward lines. And finally, you see like Xander playing from the smokes of triples. You're starting to see a little bit more flashes of support. Molly's coming in from the other side from Exa too to really start to play the spike denial. So they fight before D1 to really even set up. And I think that's what really helped them as well.
I mean, I want to say though, the biggest congratulations to Division 1 for making it to this point and making it so competitive. I mean, we saw multiple of these maps go the distance. I mean, every map realistically, you were getting 13-10, 9, 13-11, and making it so close. Again, this was the team that was the premier team that fans, like, there wasn't really anything we expected too much from them at the beginning of things, and they completely shifted that perception, completely shifted that expectations around. And even if this wasn't a win today, I mean, they made it close, they made it competitive, and I think they should be pretty proud of what they put together here.
I agree. They definitely have gained a lot of respect for the community and also the competition going to the stage. I think now it even comes to show, and it underlines what we've been talking about throughout the whole beginning of the year, seeing how good VCL has elevated going to NA this year. So to see that they made it into the top 3, where all odds are against them, all they're doing is playing like third-party tournaments with Fun Harvest to get some reps in, and then to make it to this point and have so many good upset matches on their side in terms of victories under the belt, it comes to show that they're definitely a force to be reckoned with going into the stage number 3 or the next stage.
And VCL is just so much more interesting with teams like D1 and FlyQuest, right? Like these young guns, pretty much the future of this game, if all things go well, right? Like we're literally seeing them be born right here in VCL, and for them to make such a deep run in their first showing, in their first split, it's so impressive. And they also had a genuine shot at, I mean, potentially advancing to grand finals as well, had a few rounds gone differently. So D1, a phenomenal first showing, but to kind of turn back the conversation towards SRB, this was ultimately a massive bounce back from what was I mean, a humiliation ritual yesterday versus M80, right? Like they got completely dominated, and for the fact that they bounced back, won a map that they lost on, and just like had a huge turn of playstyle and confidence and showing is really impressive for SRB. And it's, I mean, SRB versus M80, this is the fated rematch here for grand finals.
Yeah, that was something that was even discussed yesterday, was whatever team loses out, probably was going to see them in the grand finals once again. And surely they did have to work for it. For SRB are going to be fulfilling that, have that rematch up against M80 to try and take the title this time around, do what they couldn't do over in stage 1. But looking across the board, I mean, Shopify, Rebellion Black, again, we have to give the kudos to the individuals as well that really put it together. And I love that we got to see throughout the series, everyone have those individual step up. Smoke really heating up for this final map. Xander was just electric. Nature was just a star of it all. Like, I mean, Roy, everything together just works so well for SRB when it's working. Yeah,
it looks so good. And massive kudos to Xander and Nature, because those are the two veterans that really stepped up for this roster. Their scores, their stats on this map were phenomenal. Xander was plus 16, Nature was plus 22, believe it or not. Both players having huge opening percentages as well. 9-4 for Xander, 11-7 for Nature. So this was a massive step up from the veterans. We talked about how the veterans want, you know, these guys have adapted, man. They've stayed on top of the game, and they've really honed in on this meta, and they found a way to get so much value on what are essentially off roles. So it's impressive on many levels. And of course, Xander and Nature both being probably the most vocal players on this roster. The fact that they're taking on the calling and the responsibility of reading the rounds correctly, but also taking things into their own hands when against what was ultimately one of the best mechanical teams we've seen so far in this playoffs is so impressive. I mean, just kudos to them.
Exactly that. They were definitely pillars into the win of SRB today for both Xander and for Nature. I think when it comes down to that, that's the reason why this roster was built in the first place. Why, even if you're building around Exa, you still need veterancy to come down to play with the Prodigy, if I could put it that way as well, right? So it's nice to see that you have this resurgence of Nature coming back into full force as well in this matchup. And again, I think this is going to be a fun matchup against M80 tomorrow, but we'll have to see that happen tomorrow.
Oh, it's going to be such a great grand finals. We already were treated with this lower finals, and to be able to see them play once again will be really, really nice. But for now, we got to hear from the team. And you were talking about Nature. Well, we have him here on the line for a Phillips Norelco interview. Get a little bit more insight from the team. Nature, big congratulations. You are in the grand finals. You know, you had to go through the lower finals to get there. You had this matchup up against Division 1. I would love for any insight on how you approach this team, because they are confident. They're a little unpredictable. Like, how's that going into a best of 5?
Well, it was a decent amount of prep work for the coaches, and then giving it to me today. It was, I mean, this team is very similar to, I would say, FlyQuest, and the fact that they just do a bunch of stupid stuff, I can't lie. And we're not very good at dealing with these teams. So it definitely started slow on Breeze, but I kind of feel like we all reaffirmed that there is like no way we lose against this team as long as we focus on the fundamentals more and just know that they're bad. We will beat these teams. They do very stupid things, so that's just what we 100% stood on. Stood on business.
Standing on business. Make sure you can find yourself in the grand finals. Okay. And we got to talk about going up against M80 again with what we saw yesterday. You know, to address the elephant in the room, but obviously that was a matchup we weren't quite expecting, particularly that second map. Was that kind of like mistakes that you had to go over last night to get ready for today? Part of the coach's homework, your homework, or just kind of one of those bad days, shake it off, keep going?
Oh, I mean, of course it was a bad day, but to be honest, like their prep going in and even in the veto, I think they definitely outplayed us. I think all of us agreed on that. We definitely didn't expect the veto to go the way it did. So M80, it was like well played from them for sure. Cap, whoever decided that, very well played on that end. But at the same time, I mean, we just didn't show up to play, to be honest. Like that was very, very clear. I think everybody feels this way, and it's more about how we reflect on it afterwards and not like freak out. Oh, we got to do this, and this. And this is like realize that we did not play as a unit, as a team at all. And they had a good game plan against us. They countered us very well. Respect to them. Obviously, we weren't shooting because we were not confident at all. Map 2, and then you know, first time for everybody, 13-0 in the club.
You know, just it adds to the story, adds to the backstory, right, of it all. And you have an opportunity to get your get back tomorrow in the grand finals. You get to see them again. You guys are currently 1-1 in terms of appearances in each other in stage 2. So how are you feeling with that best of 5 ahead of you?
I'm feeling great. I mean, once I get off this, I'm going to tell the team only bad teams lose BO5s that you get double bans on. So we have nothing to worry about. Not like we've ever lost a BO5 with double bans before. So that was a rough time in our careers as well right there. But I mean, we should just go in with just having fun, doing our thing and trying to win the best we can. We don't have to sit here and be stressed about it. I mean, it's a huge advantage for them, especially because, I mean, they just get to ban both of our best maps. So it's going to be fun.
I mean, we're certainly looking forward to that fun. Ed, I mean, you called back to the grand finals appearance before. What do you feel like this means just for, we'll go on the happy, positive end of it, because I mean, for the consistency for the core of the team, this is the second time you're in the grand finals for this year. So like, talk to me about that, because we've gotten to see a big level up from a lot of these teams, but somehow SRB, you're still prevailing through it all.
Yeah, I would say like from the first to now is like, we're just able to talk to each other, get more proactive and stuff like this. I think the first finals that we played, even myself included, I played tier 1, I played in events before, and we were still like, we call it concrete feet. We were just kind of sitting there letting the game happen to us. And that was like our biggest mistake with core. And I think that's the thing that we're best about now. We at least talk to each other. We always try to say like, are we uncomfortable? Something like this. And I think that this won't happen in the grand final for us now. Whether we make other mistakes happens, but this thing that we were so bad at that made us lose the grand final last split won't happen again.
I mean, I'll let you go prepare for that because it'll be a fun one tomorrow. We're all looking forward to it. But Nature, congrats on this win. Best of luck tomorrow. And thanks for chatting.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Thank you. Right back over this. I always love talking to Nature because he's always just so open about everything. Like, right, open book. We get the tea. But I love that. I love we get to hear like the true insight.
No, I actually love the insight. He seems like he wears his heart on the sleeve, so I respect it. He speaks his mind. I'm here for it. It all makes it even more fun. But I mean, I kind of want to circle back to something that he said, right? Which is the veto thing. I feel like going into tomorrow, I mean, the veto advantage is very clear for M80. The map pool is clashing severely, which I'm sure we'll get into in more detail tomorrow during the match. But it's going to be an interesting one. I think they're going to have to bounce back on several maps they're uncomfortable on, or maps they've never really played before. So it's an uphill battle. I'm here for it. Anything could happen, obviously, but it's going to be fun, man. It's going to be absolute. It's going to be a blast.
I like that Nature is coming to win vibes at the same time for sure. There's still confidence coming out of it. At the end of the day, it's still just a game, and a loss is a loss. You turn the page, and you're still able to come a brand new leaf and dominate the series against Calamity and crew over at D1 today. But tomorrow, yeah, I think what they should do is continue to mind games. Pick Pearl as the first map, because I'm sure right now M80 is gonna let that slide. They're gonna let Fracture come in as well, and then you just pick Pearl and try to win that one. That's going to give you huge confidence going to the series tomorrow.
I mean, there's going to be so much going into this series tomorrow as we have the grand finals, our final day of stage 2 challengers with an M80 that's been sitting in the wings. They got that 2-0 again, that 13-0. They got to study up, do their homework today, and it's an M80, this revamped M80 that is just looking so strong. And again, Roy, the fact that they do have the advantage going into the grand finals, SRB are definitely going to be tested, but I mean, you can hear the confidence today, so I'm really excited to see what tomorrow is going to provide.
Oh, I mean, it's so exciting, and I think it would be extremely weird if we didn't get at least one M80 versus SRB in grand finals this year. So I'm glad to see it happening in stage 2. It's been such a grueling path for every single team. Yeah, M80's had a almost flawless record, but it's been bumpy. Their matches haven't been as clean as possible, but recently they've looked peak, they've looked amazing, they looked evolved and ascended. And of course, SRB, I mean, grit has always been the trademark for this roster, so it's going to be exciting. We're here for it. I'm seated, my seatbelt's on, and let the games unfold.
And of course, we got to talk about the stakes and what this is all for, and touch on these circuit points that these teams have been trying to collect up, as we're almost near the tail end of this thing. Of course, when we're looking at that, you can notice SRB and M80, they have that little plus 60 or 75 next to their name. That's going to be determined from what they get tomorrow. So there will be some movement here. Both of these teams, regardless, will be in that first or second spot. But Vans, for these other teams, a good amount of points collected, but there'll still be one more stage to collect those up.
Agreed. Remember, you're playing for champs this time around too. There's no ascension going into 2027. You have to play for your appearance for champs in 2026 in Shanghai this year. And it's nice to see that plus numbers into Shop for Rebellion Black and ME, because if you look at the ranking, it's at number 5 and number 10. They're not supposed to be there if you're thinking about these two teams at the beginning of the year. So it also comes to show the roster changes, the coaching staff changes that they've made going into stage 2 has been beneficial now for SRB and for M80. So it's only promising for them moving into the future.
Reminder too, it's going to be the stage 3 champion that gets that playing spot, whereas second place, only one from those circuit points will go to the LCQ. So there's going to be a lot of great competition here in stage 3. It's going to be a really tight competition with a lot of really talented teams. I cannot wait to see how that shakes up. But we'll focus on the near future. Cannot wait to see what the grand finals with M80 and Shopify Rebellion Black is going to provide for us tomorrow. It has been an adventure through and through. Thank you all for sticking with us. The conclusion happens tomorrow. Make sure to be back here, seated for the grand finals of Valorant Challengers North America. Have a good night, everyone. Take care.
Meow. First bites out from Foreign. Senses the crowd. Shopify still not making the approach yet. Slower call this time. And we go on the fast lane, immediately thrown off the slide. No follow-up. Calamity still gets one all the way down. This is what we're talking about. How much T1 individually can do while still playing as a collective. Louis still hitting it. This smoke is dynamic. Chips away one as well. And Shopify is just running out of options, as is time. 3-0. He's not going to waddle out. Strikes first. It's saturated in the backside, so it's start approaching rotation for the drop. That'll get an easy twofer, and now we can just start assaulting. Mikey left alone, has to deal with the first. Smoke just gonna stick this. Oh, that was some risky business, Buck. But it'll get the job done. Shopify's on.
Bit of a swap up will be enough as actually gets caught off guard by him.
It's a very unconventional lurk by him. Great adjustment to get away with a free first blood. That has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now Foreign taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him. And that's the only kind of reset the D1 need. The only is surely 2 down early on. Dynamic with his tour de force will make a cut. Just try contact onto his Ditto in smoke. And that's at least a bit of the field gone. Nature surely fielded away. And now the overdrive out from Calamity. D1 is putting everything into this round, and it will fall silently and quickly. 2 stay standing, and we haven't seen Mikey do that too often. Mostly because D1 has made the decision to not try to count on it instead. And they're out of swing. Exit was his life, but instead, no run back in where Smoke is posted with the up on short, and no one is watching it. Now it's a flashback, and Calamity can't finish it. Smoke stays standing, and now gets a third on the Foreign as well. It may be an ego, but it's a nightmare for D1 here, as Smoke is already half